with cricket being the leading sport in Afghanistan. The first change program brings asylum seekers and unaccompanied people together through cricket.
Cricket jadi ډېر مهم دی د کمیونټیز یو ځای سره راولي او هیله کوو چې کینټ کرکټ ټرست دا چا مدد وکړي چې بې کوره سوي او د سپورټس د وجې سره یو ځای خلک سره راولي.
Playing cricket has a positive impact on mental well-being. It heals and brings people together.
We're first in the UK for graduates in employment, and your university experience will be full of firsts too. Whatever they are, at Canterbury Christ Church University, you'll be perfectly placed for success. Join us at the beating heart of opportunity.
The 50 Overs Project runs some events that allow people to get active, get out of their homes and to meet new people and come down and watch the cricket. Kent Cricket Community Trust captains Phil Gallagher and Ben Roddy joined the walking cricket session to learn more about walking cricket. It's cricket at a slow pace and it's fun, and it's for people who are looking to get active and to enjoy some time and to make some new friends and to get out the house.
We all want to leave a lasting impression, so we pile on the pressure. Our primary mission is for you to fulfill your ambition, work towards your true purpose. See, a lasting impression can be easy to achieve. All it takes is to reimagine what it means to succeed. And with a little support and the guidance you need, we can work towards a brighter future together.
Major sponsor of Men's Vitality Lasting and the Spitfire Ground Sunrise. Our exclusive group, our official training kit partner, Castor, our official kit supplier, Vegas Executive Travel Limited, our official travel partner, and our official charity partner for the 2024 season, Torchlight. Please welcome back to the field for the start of the third day, your umpires, Tom Denley and Mark Newell. Tom Wesley leads out his Essex side. And your returning care batters are Matt Parkinson and Joe Denley.
Hello and welcome to Canterbury on Kent Day. County Championship cricket coming your way from the third day of this match between Kent, the hosts, and Essex, the visitors, dominating proceedings on day two, putting together 591 for 7 declared, thanks to a double century from Margate-born Jordan Cox. And then Kent reduced to 118 for 4 at stumps. A couple of wickets late on for Matt Critchley, the spinner. Matt Parkinson, the night watchman, has headed out to the middle, along with senior man in the dressing room these days, Joe Denley. And it looks like, to me, Shane Snater is going to be the man to get proceedings underway with the ball for Essex. I'm Ben Watts, Victoria Polly from BBC Essex, and Nikki Chowdhury, the commentary team, here on the third day. We're almost ready to get up and running on a sunny-ish day here in the east of the county. Fair bit of cloud around, but pretty pleasant conditions all in all for a bit of cricket. And Snater in and bowling then to Denley. He drives the first ball wide of mid-off. And it is picked up by Tom Wesley. Wondered if there might be runs to get the day up and running, but just a dot ball. Yeah, quite a pleasant sort of temperature today. 18, 19 degrees. Maybe a light sweater if you're a spectator. As Snater, all with a bit of swing, bowling to Denley. And beating the outside edge of the bat. Denley has again looked to drive as he did the previous delivery, but that one has certainly done a lot more than Snater's first. So this ball, 48 for over it, is being used in this innings. Well, still doing a little bit. Encouraging signs for Snater. That has prompted a change in the field. Sending a gully in alongside, just the one slip. Snater bowls well wide of the off stump this time to Denley. Let go. So Elgar in a shortish cover. Along with a slip and a gully. Point and cover point. Mid on, mid off, mid wicket, long leg for Essex. Playing quite a long way across the square this week, quite high up on the square towards the hospital side of the ground here at Canterbury. So Denley just having to wave some spectators in the Frank Woolley stand out of the way of the sight screen as he's forward and defending this one into the covers. Snater yesterday busy with the bat. A swashbuckling innings of 83 from just 84 balls. That included 6 sixes. One that went over the Cowdrey stand. I was told by a steward we having a chat before play as this one is let go outside the off stump. KenCricket@gmail.com if you want to get in touch with us via email today. And then on Twitter, BBC Kent Sport or Ben Watt Sport, at Victoria Polly and at Nikki Chowdhury, who is with us. She says she missed an exit while driving here this morning. She has been up doing other work as well, so she's been a busy bee already today. Here's Snater in, defended away, up towards mid-off. That's right, you give yourself half an hour off, Nikki. We'll hear from you in a bit. She's going to take a breather, having rushed here to Canterbury. So here's the score then, 118 for 4. There should be an update for BBC Radio Kent very shortly. Victoria's currently updating BBC Essex. We won't have loads of updates interrupting us today, with it being a Sunday. And Jamie Porter then to crack on from the Nackington Road end. So Harmer in slip. Critchley in the gully. I can hear the travel jingle in my headphones, that's a good sign. So that update will be on the way very shortly. As Porter is running in and bowling. Or Matt Parkinson, the night watchman, facing his first delivery of the proceedings. Defended away out and towards the backward point area. Here comes the update. Good morning. Yes, indeed. A sunny but slightly cloudy Canterbury. Decent weather, though, for a game of cricket on Kent Day. And Kent resuming 118 for 4 after Essex dominated proceedings on day 2, putting 591 for 7 declared on the board. A double century for the lad from Margate, Jordan Cox, who recently switched between the two teams in the off-season. 4 late wickets as well for Essex, certainly putting them in the driving seat. It's Joe Denley and Matt Parkinson out at the crease for Kent at the moment as they try to bat time but also build their first innings score. Just scores from elsewhere to update you, with Surrey, the Division 1 leaders, very much behind the 8 ball against Hampshire. They were bowled out for 127 in their first innings. Hampshire 503 for 4 as they resume in Southampton. And then elsewhere, looking at Division 2, Sussex dominating the game against Middlesex at Lords, 554 for 9 declared. And then Middlesex resuming their first innings 69-1. You can hear all of those games live via the BBC Sport app and website. Here comes Porter then. Parkinson plays this one away into the covers. Previous delivery beat him on the outside edge and went through to the wicketkeeper. So a decent start from Porter. 4 dot balls. And Victoria Polly, good morning to you.
Good morning, Ben. Happy Kent Day.
Thank you. Yes.
Any celebrations planned?
I mean, not particularly, no. There's a day for everything, it seems. Apparently Kent Day is now a thing.
I think we need an Essex one.
Here comes Porter. Defended away into the covers. As a radio editor, it does give you a reason to go out and do we had an OB on our breakfast show on Friday and celebrate, I guess, if that's the correct word. What makes your county unique in a way. So, yeah.
Is there a significance of the date? Or am I putting you on the spot here?
No, there actually is. You are slightly putting me on the spot, but thankfully Pat Marsh, the legend that is, did put a tweet up this morning about the date. So I'll find the information for you as Porter is in and bowling. Final ball of this opening over 4 in Parkinson has played a lovely little drive past cover for a single to wide mid-off, and he'll keep the strike for the next over. So those are that's the first run that Kent have picked up here on day 3, and it's 119 for 4. So it's held on this day because today is the feast day of St Augustine, who was the first Archbishop of Canterbury and is the patron saint of Kent. Who knew?
Excellent knowledge.
So yeah, thanks to Pat Marsh, who's currently presenting on BBC Radio Kent for that piece of information.
Shane Snater will bowl from the pavilion end. Bit of sawdust in a mound on the pitch. It has been quite wet overnight in Canterbury, I understand, Ben. From talking to people as I made it into the ground this morning, when I woke up and I could hear the rain in Essex, I did wonder what was in store for us on day 3, but we have got some sunshine peeking through the clouds.
It's kind of that perfect rain where you're just about to go to bed and it rained, and then you wake up and it's stopping.
In comes Snater to Parkinson, whips that one off his legs.
That was an outstanding stop.
It's a lovely stop.
I think Aaron Beard might be the fielder there at the second short mid wicket.
It is.
I must admit, I was craning my neck
I was
round the
trying to see
corner
if that had gone. I was looking at the umpire to
Yeah.
see if he was going to signal 4. A great stop there from Aaron Beard in the field.
Yeah, during the cricket season, that's exactly the rain you want. Doesn't interrupt the actual play.
Might make things interesting as Snater is into Parkinson. This time he just dabs that one into the offside for no run.
And yet, actually, having a little bit of moisture around can sometimes liven up a slightly benign pitch.
That's what Jordan Cox was saying in his end-of-play interview yesterday with BBC Essex's Dick Davis, having scored that double 100. He said, I'm praying for some rain overnight just to get under the covers a bit and maybe make the pitch interesting for day 3 and Essex with the ball. In comes Snater, 119 for 4 into Parkinson. Again, just pushes that one into the offside for no run.
Have you managed to interview Jordan yourself?
I have. I spoke to Jordan on Wednesday, actually, for Around the Wicket, our cricket programme. He was telling me all about how they were playing golf on Thursday ahead of the match, getting the Essex and the Kent players together. I think they were at Sandwich somewhere playing golf, and he still comes and plays golf on a Tuesday with some of his former Kent colleagues.
Yeah, it's a popular golfing destination. The few spots around the East Kent border.
Let's face it doesn't take much to get these cricketers out playing golf, or judging from what I know from the Essex players. In comes Snater. Parkinson on strike, up on his toes this time, does that one into the offside. It'll be chased by Critchley as they come through for 1 run. 120 for 4.
Yeah, I think Byers Swanepoel, who's not playing this week, he's rested. The South African was basically fresh off the plane, and Jack Leaning already dragged him round the golf course within a few hours, I think, as a bit of an introduction. Joe Denley still waving at some spectators in the Frank Woolley stand who were interrupting the sight screen.
People still making their way in. Bit of bank holiday cricket. In comes Snater to Denley, who's on 4. He just drives that one up to mid-off, where the Essex captain Tom Wesley fields. No run.
A little bit quiet out there at the moment. Not quite the usual sort of hub of chatter. Like you say, maybe spectators just still bleeding in on after a slightly lazy Sunday morning, perhaps. Must admit, dragging myself out of bed was a bit of a task this morning. Having played club cricket yesterday for the first time, feeling a bit stiff today, must admit.
Any wickets?
Yeah, couple. That bit went okay.
In comes Snater to Denley. Flicks that one into the leg side for no run, and that's the end of Shane Snater's over. Kent 120 for 4.
The batting wasn't so much to talk about. It was very dull to watch, as I was desperately trying not to get out for about 20 overs and not scoring many runs. But there we go. So as you say, 120 for 4. Solid enough start from Kent on this third morning. Between Parkinson, the night watchman, who I remember telling Scott Reed of BBC Lancashire the other week that he'd at one stage been batting at number 8 for Kent this year, and it's a slight surprise to supporters of Lancashire, his former county, that he's now carving a little niche for himself as a nuggety lower order batsman. Got his new first class best very recently as well. But yet to get a half century in his career, so perhaps that tells you, with the amount of cricket he's played, historically what his batting has been like. Very funky field from Essex at the moment, as Jamie Porter's running in from the Nackington Road end. Parkinson, nice sound off the bat as he gets solidly in behind to play defensively. So Simon Harmer's at first slip, although it's more of a second slip because he's standing right next to the wicketkeeper, Michael Pepper. So he's a little bit wider than you might traditionally have someone at a first slip. So there's a short cover, short mid-wicket, and there's quite a almost short square leg as well, crouched down. So Porter bowls a short ball which has gone through the gully area, which doesn't have a close catcher, and it squirms away down towards third man. Parkinson jogs back for the second as the point fielder manages to wander around to do the fielding. So Essex might have been hoping that they had a more slightly standard field after that one has squirmed through gully.
Yeah, Simon Harmer not quite wide enough for that one.
But yeah, effectively they've got 4 catchers, or at least 3 crouching fielders in front of the batter, and then Harmer at slip in the wide brimmed hat next to Pepper. Here comes Porter. Bangs it in again. Parkinson sways out of the way. Must have been bordering on an illegitimate delivery, that one, because Parkinson is shorter than average, perhaps. Ducked underneath it, and it was well over his head. I think he might have argued that he'd have struggled to hit that, even if he was trying to play a hook shot. But here comes Porter again. A little bit wider on the crease this time, and again, slight outside edge from Parkinson as it squirms out towards point. Do enjoy Jamie Porter's run up. He has that. It's almost like James Bond, you know, has the very kind of exaggerated pumping of the arms as he gets going. Sometimes bowlers will slowly almost build into their run-up, and here he comes again. Once more wide on the crease, and goes down the leg side, but he sort of almost skips straight away into a bit of a sprint, gets the arms pumping before he arrives at the crease. Hard-working bowler, Jamie Porter, and he's had plenty of success already so far this season. No surprise, really, that it has been a strong suit for this Essex side, who are, of course, the first team out of any county to actually win a game this campaign. Oh, defended away by Parkinson. I think there was a little bit of inside edge onto the pad. Jordan Cox is being a nuisance by knocking the bails over with a little cheeky run-out attempt. Parkinson was in his crease. No appeal. End of the over. Well, no appeal after the LBW one. 122 for 4.
It sounded like a bit of noise there. Just looking, and you're mentioning about Jamie Porter and the success so far this season. I think the one concern for Essex fans will be that Noah Thane is out as a sub fielder, so that suggests, and I've been looking around, that Sam Cook must still be struggling with that injury that he picked up yesterday.
So yeah, no sign of 29 wicket Sam Cook, along with Jamie Porter having 28 so far this season, which are fantastic numbers, the two of them. Well, Cook ridiculous average of 13.5.
Shane Snater into Denley, flicks that one into the leg side. Nick Brown is chasing away out of our view as they come back for 2 runs. Hauls the ball in.
Yeah, Porter's numbers this year quite extraordinary. Obviously, did he have a niggly injury? He missed one of the games, didn't he, earlier on in the campaign? So Porter's played all of them, along with Snater, and both of those guys. Snater 22 wickets so far this season, averaging just slightly under 20, which is fantastic.
Yeah, I think possibly was the Kent game at home that Sam Cook missed with a bit of tightness.
It was, yes.
Snater is in to Denley again. This time he clubs that one away into the offside, chased by 2 Essex fielders. It's stopped just inside the boundaries. They come back for another 2 runs, 126 for 4.
It's quite a thickish, I'm not going to say outside edge, it was a square drive from Denley, but it did sort of balloon a little bit off the bat. And maybe that was what allowed Jordan Cox to go and retrieve it. But yeah, I actually thought the shot the ball before was timed well enough that it might go for 4, so decent work so far in the field from Essex this morning.
Joe Denley moves himself on to 8 as Snater moves in past the umpire. And he just defends that one back down the pitch. The sun's just coming back out, so I think I might need the sunglasses back on.
It's going to be one of those days, isn't it, where the sun keeps poking through, and then you probably, as a spectator, just be getting a little bit warm in the sunshine, and then the cloud comes back on, and it'd be putting an extra layer on and off all day. No such worry in our commentary box, which is always a few degrees warmer than it is outside.
Not always the case with commentary boxes. 126 for 4. In comes Snater to Denley. He just pushes that one into the offside dot ball.
I was saying this to one of our presenters the other day, that there's a slight irony that in the football season we all sit outside and freeze while wearing copious layers, and then it gets to the cricket season and we find ourselves actually indoors in a commentary box. But there we go. It's certainly helpful at the start and end of the season.
Yes, and you get to that point of the football season where the sun comes out and you get a bit optimistic and maybe lose a layer, and then by half time you're regretting it.
Yes, absolutely.
In comes Snater. It's defended away for no run. got quite a bit of cloud cover. There are options under cover here for the spectators away to our left-hand side. Where else do they tend to...
Yeah, the Frank Willie away to our right, which is pretty much behind where the action's going on. The bottom tier of that is really well sheltered. It could be a glorious sunny day, but it'll be almost ice cold in the bottom tier of the Frank Willie.
Denley still on 8 as Snater is in. That's wide of the off stump. Through to Pepper behind the stumps. End of the over. And Kent 126 for 4.
My granddad back in the day would have always sat in that bottom tier of the Frank Willie, and so whenever I invited myself along perhaps with him for a day's cricket, it'll be glorious sunshine and there he'd be sat in his coat in the bottom tier of the Frank Willie. Me thinking, oh, it's a bit chilly in here, Grandad. We could go sit out in the sunshine, you know.
When you find a good spot, you've got to keep it.
Yeah, that's the thing. It is a good view, that's for sure. For some reason my watch has decided that it's 12:15, which is definitely not the case. We've only played 15 minutes of cricket so far. As Porter's in and bowling to Parkinson, defends it up towards mid-on. It's definitely only 11:21, so not only is the minutes wrong, the hour's very wrong as well, so that's not really helping me very
You're on
much.
your own time over there.
Yeah, that. I'm going to have to ignore that for the next little bit of time. So dot ball to start the over. Parkinson on strike. Plays defensively once more. So he's faced 41 deliveries now for 14 runs. But is actually scoring at a higher strike rate than Joe Denley up the other end, who's got 8 from 30 deliveries. 126 for 4. I'm told that Kent's latest overseas player, I was mentioning Bayes Sonopol a moment ago, but Kent's latest overseas edition is on the ground today, as this one's a short delivery. Parkinson getting up on his toes to fend it off, but it drops away into the offside. So yeah, Kent have got Xavier Bartlett coming, the Australian seam bowler, for the start of the T20 blast. So he's here, getting ready to play the first 8 games of that competition. Originally he was going to play county cricket as well, which is a bit of a shame that his stock has risen to an extent where Kent have only been able to get him on a shorter deal, as Porter is flicked away beautifully by Parkinson. Really good timing into the onside. It won't go all the way for 4. I'm actually just going to jog 2. Probably could have made 3 there in truth, but it was played neatly through the leg side, past the short square leg and the short mid-wicket fielders, and then the deeper mid-wicket fielder. It evaded him as well and he had to go and chase it. So excellent placement from Matt Parkinson and pretty decent timing as well. Just unfortunate for him that he probably picked out the longest boundary in the ground this week. Porter to him again, this time squared up slightly, and it squirms out towards Aaron Beard at point. So Parkinson's now moved on to 16.
Yeah, looking forward to seeing Bartlett. I was going through the T20 squads this week, doing some pundit predictions for Essex, which I'm sure will appear at some point before the first game. And it's just so hard because there's so many different dates that players and how many games various players are playing for. Hard to know who will make an impact.
Porter bowls to Parkinson, defended away into the covers. And that is the over, so just a couple from it. Kent 128 for 4, unscathed thus far this morning, as looks like Joe Denley is going to get rid of a jumper to under me AA running on as the 12th man's come and collect it. Yeah, it's certainly increasingly hard these days, isn't it, to keep track of overseas players and how long they're around for, and particularly in the blast. But Daniel Sam's back for Essex.
He is in Essex at the moment, preparing. And if he can have the kind of campaign that he had last season, I think Essex will certainly be dangerous once again.
Absolutely, yeah, fantastic addition. And contributing with bat and ball, of course.
Shane Snater continuing from the pavilion end. Joe Denley on strike. And that one's edged into the offside for no run. I think they'll be hoping to have the likes of Paul Walter back for the T20 Blast. He's had a toe injury that's kept him out of most of the county championship season so far. And, you know, Sam Cook as well, handy in the white ball competition. So, again, just hoping there's nothing too serious from that point of view. In comes Snater to Denley. Just turns the wrists into the offside dot ball.
Somebody's car, which is parked to the Nackington Road end, is having a small hissy fit, which is the alarm that you can hear going off.
Thankfully not mine. Don't fancy the jog around the outfield to go and check. It's quite risky parking over there. It's like when you go to club cricket and you have to pick your spot just in case the ball goes that way.
I'd be surprised if it was...
It's Nicky's car.
Is it actually? Is it actually your car, Nikki? You're going to struggle to stop it from flashing this far away.
She's going to give it a go.
It was just a delayed reaction there from Nikki Chowdhury that she... Hang on a minute, that is my car.
Getting 128 for 4 as Snater is in, turned off the legs by Denley. They'll be fielded in the deep as they come through for a single.
Yeah, Essex at the moment today, seemingly just trying a few things out. Snater coming around the wicket for that one.
Now that is cool technology.
Well, it has stopped. You did it via your phone. 2024, eh?
Oh.
It flashed again. what are you doing to it? That's hilarious.
Snater is in. Oh, that just passed the outside edge of the bat through to Pepper.
I think the question was, why did it go on in the first place? I don't know. Maybe somebody just walked past it, a spectator or something. But let's hope it's not a regular occurrence. Somebody looks like they're giving it a hard stare at the moment, perhaps a steward. So, almost marking Nicky's car. This is a noisy one. What's going on here? Yeah, it's somebody in an orange high-vis staring down your car, Nicky.
In comes Snater around the wicket to Parkinson. Again, just passing the outside of the bat and through to Pepper, who tumbles away to his right-hand side to collect.
We'll get her on the commentary in a few minutes' time. Now her car's stopped misbehaving. That would be very clumsy of them to have made actual contact with your car. I don't think any cars, to be honest, today are going to be in desperate danger of flying cricket balls. Don't think it's going to be that kind of batting day for Kent.
T20 maybe. As Snater is into Parkinson up on his toes. Just trickles away. And fielded for the single, 130 for 4. With Parkinson on 17 and Denley on 9.
I was thinking in my head that I had an update, but I don't, so I'll make way and Nicky can come in.
Thank you very much, Ben. Then we're back a bit later on as the sunshine is really making its way out now. We had those grey overcast conditions, but thankfully that sunshine just drying things out here at Canterbury where there's been plenty of rain. BBC Essex cricket@gmail.com, by the way, if you want to get in touch on the email with us this afternoon. I can just about see my screen. And thanks to Gary, who's been in touch. Morning, Nikki.
Morning, Victoria. How are you?
I'm good, thank you. How are you?
I'm all right now. I feel like I've got my life together. My car's alarm's gone off. I've got here in 1B after missing a junction on the motorway again. I did it yesterday and I've done it again today. So I came a very long-winded way to the ground this morning. Like yesterday's junction you could get away with missing, but today's I was just passing farms after farm.
Aaron Beard is bowling. I'll let you take it away, Nikki.
Beard's in now, and this time Parkinson's forward and just defends straight to mid-on. So yeah, got here in the end, and we're sorted.
And you haven't had to have an extra walk back around the boundary to your car?
No, but I am going to go give it a visit at lunch, just because I need to figure out why it went off. It's never done that.
I did have an incident a couple of weeks ago where my car kept doing it. I was meant to be interviewing one of the Essex players. I had to do it from my car because the alarm kept going off.
Here's Beard in now from the Nackington Road end, and this one is just played to short leg. He looks to play it down fine, but doesn't quite get enough on it, does Parkinson. Yeah, it's never done that, and I don't think I even looked up when the alarm started going off. I just was minding my own business, scrolling through my phone. Only to look up and then say, actually, no, that's mine. Let's hope it doesn't do that again, otherwise I want to send Ben Watts round with my keys.
He sounds like he might need a bit of loosening up after his club match yesterday, so...
It looks like he's caught the sun. He's wearing a pink shirt to like enhance the fact that you've caught the sun, or trying to minimize the fact. Oh goodness, just a quick change in the fielding positions.
Dean Elgar getting the helmet on, as well as Nick Brown, who's at short leg.
We're gonna have men round the bat now. A couple more. Elgar in position at silly point. And we're ready to go again. In comes Beard now. Parkinson back and across and defends. And Elgar quickly flicks back at the stumps. Goes down as a dot nonetheless, but it's a lovely day now, as opposed to what it was this morning.
It is, yeah. It was nice when I arrived, but I was squelching round as I walked from my car, and
I did nearly slip.
did wonder if we would have a delayed start, but the ground staff were working hard, and I think we've had enough sunshine that everything has dried out enough.
Here's Beard in now, and this one's a short one down the leg side. Yeah, as I was coming round, it was quite squelchy, and then I started just like being really cautious, careful, because I was like, if I fall over now, I'm going to get my jeans extremely muddy. Everyone is going to see me. And it will just add to what's gone on this morning already. So, yeah, nice, lovely day. I think the ice cream van is back. Is it? I can't see. Yesterday it was perched on the bank. But there's a stand in my way as in comes Beard now. And there's a bit of width. And this is driven through the offside. This is a beautiful shot there from Parkinson. He frees his hands through the offside, and the ball has absolutely flown down to the boundary.
It was a lovely shot, well timed, held the pose as well.
Such quick hands. Count 134 for 4. Yeah, a bit of a dangerous position to be in if you're Dean Elgar and you're going to continue bowling those lines. It's probably going to expect to see Beard maybe just straighten up again. That was a bit of a loose one from him. And yeah, if you're Dean Elgar, you're going to hope, please, can you bowl straighter? Because that, for a second, I saw my life flash before my eyes. Here's Beard at the top of his mark now as the sun shines onto the ground here at Canterbury. He's in past the umpire. It's a short one, and it's left alone by Parkinson, and it's going to conclude the end of the over as well. Kent's 134 for 4, Parkinson on 21, and Denley with 9 to his name.
Yeah, Essex just trying out some different things this morning as they look to get an early breakthrough. Aaron Beard with 1 wicket to his name so far. He got Daniel Bell-Drummond caught behind for 16 late on yesterday. It just needs to tighten up, and Essex, of course, looking for their options without Sam Cook, who's been so impressive on the pitch. Now Thane on as the substitute fielder. Shane Snater will continue from the pavilion end. Essex having elected to go with that extra bowler for the match, and it proved to be quite handy with the situation they find themselves in. Just a change of field. I think we've got Froze Cushy out there as well, as Snater is in, and that one's turned into the leg side for a single. Denley comes through. And it's not too much of an issue with these two batters because they are different in stature, but it is always handy when one of them takes the over, the jumper off. So when they're running between the wickets,
it was
much
really
easier to tell.
Yeah, the Essex versus Kent game earlier on in the summer, which I'll tell you more about after this delivery.
As Snater is in around the wicket to Parkinson, who tries to turn that one into the leg side, a swing and a miss and through to Pepper.
The game up at Chelmsford, it was so cold. I remember, I think it was day 3 or day 4, Essex were fielding, and you couldn't tell who was who on the pitch because everyone was practically in a snood. And you couldn't recognise anyone. You're like, oh, that was fielded by... I have no idea because I can't actually see them and they all look the same. So, yeah, it's much easier for us when we can identify the players.
135 for 4 as Snater is in and Parkinson is up on his toes and just pushing that one into the offside for no run. Yeah, it's quite a, well, I say famous. The picture to come out of that game between Essex and Kent is of Dean Elgar fielding with the snood right up on his nose and the sunglasses and the cap on.
That went all over the place, didn't it, on social media,
yeah,
that photo?
I think it was questioning his decision to come and play cricket in England in April.
It's warmer places one could be.
Much nicer day today though at Canterbury as Snater is in, or Parkinson just tries to get wide reaching to that one, but Pepper collects behind the stumps. Yes, another quite well known photo from an Essex point of view was the opening game against Hampshire quite a few seasons ago now, where Peter Siddle was fielding in a bobble hat. Another very cold start to the season. I think it might have been the title winning season of 2017 as Snater is into Parkinson. Just pushes that one up to Tom Wesley at mid-off for no run. 135 for 4 remains the score.
Thing is, when is it not really cold in April? I feel like now you should just be used to it. If you're going to be coming over to play county championship cricket in England, it all kicks off in April. You've got your warm-up games at the end of March. That you should be literally, I think, packing a whole suitcase of hand warmers and woolly hats and snoods, and hopefully that should get you by.
Yeah, just accept you're not going to get the shirt sleeves out for at least the first month as Snater is around the wicket and up on his toes again is Parkinson as that one drops through to Pepper for no run. And that's the end of Shane Snater's over. And Kent still 135 for 4.
And of course it also depends where you're from originally. If you're from a warmer climate, then naturally you're probably acclimatized to nice hot temperatures. So what might be considered warm for the local players here, you probably might be wearing a jumper still.
Yeah, we've got mainly the traditional baseball cap out in the field. It's just Simon Harmer who's got the floppy sun hat on for Essex. That was just a momentary substitution for Essex with Froze Cushy was just on for Matt Critchley, so it wasn't anything more to be concerned about from an Essex point of view.
It's going to be Beard to continue as well, as Denley just does a little bit of gardening, has a look around, takes note of the fielders, and I think he's nearly ready to go with number 6 on his back. Taps his back and awaits Beard as in he runs past the umpire, and this one's left alone outside the off stump through to the gloves of Pepper. But it's a lovely day to come down to the ground, watch a little bit of cricket, and of course tomorrow as well, a bank holiday Monday.
Yeah, nice couple of days if you're off work to pop down. I'd be interested to know what the weather is like in Essex though. It was raining when I left this morning, so I wonder if the sunshine is out there as well.
Beard's in from the Nackington Road end now, and this one defended by Denley, fielded by Beard off his own bowling, as it's played to his left hand side on the back end of his follow through. Yeah, it looks pretty wet up and down the country today actually. Some sunshine peering through, and hopefully it does stick around. At the moment the sun has made a nice appearance. Let's hope it stays. Beard again in at the top of his mark. And this one pushed off the back foot through to deep cover by Denley. He'll take a single. Brings Parkinson back onto strike, and you can see the fielders scurrying to get into their different fielding positions.
Yeah, it was a nice shot and well timed. Just picked out Jamie Porter in the field for that one. Wasn't quite the shot we saw from Parkinson a couple of overs ago.
Parkinson on strike now, and his woolly jumper taps his bat, eagerly awaits as Beard is in, and this is back of a length and defended into the onside.
You know, one of my favourite things about coming into commentary halfway through the game is when I check the emails. If I haven't necessarily caught the whole of the day before, can be very out of context in some of the emails that are coming in.
What do you mean?
Well, I'm not quite sure why you were talking about Texas or laser eye surgery.
Here comes Beard now, and this one just down the leg side. I think he gets some thigh pad on it, does Parkinson. And they'll quickly take a single as fine leg takes their time. Shane Snater to come in and do the fielding. It's been signalled a dead ball now as well.
Well, just everyone kind of stopped, didn't they? And then they decided to
because
come
I don't
through.
think, I don't think a shot was actually attempted to be played. So batsman changing ends again.
And Shane Snater away to our left-hand side, just changing his shoes on the boundary.
Parkinson still on strike. And we'll re-bowl that delivery from Beard, who's in again now, running towards us. This one's down the leg side into the gloves of Pepper, and it will bring up the end of the over as well. Kent 136 for 4. Laser eye surgery. We weren't
I have no idea.
We spoke about me avoiding going to the opticians.
Okay.
And it's just because you actually, the electronic scoreboard, if you can make out how many overs it says, it depends where the sun is and how it reflects off the screen, but it can be challenging.
I see what you mean.
I love how you've taken your glasses off to try and read the scoreboard. But yeah, and then we're missing some pixels on the main score as well, so then you have to rely on the old scoreboard, and we just ended up talking about how I have avoided going to the opticians because I don't want to wear glasses. Although there's nothing wrong with glasses, I'm just very proud of the fact that I've got 20/20 vision.
But have you, if you haven't been to the opticians to check?
Since my last appointment, I've got 20/20 vision. I would like to just keep saying that. But I haven't really had, like, they say, oh, if you get these symptoms, then you should really come in, and you might be having, like, deteriorating eyesight, and they say headaches are apparently #1 sign. No,
I think just struggling to see things is probably the biggest one, as the ball has just been checked by the umpire and captain Tom Wesley. No, contact lenses are the way forward for me.
I couldn't do contact lenses.
Snater to continue from the pavilion end. He's into Denley, whips that one away into the leg side. It will be fielded as some sirens pass by. You get used to it.
I am so clumsy, I would literally poke myself in the eye every single day.
I think it's been over 10 years now. I've got used to that one. I did have a panic yesterday morning when I was putting them in and dropped one, because it's always the Always the worry when you've got to then scramble around looking for a little clear contact lens without having them in your eye to be able to see properly. As Snater is in to Parkinson. It's fielded in the leg side for no run. Matt Critchley, who's got the towel tucked into his trousers. 2 late wickets for him yesterday for Essex. I'm sure we will see him at some point.
And the other thing is I would absolutely forget, like I think 99.9% of the time, to take them out.
Yes.
So I don't think they'd be for me. And so for that reason, we avoid the opticians.
Perhaps this is why this email is suggesting laser surgery then, as Snater is into Parkinson, who just pushes that one back up the pitch, fielded by Tom Wesley, who's already got that red stain down his trousers.
But fun fact, actually, in terms of cricket, they say if your eyesight starts to deteriorate, but you might not really be sure. One of the big signs is that if you are a batter, that you're having a bat and you end up going back to a lot of full deliveries because you just won't be able to pick it up. That's what I've heard by a few people.
As Snater is into Parkinson, pushes that one up to mid-off for no run, still 137 for 4, just a 1 run off this over so far. Yeah, it must be, well, I guess maybe a few sports people might blame any misfortunes on eyesight, but I can't say I've often asked any of the Essex cricketers or any of our other athletes around Essex whether they wear contact lenses or whether they've ever had to have any kind of eyesight checks. As Snater is in and driven but stopped short by Parkinson. He's on 21.
Yeah, I believe it's the deception and length obviously being one of the main things. And then if you are slightly late on the ball, as a batter, your natural instinct will be to go back, so you can just buy yourself a little bit more time, but you do it unconsciously and not really obviously knowing that this is because of my eyesight. But apparently that is a bit of a giveaway occasionally. Not saying all the time, but
maybe that's why I never made it as a cricketer then. we'll blame my poor eyesight. Snater in past that pile of sawdust. And Parkinson up on his toes, turns that one into the leg side, and that's chased by Critchley. A ripple of applause around the ground at the end of Snater's over, 138 for 4. Parkinson is on 22, Denley is on 12. There's a couple of drinks being brought on for the batting pair. Sunshine's just gone in again now.
I'm not complaining about it because this commentary box, as Matt Cole and Ben Watts have told me plenty of times, ends up like a greenhouse. So when the sun is shining, this place can get really warm. And I remember, I think last season, it was August, maybe like end of August, it was so warm that we were literally just sweating whilst we were commentating on a game. There was no way out. We had 3 fans on in here, but it just wasn't helping. And yeah, we could have grown some tomatoes.
We're lucky you got the fan on. The one we have in the Essex commentary box is a bit noisy to have on while we're commentating, so it's always interesting during a heat wave.
Well, lucky we don't get too many of those,
Yes.
given the country we live in. As I think we're ready to go. Drinks have been taken and everyone seems to be back in their positions. Beard at the top of his mark is ready to rock and roll. He's got ball in hand now as it's just been flicked to him. I think we should get some more action. As in he comes again from the Nackington Road end, and Parkinson on strike is forward and defends. Back to Beard, who fields off the back end of his follow through. Ball just played to his left.
See, there is someone quite smart to the left-hand side of your car who's got their cover on their windscreen, so their car won't be too hot when they go back later.
Yeah, so I parked towards the bush so I didn't have to face directly into the sunshine. As in comes Beard now, and Parkinson turns his down towards deep square leg. He'll pick up a single. And the score moves on to 138 for 4. yeah, I decided I wouldn't face the sun because my car can get very warm. And the seats are leather, and then you literally end up feeling like you're frying yourself. So,
You need to send someone round to cool it down for you, maybe like 10 minutes before you are meant to leave.
I can actually do that from my phone.
Oh,
I love
this is a very clever car.
It is. I'm learning things about it every day. It's in comes beard now, and this one just back of a length and defended to mid wicket. So yeah, I can like start the air circulation in the car from an app on my phone, and I didn't know about it until like last month.
I was joking, but that sounds great.
I was like, will it just drive for me at this point, because it's been a really long day. So yeah, I'm learning. I didn't even know you could operate a car from your phone. Like, it's crazy. Technology is scary these days. Here's Beard running towards us, and oh, there's a shout here. I think it's going down, and the ball does run down towards the boundary. It's a leg by signalled.
It's kept quite low, that one. We haven't got a benefit of a. Oh, we've got the replay up there. Perhaps might be able to see if that's even on the right channel.
I don't think it is. But I'm going from where we're sat. We don't really have the ideal angle. We're a very, very fine leg. Extremely fine. There's his Beard now at the top of his mark. Denley on strike, who's forward and lets this one go through into the gloves of Pepper outside the off stump.
Just found that gap between Pepper and Harmer and ran away, didn't it? Deviated. I think the answer is no. We haven't.
That is, yeah.
I'll get the replay up on my computer in front of me.
It's Beard to Denley. He taps his bat in. It's forward, and this one just played down to deep square leg. And I'll get a single, and it should also conclude the end of the over, and it does. 144 for 4 Kent, Parkinson on 23, Denley with 13 to his name.
I think that is Shane Snater's work from the pavilion end done for now, because the man removing his jumper and hat is Matt Critchley, so we'll see a bit of spin. See how this pitch plays with the spin this morning. Critchley taking 2 wickets last night, getting Ben Compton, LBW, and Marcus O'Riordan as well. Figures so far: 7 overs, 1 maiden, 19 runs, 2 wickets. An impressive start to the season for Matt Critchley. He was a player of the season for Essex last year as well. Just having a bit of a warm-up with his captain Tom Wesley in front of us. So Kent 144 for 4, Essex looking for their first wicket of day 3. And it's Critchley into Denley. Turns that one towards deep square leg. They'll come through for a single. Bit of encouragement in the field from the Essex players looking for the breakthrough, having posted 591 declared in their first innings. Mainly thanks to that Kent-born man, Jordan Cox. Matt Critchley just pushing Nick Brown further back into the leg side, or see the turn on that one as that bobbles through behind the stumps.
2 slips in place for Parkinson.
Critchley into Parkinson, plays that one back down the pitch to Critchley. And once again, we've just got a bit of cloud cover as Critchley is into Parkinson. Gets forward for that one, decides to scurry through as Pepper chases that one into the leg side. Gets a direct hit, but Parkinson was home.
A bit of a half-hearted appeal there, wasn't it? It was just like, it's hit the stumps and
Yes.
it just faded off.
The jubilation of the accurate throw, but no chance of the run out. 146 for 4. In comes Critchley to Denley, just takes a step back, looking to drive that one through the covers, but a nice stop by Dean Elgar, who just looks at his hand after this stop. It's one of those ones that stings, I reckon, with the pace on that. And Critchley into Denley, clubs that one away up to mid-on, where Shane Snater fields for no run. So 146 for 4. Denley on 14, Parkinson on 24.
Yeah, that one was hit quite firmly, and he's still having a look at his hand actually right now as they make their way through to the next over. It was struck quite hard.
And we should welcome 5 Sport Extra listeners who have joined us here at Canterbury. Victoria Polly from BBC Essex and Nikki Chowdhury with you. Ben Watts from BBC Radio Kent back on commentary shortly. Kent 146 for 4, having resumed on 118 for 4 this morning. It's been wet overnight here in Canterbury, but we have got a mixture of sunshine and clouds.
Here's Beard in now to Parkinson, who's forward and defends to mid-wicket. A bit of bounce from that delivery. Yesterday we saw that the pitch didn't have much in it actually. It was, at some points you could say it was quite comical to see how the ball would literally just die on its way through to the keeper, and especially that area outside the off stump, there was not much on it. Even when we saw Arafat come into the attack for Kent, then he's got a bit of pace on him as well, but he's just decided to use the wicket for what it is and take even more pace off the ball. As in comes Beard now, and this is back of a length, defended to mid-on by Parkinson. So even then, just having to use the pitch as much as you can, because even bowling full throttle on it, you're not going to really get to use it for what it's worth. And it was difficult to bat on unless you had spent a lot of time at the crease, and which Jordan Cox had, and he brought up his double century yesterday, which was really great to watch, and it was a brilliant knock. As in comes Beard now, and this is a short ball. It's back and across by Parkinson, defended. Beard picks up on the back end of his follow through.
Yeah, it's often a batting paradise here in Kent, and I did wonder how well Essex would do with the ball, having posted that score. And they got those 4 wickets late on yesterday to dominate the game, but they do need to follow it up here on day 3.
Here's Beard in again, passes the umpire, and it's a short delivery. It's just defended uppishly into the leg side. It's fielded immediately as well, goes down as a dot in the book. A bit of a half-hearted shriek, would you say, when it was just more of a, oh, that was close, it was in the air, but it wasn't close enough to short leg. And now Dean Elgar has come across to the leg side from Silly Point. We've got 2 short legs on the left side, and this time it's a short delivery, and it's ducked under by Parkinson.
Yeah, the 2 Essex openers, Dean Elgar and Nick Brown, under the helmet close in.
So they always say these positions, especially round the bat, if you're it normally goes like to youngest person in the team. They've got Elgar in.
It's very much the 2 senior members of the team there.
Normally you'll see it's the youngest member of the squad. It's got the lid on, has been given the hard task of being right up close and personal, but it's the other way around here. And we're going to have Beard is going to go round the wicket to Parkinson, who eagerly awaits, and this time he leaves this one alone. It's down the leg side, and it will conclude the over as well. It's a maiden over there from Beard, and Kent 146 for 4.
I'm going to make way for Ben Watts once he's finished his sweet treats over in the corner, and I'll be back with you later.
Thanks, Victoria. You can always guarantee Ben Watts will come to a game with a bag of sweet treats, that is for sure. Sometimes it's chocolate bars. We've had donuts before as well, and what's it today? Pastries. As he gets himself settled in.
Yeah, breakfast. I'm on a bit of a lazy Sunday type breakfast pattern today.
It's 12 o'clock. How can you call that breakfast?
Well, I mean, it's a croissant, but it's breakfast.
Don't have a croissant for breakfast. Well, you have it for breakfast.
Brunch. Critchley to Denley. And he's knocking this one back to the bowler.
But from my experience, I've learned not to talk about food with you because...
Here's Critchley in and bowling. Driven up towards mid-on. They're going to come through for a quick single. The mountain was in quite deep. And Shane Snater at mid-on, almost as if to say, go on, you can have the single. We'd rather bowl at Matt Parkinson. So Denley takes the single on offer, but had to hurry through slightly. Yeah, for the listeners who are unaware, Nikki and I had a falling out over jacket potatoes. As Critchley bowls, it's driven away into the covers when we covered a game at Edgbaston together.
I can still guarantee that if we were to tell the listeners in short about the debate, I would still be right.
Here comes Critchley again. Bowls. Forward comes Parkinson in defence. Okay, in short, we were getting jacket potatoes at lunchtime. I was asked what order I would like my cheese and beans on said jacket potato, and I said, oh, whatever, don't mind. As this one's outside the off stump. Parkinson plays no shot, and Nikki was outraged that I didn't have a set opinion, and it started a quite long debate about which was the correct order. Does that sum it up? Here comes Critchley, defended away by Parkinson, slight inside edge into the leg side, but another dot ball. We've got through an hour of the day's play so far with Kent unscathed. They're 147 for 4, with Denley on 15 and Parkinson on 24. So is that an okay as a summary for you?
Yeah, it's perfect. Couldn't have said it better myself. But everyone got involved, actually. I feel like the whole of Kent had messaged in on that day.
We had, I think, out of the 4 days, maybe even the entire season, to be honest, we had more interaction on the jacket potato topic than anything else.
You got to get things in the right order, otherwise it just doesn't taste the same. As it's going to be Simon Harmer to replace Beard from the Nackington Road end. Now, and we're going to have spin from both ends for Essex. And Harmer just rolling his arm over to mid-off. Loosening up the shoulder before he bowls his first ball of the day. And it's going to be against Denley. Harmer's round the wicket now. Denley's down the track and plays it down to long on. He'll pick up a single.
I can hear the travel jingle in my headphones, which means I better look up the scores from elsewhere for this update. Surrey are struggling a bit, aren't they? Yeah, so an hour gone here at Canterbury, and Kent haven't lost any further wickets from their overnight score of 118 for 4. They've moved very slowly, but on to 148 for 4. Matt Parkinson, the night watchman, is still there on 24, primarily a spinner, but he's doing a good job with the bat at the moment, digging in this situation where Kent are, of course, well behind in the game after Essex put on 591 declared yesterday. That one left alone by Parkinson outside the off stump from Harmer, wasn't far away from the off stump. Joe Denley is still there as well on 16, so these two have batted through the first hour of play, and we'll look to keep batting because Kent are still 443 runs behind in the match. Very much Essex on top, trying to take wickets as Parkinson gets a single to point. Elsewhere, It's Hampshire who were very much on top against Surrey. Surrey 127 all out first time around. Hampshire have moved on to 592 for 6 in that one. And then the Sussex game in Division 2, they made 554 for 9 declared. Middlesex are 100 for 1 in reply. All of those matches, you can listen to them via the BBC Sport app and website.
Shall I let you complete this over?
I might as well finish off this over, shall I, Nikki? And then I could even round up the scores from elsewhere. As Denley comes down the pitch, nudges it into the mid-wicket area, dot ball. Seeing as I've already done half the county championship. So the other game in Division 1, which is still taking place, because of course Durham won by an innings against Somerset yesterday, is Lancashire against Warwickshire. Lancs are 86 for 4. George Bell made 40 but is out. Keaton Jennings has faced 106 balls, the opener, for 17 runs. That's slower than I was batting yesterday. Warwickshire made 284 all out in their first innings, so Lancashire trailing by just under 200 runs. And then, oh no, sorry, there is another game in Division 1, because of course that Worcestershire-Nottinghamshire game, they didn't play on day 1, did they? It looks like it's delayed as well. For the start of day 3, Worcestershire were all out for 80. That's Heaper Mead making 100. Not 2, 3, 4 for 3. So looks like they're off at the moment at New Road. Critchley appears to be remarking out his run-up to come over the wicket here to Parkinson, and then get to Division 2 in a moment as it's flicked away by Parkinson out towards long leg. Ooh. 150 comes up for Kent. Yes, of course, there's also the second one-dayer between England and Pakistan at Taunton.
And it doesn't look like it's extremely cricket-friendly weather down there.
No, it looks a bit drizzly down in Taunton. This is another dot ball from Critchley. Parkinson now on 27 after the 2. So let me just round off Division 2, and then I'll let Nikki talk. Here comes Parkinson. Sorry, Critchley to Parkinson. Plays out towards point. Derbyshire 526 all out at Bristol. Gloucester 325 for 4 in reply in Division 2. Hundreds for Bracey and Van Buren as this one's defended away by Parkinson into the onside to the short leg fielder. At Leicester, the home side, 282 for 5. Century for Hanscom there as this one's tossed up by Critchley and defended away. Glamorgan made 387 all out in their first innings. I think I'm almost there. Yorkshire 43 for 2 second time around. Fairly even after first innings, 362 playing 301 against Northants as this one's softly played away by Parkinson out towards Gully. End of the over. Kent are 151 for 4. Nikki Trowdry, you can turn your microphone back on now.
Oh, thank you.
I've finished my monologue.
Finally, you've given me permission.
I've finished my monologue of the scores elsewhere.
Gosh, I remember doing monologues when I was back at school. It absolutely traumatised me.
As in during English or drama?
Drama.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Drama, because it was a lot of lines to remember. And my brain had very limited capacity.
I think I used to sometimes get, because I did the odd sort of school drama play. You'd sometimes you get those panicky nightmare dreams type thing where you haven't remembered any lines.
Here's Harmer around the wicket to Denley, who plays it off the back foot straight back to Harmer. But yeah, I did enjoy drama. Especially I remember when I was, I think in year 6 or 7, we did the Jungle Book as a play.
Did you?
Yeah.
Nice.
In comes Harmer now, and this is tossed up, and Denley stretches forward and plays this down to long on and take a single. Yeah, I was Baloo. It was brilliant. I was Baloo in the play. I had to sing the bare necessities. And I don't sing, so I'm pretty sure the audience is traumatised by this year 7 kid in a big onesie stuffed with cushions.
Nice.
Yeah. It's a fond memory of mine. As here's Harmer now over the wicket. To Parkinson. It's tossed up and driven forward and fielded at cover.
Yep, so that's why Sports Extra listeners who might have been hoping for action at Taunton are currently with us here at Canterbury because of that delay. Always nice to see Tammy Beaumont back in an England shirt for the one-day series. Having been left out of the T20s.
Harmer in again, tossed up, and Parkinson's forward, defends.
Danny White back in the team today. Missed the first one, didn't she, the one-dayers, through illness. But back in the side for this one. Of course, England won the T20 series 3-0.
Harmer to Parkinson again, and Parkinson's forward drives to mid-off. And yeah, but the weather doesn't look too good. I've just seen a video on social media of Alex Hartley just getting absolutely drenched on the balcony as Harmer's in, and Parkinson again lunges forward in defence, plays it into the offside, and will conclude the over as well. Ken's 152 for 4.
Yeah, because it was the first men's T20, wasn't it, that got washed out?
The first men's T20. I think, was that Edgbaston?
I think it was at Leeds.
Leeds. Oh, it was at Headingley, wasn't it? Yeah.
Then, of course, they won at Edgbaston over the weekend. A couple of wickets for Jofra Archer was the headline, with him being back in the side. 2 for 28. Reece Topley with a 3 for. Moeen Ali got a couple on his hometown ground.
Yeah, it was 1,379 days since his last home appearance for Jofra Archer.
There you go. Good stat. It's just good to see him fit and smiling and enjoying his cricket again. As Critchley, from the pavilion end, fires this one in. Denley's gone after it with a forceful looking cover drive, which he's got a thick outside edge to gully. And it must be said at the moment, Matt Parkinson, the night watchman, looks more comfortable up there than Joe Denley really does. As Critchley bowls to Denley and he clips this one away into the onside. Denley almost just looks a bit frustrated that he's not been able to score a bit more freely than he has. Victoria was talking about the overnight rain that we had here in Canterbury. It's currently pretty nice and sunny, but it just feels like it's slowed up the outfield a bit. There's been a couple of shots that haven't gone all the way to 4 that really look like they potentially deserved a boundary. Parkinson digging in, despite the close fielders in attendance, and that one is a gentle outside edge which drops well short of first slip before falling into his hands on the bounce.
Picked it up really smoothly though.
He's currently down on his knees, the first slip almost suggesting he needs to be a yard further forward. On his hands and knees with the helmet on. This one's driven away by Parkinson up towards mid-off. He's now faced 97 deliveries. That was the scoreboard was quick there. I was waiting for it to update and it had already done it.
Oh, it's so quick.
97 deliveries, Parkinson, for his 27. He goes back and plays this one out towards short cover, where Elgar does the fielding. So there's 2 slips for Critchley. There's a short leg who's in the Parkinson's eye line. He's very much a sort of forward short leg, if you will. As this one is appeal for LBW. It was leg side-ish from the start, and it's dropped away. Fine square on the leg side for a dot ball. So 99 deliveries now Parkinson has faced. 66 overs have gone in this Kent first innings, and 77 more overs are on the minimum requirement for the rest of the day, with Kent's 153 for 4. They are so many runs behind it almost isn't worth mentioning, but it's 438 if you want the specifics, after Essex made 591 declared. Nicky Chowdhury, what was that Jordan Cox innings like to watch on day 2?
Oh, it was absolutely fantastic, and actually, especially the rate he scored at from his 100 to his 200, he just seemed like he was really enjoying his cricket. As here is Harmer, round the wicket to Denley, tossed up, Denley down the track and doesn't quite get to the pitch of the ball and ends up towing it back to Harmer along the ground.
I must admit, it was, as a you know, from a Kent persuasion, that was the fear going into yesterday, that Jordan Cox was going to really kick on.
Harmer in again, and this time played to mid-wicket, who does a fantastic stop, diving to his right. Keeps the runs at bay.
I think it was at tea during the club game I was playing. Said somebody, what's the Kent score? Yeah, Essex have declared on 590. Oh gosh, how many did Cox get?
Yeah, it was a big old total as Harmer's round, and this time Elgar defends into the offside to cover. I think it was actually really great to see the partnership between Snater and Cox as well. Snater, like, there was a point when I think he just thought, you know what, I'm gonna up the antics as well, and it was raining boundaries for a bit as well. As Harmer in, and this one tossed up again, defended with soft hands to mid-wicket.
Always good fun to watch. When you take in a lot of 4-day cricket, you get periods like this where teams are really digging in and blocking.
Harmer in, and this time turned into the gap on the onside, where deep square leg comes in to do the fielding. They'll pick up a single. Score moves to 154.
Yeah, and for Kent fans, that's happened quite a lot this season, because they found themselves behind the 8-ball a little bit in games all too often for perhaps their liking. So they've had to really dig in for a couple of draws.
Parkinson on strike now as Harmer's in and bowls. It's defended back down the wicket, and it will conclude the end of the over as well. Kent 154 for 4.
So yeah, when you get those little passages of play in a 4-day game where actually the batters are on top and they really just start to open up and really, as you say, sort of express themselves and hit a few boundaries, it can be pretty entertaining to watch. There was, one of the stewards was telling me about a rather big 6 from Snater that went over the Cowdrey stand.
It was pretty big. It was quite big. And I think what actually makes it even more commendable is it was actually quite a hard wicket to bat on, because it was so slow, and also the ball was so unpredictable. Some would carry through, some would absolutely die on you. So to be able to have the patience and really there playing each ball on its merit, it was, yeah, really, really commendable innings from Jordan Cox.
Defended away by Denley as Critchley continues. Derek's been tweeting me at Ben Watt Sport, at BBC Kent Sport, at Victoria Polly, at Nikki Chowdhury, for those of us in the commentary box here at Canterbury, if you want to get in touch on X, formerly Twitter. Clipped away by Denley into the onside for a single. The 50 partnership comes up between Denley and Parkinson, and this goes back to what I was saying previously, that Parkinson's actually looked more comfortable out there than the recognised batter, the former England man Joe Denley, who's contributed 19 runs to the partnership, which has been going for 154 balls, and Parkinson's 27 runs have all come in this partnership. He's now faced 100 deliveries, and I'm not sure you'd call him the aggressor in the partnership, but he's certainly faced a lot of deliveries, and Denley really hasn't looked as at his fluent best. But as Critchley bowls, and this one's nudged away up towards mid-on, maybe that goes back to what you were saying, Nicky, about how it's a slow wicket, sometimes a bit of variable bounce. Doesn't make it particularly easy to score quickly on, and as we mentioned about the slightly slow outfield as well, full of delivery, flatter ball from Critchley, which Parkinson jumps forward on the front foot to defend. Feels like we're racking through the overs quite quickly at the moment with double spin in tandem. Critchley from the pavilion end and Harmer from the Nackington Road end. The leg spinner Critchley bowls again, and Parkinson nudges it into the onside. Sprightly fielding from the deepish mid-wicket, and Porter coming in. So I was getting to that tweet, wasn't I? I'll get back to it in a minute. But they, as I said, they're getting through deliveries so quickly. Can't even read out your interactions. As forward comes Parkinson, plays defensively up towards mid-off, and there we go. Another over has been completed. Derek says, cricket apart, it will always have to be beans as the foundation and then smothered in cheese.
Exactly, Derek.
Don't start eating until the cheese has started melting.
Exactly, that was my logic. And it also looks very aesthetic.
Yeah, I think
food tastes better when it looks good.
I think you're probably all right. Just when I was asked the question, I don't think I was expecting,
So much backlash from everyone.
I certainly wasn't expecting that. I wasn't necessarily expecting to be given the choice. Just thought, I'm easy. I'll eat it. Andrew got in touch earlier on, by the way, which I didn't read out. He said, good morning. Touch of Groundhog Day. Kent fighting again to save the game.
Here's Harmer now to Denley, who's forward and gets an outer edge as it runs down towards point.
He said, hoping this will mean another Zach Crawley special later. I'm not sure it's not necessarily a Zach Crawley pitch with it being as slow as it is.
Harmer around the wicket. Men round the bat as Elgar's forward, uses his feet, advances down the track and defends straight back to Harmer.
Crawley yesterday, Nikki, came in, hit a few boundaries, got out. Pretty much sum it up.
Pretty much sums it up.
12 balls for his 16.
Straight to the point. Harmer lofts this one and Elgar uses his feet down the track and turns his down to deep mid-wicket. He'll pick up a single and brings Parkinson on to strike.
Yeah, because of course he was the only one to get out to Sam Cook before he went off injured. 6 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 19. He's not out there on the field today, so we send our best wishes to Sam Cook because of course he's one of those that are really in the mix to be in the England Test picture this summer.
Harmer in and Parkinson lunges forward in defence. 156 for 4. Clear tactic that Essex would like to go round the wicket and create that angle for Denley, and Parkinson, they're happy with just staying over. And he comes again. And this time defended. Straight back down.
Yeah, credit to Essex. They've done, tried all sorts of different tricks to try and make something happen. So far today, different field settings, like you say, over, round.
Just trying to make something happen. As Harmer again passes the umpire, and it's a huge lunge forward as a half-hearted appeal, and it does conclude the end of the over as well. 156 for 4, the score. Parkinson on 27, Denley with 21 to his name.
Yeah, just finishing my point on Sam Cook, it feels to me like if you are looking for a Jimmy Anderson replacement for a home summer,
Matt Cole said exactly the same
he's
thing
the
yesterday.
guy.
Matt Cole, when he started talking about it, you should have seen the grin. Like, I've never seen so many teeth in my life. He was just so happy.
And that's coming from two Kentish commentators talking about the Essex frontline seamer, and we're both saying that he should be in the England team. So if that's not a recommendation enough for another man of Kent, Rob Key, to make that call. Here's Critchley off the back foot. Denley plays it out towards extra cover. Yeah, he got a hat-trick on this ground in the T20 Blast last year, Sam Cook.
Just remembered, we have a really big game on our hands today as well.
Really? Here comes Critchley, defended away into the covers.
If you're a short format fan, it's the IPL final today.
Is it?
Yeah.
Who's playing?
Kolkata Knight Riders against the Sunrisers Hyderabad.
Here it comes. Critchley driven out towards extra cover. Well, I'm very much assuming it's going to follow us on 5 Live Sports Extra later on in the day. Let's see who's going to win that tournament.
My bet is on Sunrisers Hyderabad.
Back goes Denley, cuts it away out towards point. They're going to come through for a single. Do go on, expand.
I was going to say, have you seen the luck that Pat Cummins has brought with him? Everywhere he goes, he takes a trophy. So I just feel like this one he has not yet conquered and achieved. And today he's taken his side all the way to this point. They'll be going up against the Calcutta Knight Riders, who have won two titles previously. But I just think the way things have been going for him, I predict it.
Okay. So Nicky's going for Sunrisers this afternoon. As that one goes past the outside edge. A little bit of turn for Critchley outside of Parkinson's bat through to the wicketkeeper. Takes the bails off, but Parkinson's got his feet firmly grounded. I mean, other than the lucky charm.
It's also the other things that actually being from Calcutta, I don't support the Calcutta Knight Riders.
Outrageous behaviour, Nicky. How could you?
Just don't. I never have.
They've got some other good players though, haven't they, Sunrisers, as Critchley loops this one up. Defended back towards the bowler. Claessen's...
If Klaassen gets going, it's...
up there in terms of power hitters anywhere on the scene at the moment, isn't he? And Travis Head, likewise, at the top of the order. Markram on his day. It's a pretty good looking.
It's a good looking lineup, isn't it?
Yeah, Bhuvaneshwar Kumar. Yeah, that's not a bad side. Obviously, Rajasthan were hurt by the fact that Butler was playing for England, having been so good for them in the group stages.
But he
So
played a good knock for England yesterday, didn't he? So
Indeed. So who's in the Kolkata side?
got what? Andre Russell, Sunil Narayan. It's led by Shreyas Iyer.
Yeah, they got a few as well that can play. Should be a good game.
Should be all kicked off this afternoon as Simon Harmer's just adjusting his field, ready to go. He's going to be bowling to Denley. He's got number 6 printed on the back of his shirt.
Do you know my favourite thing about the IPL is that Mahendra Singh Dhoni's still playing.
It's brilliant, isn't it?
What a guy.
Harmer around the wicket, Denley forward, looks to turn it onto the onside. There's an appeal, but I'm not convinced.
Neither's the umpire. Denley's now survived a couple of big shouts for LBW. The one from Beard, which was very full earlier on. Denley was batting on leg stump. Umpire shook his head, almost deeming that it was maybe missing leg stump. I think possibly ball tracking on a review, if it was available, might have said it was clipping. I think Denley was a little bit lucky.
Harmer in again. Denley uses his feet, gets right to the pitch of the ball.
As for this one, I'm about to look at the replay and I'll give you an opinion in a moment.
Goes down as a dot.
Ooh, okay, so the reasoning will be, I think from the umpire's point of view,
Harmer in now. Denley uses his feet once again, defends straight back down the wicket.
is that possibly Denley has got quite far across and that it's hit him outside the line of off stump. I'm not sure if it necessarily has, but he's...
Again, use of the feet down the track, but it's gone straight to mid-on, so it's not going to trouble the scorers.
He's definitely made it look as if it's a possibility. Whether it was turning too much, I don't know. It's...
But the angle we are at, it's not exactly
yeah, we
the
can't
best
tell.
either.
We can't tell. I'm having to look at replays on the stream to guess that.
Harmer to Denley, round the wicket, comes down the track, lofts over the top of mid-on, and it is going to go all the way down to the boundary. It goes just enough over the ropes as well, actually. Umpire signalled to the scorers. I believe that's his first 6 of the innings as well from Denley. That takes him to 28. It takes Kent to 163 for 4.
I think Denley's just decided he'd had enough of sitting in there in the crease.
He's been trying to
fending it off.
He's definitely been trying to disrupt Harmer's length by using his feet quite a bit. And I think at that point, the first 4 deliveries of that over, he's just dotted it out. And he needs to do something to get Harmer to change his length a little bit as well. And maybe we'll see that now as he's in again. Denley uses his feet and plays this to mid-on, closes the face of the bat, and it does conclude the end of the over. Kent 163 for 4, Parkinson on 27, and Denley with 28. And I believe we might be having a change in the comms box.
Yeah, go for it. We'll get Victoria Polly back in. Thank you to Nikki Chowdhury. She'll be back with us after lunch. And yeah, I think, as Nikki was describing there, Denley was using his feet a fair bit in the over to Harmer. And potentially that, just in his own mind, he got to the pitch of one of them and thought, why not? I'll follow through with the shot. And away it went, all the way for 6, and actually timed it perhaps better than anything he has all day long, Joe Denley. So he now has finally gone ahead of Matt Parkinson's score. Critchley bowling from the pavilion end as Essex continue with their double spin. BBC Essex. Victoria Polly is back alongside me, Ben Watts, for BBC Radio Kent.
Yeah, Kent just trying to take on this bowling now.
Parkinson still digging in, as well. He will have to almost bat this way as a tail ender turned dogged night watchman in this situation. 27 from 111 balls. He's just looking to bat time in the game. be a partner for Joe Denley, who, as we say, has looked not at his fluent best, but that 6 will certainly make him feel a little bit better out there. But at the same time, I don't think Simon Harmer will be necessarily too worried. As Critchley comes right around the wicket, Parkinson goes to fend it off with a pad. It's gone past the wicketkeeper Pepper, and the umpire has actually signalled wides and given 4 runs for it. So Kent move on to 168 for 4.
It seems to take everyone by surprise there.
I think everyone was expecting it to ricochet off Parkinson's pad, and actually his attempt to kick it away failed. And Pepper wasn't able to react behind the stumps. It's Critchley again from a very wide angle coming around the wicket to Parkinson. Digs this one out, back to the bowler. He's got long sleeve jersey on, towel flopping out of the trousers, sunglasses on. Here he comes again. This one's a drag down, and Parkinson has missed out. Pulls it straight to the square leg fielder. That was a T20 game. When it comes to blast time in a few days, that'll be probably going out the ground. It was a bit of a drag down from Critchley. That's a better one. That's nicely driven though by Parkinson out towards extra cover. It's the sort of delivery that in a village game on a Saturday gets shipped up for square leg to take a catch. As batter's eyes light up and then gets it all very wrong. Parkinson turning this one away up towards mid-on. End of another over. Denley's going to get a drink. It looks like he's taken his helmet off. Maybe some fresh gloves. It's actually his nephew Jaden who's coming to have a chat with Uncle Joe. There's Kent's 12th man, or one of the 12th men out there today.
They battered together at Chelmsford, didn't they?
They did. Probably saved the match, really, that partnership between those two in the second innings. Jaden was incredibly impressive, just looked pretty unflappable actually in that sort of scenario. Most teenagers might have crumbled under the pressure, but yeah, he did superbly well.
Simon Harmer's going to continue from the Nackington Road end, so Joe Denley hitting a 6 off his last over. Simon Harmer won't mind that too much, but he will want a reward as he's into Denley. Tries to turn that one around the corner. Big appeal from behind the stumps. Umpire again unmoved. Starting to look a bit more aggressive, this partnership. Having dug in for the morning session here at Canterbury, and comes Harmer, and Denley's across to that one, just pushes that into the covers where it's fielded by Critchley for no run.
Bit of cat and mouse going on between these two at the moment. Harmer against Denley.
Harmer into Denley, takes a shuffle forward and just plays that one back down the pitch to Harmer. Bit of encouragement in the field. We've had a bit of encouragement from the Essex fans who've made the relatively short journey away to our left-hand side as well. As Harmer is in. Again, Denley takes a couple of steps down and he's hit that one through the leg side, and that's gone all the way for 4 runs. Similar area to where he's just hit the 6 in the last over, but Kent move on to 182.
He just did it a bit squarer in the end, didn't he, Denley? And it was slightly longer boundary, sort of a couple of bounces maybe.
Did I say 80?
172.
I meant 72.
One, yeah. It doesn't really matter, to be honest, at the moment, does it? The total. Kent are so far behind Essex, it's almost the only thing that's of note in terms of the scoreboard, is it? Kent are still 4 down as they were at the start of the day.
Tom Wesley's been pushed back out into that area as Harmer is in, and that one's turned into the leg side. Shane Snater scurries after it as they come through for a single. 173 for 4. We've got thunderstorms elsewhere, Lancashire, Warwickshire.
Crikey, there's some bad weather around the rest of the country, that's for sure today.
Harmer over the wicket to Parkinson, who's down to sweep through the leg side for 4 runs. He got down to that one, and again these 2 Essex batters just attacking this Essex bowling, which has been frustrated in the morning session. End of the over, 177 for 4.
Matt Parkinson, that is an outrageous shot. As I say, from a former tail ender turned nuggety number 8, 9, 10, 11. I think he's batted everywhere so far for Kent this season, as well as a night watchman, which he's doing at the moment. Yeah, he's moved on to 31, and at times this morning he has actually played some really nice shots. Has almost looked more comfortable than Joe Denley until he's got a couple of boundaries away in the last 2 overs. But yeah, that's a hard sweep that Parkinson's gone for, and he really got it right out the screws. Lovely stroke from Parkinson, and yeah, I think the cheers we heard were probably from the Kent dressing room balcony after he connected so well with that one to send it away to the rope. You've seen Denley play a couple of attacking shots and thought I fancy joining in.
And the Essex captain, Tom Wesley, just having a conversation with Simon Harmer and Matt Critchley, the 2 spinners bowling in tandem at the moment. I think they're just discussing their options. What can they do to break this partnership and get their first wicket of day 3?
Looks like Critchley is going to continue. Denley cuts hard out towards the sweeper on the offside. Tom Wesley himself is actually loosening up.
I'll just clock that, having a bit of a warm-up. Don't see him bowl too much these days, but it's an option.
Yeah, with his off-spin. Yeah, he's definitely limbering up. He's doing a couple of thigh stretches, doing the big windmills with his arms, now stretching off his back. So perhaps Harmer, who's 18 overs, none for 50, could be replaced in a moment as Critchley bowls to Parkinson. He's lofted that one up, full toss, and driven away, and that's going to go for 4 as well. So Parkinson, with boundaries in back-to-back overs, moves to 35 and back above Joe Denley's score of 34. And the Kent score really now is 182 for 4.
Yeah, I think Tom Wesley's probably just thinking about that different option, considering as well no Sam Cook at the moment.
Critchley in. Parkinson drives square of the wicket. That's a good tumbling stop by the sub fielder. Is that Noah Thane?
That's Noah Thane, yeah, number 8.
Good bit of fielding from him, because again, Parkinson, when that came off the bat so sweetly, he might have been thinking he deserved some runs for it. Critchley, the leg spinner, flatter delivery, just pushed away defensively by Parkinson. I wonder if part of Wesley's thinking as well is, let's just get through some overs, get to the new ball. This one's not really helping us much. 73, almost 74 overs gone in this Kent innings now. Parkinson goes back and actually slices a cut shot wide of the second slip down towards third man for a couple. So City point in front of Parkinson, plus a first and second slip and a short cover at the moment. There's a part of me that I would think, as an Essex player and bowler, that with Kent playing a few shots, they might make a mistake. Here's Critchley, back goes Parkinson, plays off the back foot into the ground as the over ends, and Kent are 184 for 4. Sometimes when a team are just blocking everything and their mindset is totally defence, you think, are we going to get an opportunity here? But once they, Denley's jumping around his crease a little bit or hitting stuff in the air, I don't know, you think, oh, well, actually, he could get one wrong. Wesley is going to, though, bring himself on in place of Simon Harmer. So I guess this goes back to where, say, Dan Lawrence might have been getting a bowl once upon a time.
Yeah, and even towards the end of his Essex career, he wasn't bowling too much with the introduction of the leg spinner Matt Critchley to partner the off spin of Simon Harmer. But Tom Wesley has bowled 6 overs before this Kent against Essex games so far this season, so definitely not as much as we used to see him for Essex. No wickets. And of course, they're without that all-round option of Paul Walter, as Wesley is into Denley. Hits that one up to mid-on for a single, as Wesley just continues to loosen up those arms.
Yeah, it was a low full toss, and immediately decided he wasn't loose enough, having failed to land the ball. But yeah, it'd be interesting to see how this Kent pair play Wesley. Whatever the theory is from Essex point of view, is that they try and be overly aggressive against the part-timer and make a mistake.
As we approach lunchtime, Wesley is into Parkinson. He was low to push that one back down the pitch to Wesley. A bit of applause and encouragement as Wesley is into Parkinson, who turns that one towards Nick Brown at short leg for no run. 123 balls faced by Matt Parkinson now for his 37. In comes Wesley to Parkinson again. Just pushing into the leg side for no run. Remains 185 for 4.
Yeah, he's certainly a character, Matt Parkinson. Really impressive mental toughness to be digging in like this.
Wesley into Parkinson, who just takes a step back. Hits that one into the offside, where Jamie Porter does the fielding. Just the single off that first ball so far in this Wesley over. In comes Wesley to Parkinson. Turns that one past. Short leg, no run. End of the over. 185 for 4. So Tom Wesley's switched things up with the bowling from that end, replacing Simon Harmer. I think we might see Simon Harmer have a go from the pavilion end.
Here we go then, yeah, so that was the thinking then, to swap the ends round for the two spin bowlers. So it'll be interesting if Wesley carries on from the Nackington Road end, or if he puts Critchley on at that end. Maybe he was just using himself to just change things up slightly. So 5 overs to go until the new ball is available. It may well be that we don't get there before lunch, so Essex just changing their field slightly. I was just thinking about Matt Parkinson having, now faced 126 balls. If there's one thing that watching a fair bit of county cricket that I enjoy the most, is watching tail-enders bat. They're always entertaining. Whether they're Shane Snaters all of a sudden deciding, oh, this is actually quite a flat pitch, I might show everybody what I can do. He's probably done it on the nets plenty of times. Denley comes down the pitch, fiddles this away into the onside for a single. But it's just thought, oh, maybe this is my time to play some shots. Arafat Bhuyan, who will probably bat number 11 for Kent in the game against Surrey here, flicked Kemar Roach away for a boundary on the leg side. My co-commentator at the time described it as Viv Richards-esque. As Harmer bowls and Parkinson defends.
There's almost a freedom about it, isn't there?
Yeah, you get those tail-enders that, like you say, will bat with that freedom and play some shots, and then when they do hit a glorious shot, you're like, wow, I wasn't expecting that. A bit like the Parkinson slog sweep in the previous over, just where did that come from? Back he goes and cuts it away into the offside. Although from a bowler's point of view, I think there's far too many tail-enders that can bat rather well these days. You get down to 9, 10 in the order and you think, right, we should be able to skittle these out and get batting. And yet, so often it's very difficult these days because guys work so hard on their technique, these bowlers, and that they can all bat in the modern era. As Harmer, as we're seeing here, trying to dislodge Matt Parkinson, it's defended away. Traditionally a tail-ender, someone who would bat 11 for Lancashire. And he's in danger of going past his first-class best for the second time this year. He defends away that delivery from Harmer. Now he's just nurdled it past the slip. Jordan Cox will chase after it. They'll come back for 2 here. Parkinson wants it.
You've really got to be able to do it all. So much emphasis on being able to bat and bowl.
Flicked away into the onside. Yeah, there's that whole... Previously it was right, two facets of your game need to be good. 2 out of the 3. Fielding, batting, bowling. But nowadays, they can do everything. Parkinson moves to 40, and I believe that's what the applause is for. A new first-class best by my reckoning. I'll double-check that for Matt Parkinson. But I think it was. He got a 39.
Yes,
earlier on in the season.
Yeah.
So yeah, that at the time was a first-class best for Matt Parkinson. He's got another one, and Critchley is indeed going to come on from the Nackington Road end. So Tom Wesley really did just use himself to swap the bowlers' ends over. 14 minutes or so before lunch. The deficit's down to 402. Still a lot of runs. But from Kent's point of view, these two have batted for an hour and 45 minutes on this morning session on day 3.
And they've certainly dug in and started to play some nice shots as well and get rewards for those. As Matt Critchley just continues to have a bit of a warm-up with his captain, Tom Wesley. Joe Denley's just removed the helmet. Probably quite warm out there now. A few more spectators dotted around, lots of sun hats. But a bit of shade as well. Parkinson waits as Critchley is in. That's just pushed back towards Critchley for no run. Parkinson's still got his jumper on though, so. That one's pushed back up the pitch by Parkinson. Nice sounding shot, that one. 189 for 4. bbcscricket@gmail.com, by the way, if you want to get in touch on the email today. As Critchley in his sunglasses is in to Parkinson, who just steps wide and pushes that one into the offside for no run.
Yeah, alternatively, kentcricket@gmail.com.
Critchley into Parkinson is low to that one to push back to Critchley for the 4th dot ball of the over. In he comes again, and that one's left by Parkinson through to Pepper.
Yeah, flatter delivery that one, bowled it a bit quicker. Hence the oohs and ahs from the Essex fielders.
Sun's just gone in slightly as Critchley is into Parkinson, who again is pushing at that one back to Critchley. End of the over, maiden. Kent 189 for 4.
So yeah, just a few more overs now until the new ball is available. Whether Essex can access it before lunch. Possible that they could maybe get one in with the new ball before lunch. I don't think they'd necessarily bother. Doesn't see much point to warm your fast bowlers up just to bowl an over before a 40-minute break.
They are getting through overs quite quickly though with the spinners.
So yeah, our minimum of 66 overs remaining in the day. Could end up being more that they end up bowling. As Harmer tosses this one up, Denley turns it away into the onside for a single. One of those rare occurrences that doesn't happen very often, that we get more overs than are supposed to be bowled in a day of county cricket. Harmer back over the wicket to Parkinson. Short leg and a slip. Orthodox field goes for the slog sweep. And it's gone for 4. Fielder's out there at deep square leg and deep mid-wicket. Shorter boundary towards those spectators in the white seats on the hospital side of the ground. That kind of bridge the Cowdrey and Les Ames stands. That was a very fine shot from Parkinson. He comes forward and plays a soft defensive stroke wide of the slip fielder here to move to 45. And Kent to 195 for 4. So yeah, Parkinson, I mean, they get much better than that. Slog sweep to the boundary. Next ball, single, get off the mark. Get off strike rather, get up the other end. Harmer bowls to Denley. He's coming down the pitch and a bit of a leading edge into the offside. He was definitely not meaning to necessarily play the ball there, but safe enough, no fielder. So Elgar has to retrieve to a wideish mid-off area. And runs off every ball in the over thus far. Harmer's going to continue around the wicket to Parkinson now. He nudges firmly to mid-wicket, and Snater picks it up, no run. Harmer once more comes around the wicket past the umpire on the stumps, but Parkinson pats it back up the wicket and Kent negotiate another over. So 78 gone in the innings. Kent started the day 118 for 4. They've moved to 196 for 4 with 45 for Matt Parkinson, the night watchman. Second time this season he's produced a new first-class personal best score. And then Joe Denley is there on 38, still being outscored by Matt Parkinson, who, up until the Zach Crawley double 100 at Taunton, Parkinson was actually averaging more than Zach Crawley this season, which on the one hand perhaps spoke of how Crawley was a bit out of touch and hadn't quite found his way to a couple of scores, but also said about how Matt Parkinson has actually done pretty well with the bat.
Yeah, he's looked comfortable this morning, played some nice shots. It will be Joe Denley on strike with Matt Critchley bowling from the Nackington Road end, and Denley is forward to the ball, just pushes into the offside. Shane Snater comes across to field, no run.
Does look like Jamie Porter is warming up, in case it is a possibility.
Critchley in again to Denley, back foot this time, and that's stopped by Snater, who's got some assistance from Aaron Beard to prevent any kind of run.
Unless he's just shaking off the shoulders. No, it does look like he's maybe trying to stretch off a calf or something.
Critchley over the wicket to Denley, turns that one into the leg side. Simon Harmer is quick to it this time. 3 dot balls so far from Matt Critchley. And he comes again to Denley, turns that one into the leg side. It's past Nick Brown at short leg, so they can come through for a single. Seven minutes until we're due to take lunch, and yet that is Jamie Porter doing a bit of a hamstring stretch away to our right hand side as Critchley is into Parkinson, who's forward and defending.
Yeah, I think we're going to get to 80 overs before lunch, aren't we? The way that Harmer and Critchley have got through the overs.
And here's Critchley into Parkinson and pushes into the covers, fielded by Snater for no run, so a single off the over, 197 for 4. Parkinson is 45 and Denley 39.
So we were saying a moment ago, what is it worth getting your fast bowler warmed up just for 1 over? Well, Essex are thinking maybe that actually they haven't got a wicket with the old ball, so they want to take the new ball as quick as possible. If you can sneak in an over before lunch, it's almost a no-win situation for Kent against the new ball, whereas Essex can try and put some pressure on. So 197 for 4. With 1 over to go until that new ball is available. Harmer bowling to Denley. Skips down the pitch and defends. Fairly regulation field now with a short leg and 1 slip. Cover mid on, mid off. Mid wicket, some fielders out on that leg side. This one's just nudged into the hands of short leg on the bounce. A couple of fielders on the leg side boundary. I think mid on must be back as well, though I can't see him underneath the overhang of the Frank Willie stand. But there must be a fielder down there. As Denley defends into the onside. Off the back foot this time. No sign of him trying to attack Harmer at the moment. He probably knows that he just needs to negotiate these final few balls and it will be the end of Harmer's spell. Down the pitch he comes again to defend. Out towards extra cover. Harmer around the wicket. Denley forward, almost went to kick the ball away and then decided to use the bat last minute. So 5 dot balls thus far.
Harmer just bringing that fielder who we can't see in slightly. Here's Tom Wesley, the captain.
Oh, there you go. Let's come back into our view. Harmer around the wicket. Denley comes down the pitch and pumps him over that fielder's head. All the way for 6. And that may well be the last we see of that ball. As Kent's 200 comes up. Joe Denley with his second 6 of the day. Moves to 35. No, moves to 40. 45, sorry, they've just updated it on the manual scoreboard. Matt Critchley has got into position, ready to bowl. And no, Tom Wesley's tossed the ball to the umpire. He's tossed it back to him. And we're not going to have the new ball just yet. I really thought the way that Jamie Porter was warming up, they would have gone straight to it right now. And gotten over of Jamie Porter and before lunch.
Yeah, it is Matt Critchley who's in conversation with his captain, Tom Wesley. So it doesn't look like we'll get that change before lunch.
Seemingly not.
Whether that's a change of plan or whether that was what Essex wanted to do all along. It'll be Critchley into Parkinson, who's forward and defending.
I mean, obviously these two bowlers are of immense quality. Not many better spin duos in county cricket.
As Critchley is into Parkinson, who's happy just to push that one back down the pitch to Critchley.
Possibly with the Sam Cooke being off the field situation, Essex might think, is it really worth Jamie Porter bowling an over and getting warmed up and cooled down, etc.
As Critchley is in, and that's through the legs of Nick Brown from Parkinson, but easily fielded by Snater for no run.
Whether they'll get another over in after this one. The way Critchley's bowling at the moment, possibility they could. Matt Parkinson doing a lot of gardening.
In comes Critchley to Parkinson, off the feet, into the leg side for no run. We've tried their options this morning, Essex. We've seen Snater, Beard, Porter, Harmer and Critchley all bowling. As Critchley is into Parkinson, and that one's into the gloves of Pepper. It's Critchley who's got 2 of the wickets. And one for Cook and one for Beard.
Just had a bit of a go at that one, didn't he, Matt Parkinson? A little bit of width from Critchley and did chase it slightly. Going for a cover drive. Parkinson's now coming to have a chat with Joe Denley in an attempt to waste away some seconds. As we come up towards 1 o'clock, we have indeed got to 1 o'clock.
Yes, so I'll get the last ball of Critchley. I'll go and update the BBC Essex listeners as Critchley is in, and that's defended by Parkinson. That's the end of the Critchley's over, and the players will make themselves way off for lunch. 203 for 4.
Thank you very much, Victoria. And thanks very much for tuning in this morning to what has been a good session for Kent after a poor day's cricket for the home side yesterday. Essex very much on top of the game, taking those 4 wickets as well as piling on the runs. But Kent have had a bit of a chance overnight perhaps to reset. And they've had the experienced Joe Denley out there, as well as the fiercely competitive and also extremely experienced cricketer in Matt Parkinson, albeit batting not necessarily his normal suit, but he's arguably been the star man, the night watchman. 45 not out, a new first-class best for him from 149 balls. Denley's hit a couple of sixes as he's really looked to use his feet to negotiate the spin of Simon Harmer. Other than that, Denley was a little bit becalmed at times, but 45 not out for him. So an unbeaten Kent stand that came together late last night has seen through the couple of hours of play this morning. And Kent at 203 for 4 at lunch on day 3. There'll be an update for BBC Radio Kent very shortly, and after that myself, Ben Watts, Victoria Polly and Nikki Chowdhury will be grabbing a lunch, and then we'll be back with you in just over 35 minutes time.
with cricket being the leading sport in Afghanistan, the first change program brings asylum seekers and unaccompanied people together through cricket.
Cricket چې دی ډېر مهم دی د کمیونټیز یو ځای سره ولي او هیله کوو چې کینټ کرکټ ټرست دا چا مدد وکړي چې بېکوره سوي او د سپورټس د وجې سره یو ځای خلک سره راولي.
Playing cricket has a positive impact on mental well-being. It heals and brings people together.
We're first in the UK for graduates in employment, and your university experience will be full of firsts too. Whatever they are, at Canterbury Christchurch University, you'll be perfectly placed for success. Join us at the beating heart of opportunity.
The 50 Overs Project runs some events that allow people to get active, get out of their homes and to meet new people and come down and watch the cricket. Kent Cricket Community Trust captains Phil Gallagher and Ben Roddy joined the walking cricket session to learn more about walking cricket. It's cricket at a slow pace and it's fun, and it's for people who are looking to get active and to enjoy some time and to make some new friends and to get out the house.
We all want to leave a lasting impression, so we pile on the pressure. Our primary mission is for you to fulfill your ambition, work towards your true purpose. See, a lasting impression can be easy to achieve. All it takes is to reimagine what it means to succeed. And with a little support and the guidance you need, we can work towards a brighter future together.
Why when I played squash with a friend of mine, she was women's one. For the start of the afternoon session, Kent Cricket would like to acknowledge our partners. Black Opal Travel Group, major sponsor of our men's first class team. W.W. Martin, major sponsor of our men's one-day cup team. Shepherd Team, our official beer supplier, major sponsor of our men's vitality class team and of the Spitfire Ground subproducts. Barracks Motor Group, our official training kit partner. Castor, our official kit supplier. Ladies Executive Travel Limited, our official travel partner, and our official charity partner for the 2024 season, Porchlight.
So you said £73?
Yeah. At Cambridge, we stand against all forms of discrimination, and there is no place for it in our sport. We will embrace and celebrate differences everywhere, knowing that with diversity, we're stronger. We're dedicated to raising the game. If you witness it, challenge it, call it out. Here at Cambridge, you can report an issue or concern by alerting a steward or via our text to report.
Welcome back for the afternoon session on day 3 here at Canterbury between Kent and Essex. We have sunshine again, but during the lunch period we did have a brief shower. It started off as a couple of drops, but we did end up having the ground staff running on and getting the covers on the pitch for a short time. Didn't last long though. Sun is back out, and so are the players and the umpires. I'm Victoria Polly from BBC Essex. Ben Watts from BBC Radio Kent also here, and Nikki Chowdhury is back with me on commentary. It was a bit random, wasn't it, that rain shower?
It was so bizarre. We went to get our lunch from the media box and it was nice and sunny on our way out, and then once we got our lunch and were making our way back, it just started to drizzle, and we were like, oh, maybe it's just passing, which it was overall, but once we got back into the commentary box, it really did start to get heavy, and then we saw all the groundsmen just leg it to go get the covers on. And I think Dean Elgar also came back outside. He left his pads and some of his equipment outside to dry in the sun, which obviously disappeared for that brief interruption, but it all seems to be good okay at the moment.
There's a couple of spectators who've got their camping chairs almost directly opposite us, and they braved it. They sat there, they had their umbrellas up, and thankfully now they've been able to get rid of them. The sun hats are back on, and they will be bathed in sunshine for this afternoon session. Joe Denley and Matt Parkinson making their way back out to the crease. Kent to resume on 203 for 4, having managed not to lose a wicket in that first session of day 3, starting on 118 for 4 this morning. Both 45 not out at lunch. Essex frustrated with the ball, not able to find the breakthrough and get a wicket. They're huddled away to our left-hand side at the moment, discussing tactics for this afternoon session. But Joe Denley and Matt Parkinson biding their time in that morning session, and Joe Denley just starting to take Simon Harmer's spin on, hit a couple of nice boundaries, and Matt Parkinson with his career best score at the moment, having posted 39 as a career best earlier on this season. Looks like Shane Snater will be the man to open the bowling for Essex after lunch, and has taken the new ball as well. We did wonder whether Essex would do that before we had the break for lunch, but they elected to stick with the spin of Simon Harmer and Matt Critchley. But important session coming up for Essex.
Extremely important session, and hopefully now the new ball's been taken that they can pick up a couple, but these two batters have got themselves pretty set now. Out in the middle is just about playing off the new ball once again. Snater's just giving himself a quick warm-up.
And it tells you how patient they've had to be that Matt Parkinson has scored 45 off 149 balls. Denley 45 from 94. It will be Denley on strike for the first ball after lunch. Shane Snater just loosening off the hamstrings. His shirt, the number 29, just billowing in a bit of breeze. And he will bowl from the pavilion end. Denley on strike, waits, and comes Snater. And that one's jabbed into the offside for no run, first ball after lunch. You were after a jacket potato for lunch, weren't you?
I just think in this sort of weather, if I'm doing commentary, a jacket potato would just be ideal.
Yeah, healthy, filling, ticks all the boxes.
It used to be my go-to lunch at school.
Mm.
You can't go wrong.
I won't get into the debate about the cheese and beans.
Oh, we're not going there. That boat has long sailed.
Second ball then of Shane Snater's over, and he comes past the umpire over the wicket to Denley, who just moves the bat out of the way, leaves that one through to Pepper for no run.
We had a nice sandwich instead.
We did.
Although I'm not actually a huge bread eater. I don't eat a lot of bread. It's like when it's the cricket season, then obviously sandwiches are just...
It's a staple of a cricket tea, isn't it?
It is.
A sandwich. Yes, I'm with you though. I wouldn't necessarily make myself a sandwich for my lunch, but if it's on offer, I'll probably eat it.
I don't remember the last time I went and put some bread in the toaster to make some toast.
Snater is into Denley. He's defending that one for no run. Matt Critchley's got his sun hat on now as well. Yes, I probably would be more likely to make some toast than I would a sandwich, but that's often because, this might be controversial, but I freeze my bread. So, I've got to make it last longer.
Ooh.
So if I'm not organised enough to defrost, then I'll probably just make toast rather than wait for it to defrost and use it in that way. It's blown your mind there. Snater moving into Denley. He whips that one into the leg side. No run because Brown is across to collect from mid-on.
How long does that last you if you freeze your bread?
Probably weeks to a month.
Wow.
Don't get through a lot on my own, so...
Yeah, I just don't eat that much bread. I just rather have something else, and I'm not sure. Unless it's like a different type of bread. I like experimenting with exotic breads.
We'll come back to exotic breads as Snater is in to Denley, who's driving that one into the covers, but straight to the fielder for no run. Exotic bread as in?
Okay, so I like the selection that you get with Indian breads. You get your naans, you get your rotis, you get your parathas, you get that selection. But then you also get Turkish breads, you get Arabic style breads. I just it's something different. Ooh. Just a loaf of bread doesn't excite me.
I can understand that.
I'd probably rather have a salad.
And that's where we differ, I think. As Snater is into Denley, and that one's just moved past the bat through to Pepper. Nice line and length there from Snater, who has started the first over after lunch with a maiden. Kent 203 for 4.
Good first over there from Shane Snater as he's taken the new ball. Just a little bit of movement. You can see just a bit of cautiousness from Denley as he played that first over after lunch. I'm still taken aback by this whole freezing of the bread thing. Now, I'm starting to wonder, are you someone who keeps the ketchup in the fridge?
No.
Oh.
It's
that's
more
another huge debate, isn't it?
Yes, yeah, and but I probably would keep mayonnaise in the fridge rather than ketchup.
Oh, okay. Wow. Eggs in the fridge? Eggs not in the fridge?
Eggs in the fridge.
Eggs in the fridge. Chocolate in the fridge or not in the fridge?
Chocolate in the fridge in summer.
In summer. Oh. Ben Watts is giving me a big thumbs up saying it definitely belongs in the fridge. Chocolate. Well, I beg to differ as in comes Porter now to Parkinson, who's forwarding. It's an outside edge as it runs down towards third. They'll pick up a single. He's played that with soft hands. He did a good job. Otherwise, that would have potentially carried. Well, in the summer, chocolate in the fridge, and then in the winter, it's not in the fridge.
It is nice in the fridge, though.
No, but sometimes it gets too hard, right? And then you can't have it immediately.
Yeah, and you don't want it in there for too long. You don't want to lose any of the taste.
Yeah. But that's why they make chocolate differently in hotter countries, don't they?
Not as good.
Oh, I love it. As in comes Porter once again, and Denley's forward, drives with a straight bat to mid-on. Oh no, I quite like having chocolate in a different country. It's different, especially if it's from a hot country, because I don't know what they add. I don't know the details, but they put something in it just so it actually stays firm and doesn't melt in the heat. But it actually tastes really nice.
Yeah, it's nice to experiment, isn't it, when you go away and try different things.
Porter at the top of his mark from the Nackington Road end is in, and Denley's forward and flicks into the onside. And take a single. It goes to the man out in the deep, and that brings up a 100-run partnership between the pair, Denley and Parkinson. Denley 45 to his name, Parkinson with 46, and Kent at 205 for 4.
Yeah, Jamie Porter, we thought we might see him just before lunch. He was stretching off. But Essex have waited, and I think that it'd probably be the best bet for a breakthrough, but we'd have to break this solid partnership that we've seen build.
Porter in again, and Parkinson looks to turn this down. And there's a half-hearted appeal, but I think that's clipped him on the thigh pad.
Yeah, he's got a far forward as well.
It's fascinating what people do with their food, right?
I'd say the bread is more from a point of view of
Just to make
to
it last
keep it.
longer.
Yeah, otherwise if I bought a loaf of bread and didn't get through it in the week, it'd be a waste.
And bread goes off really
Yeah.
quickly. Porter in again. Parkinson's forward and drives with a full face of the bat straight back to Porter. Aggressively pretends to pick the ball up and shy it back towards Parkinson. Just sense a little bit more passion.
Yeah, re-energised perhaps after lunch and motivated to try and break this partnership.
Maybe they all had a jacket potato and they're all full of energy as in strides Porter now. And oh, this one's got a bit of a height, back of a length, and it's got Parkinson on the thigh, I believe.
There's quite a lot of pain there to get him tangled up.
It doesn't look so comfortable, but it does conclude the end of the over. Kent 205 for 4, second over after lunch.
Yeah, Jamie Porter just trying to put a bit of pressure on this Kent partnership. 205 for 4. There's a bit more of a breeze around now. Dean Elgar's just had a jumper ball out to him. Shane Snater will continue as Tom Wesley, the captain, does a bit of stretching. We saw him bowl that one over before lunch, but that was just to switch around the ends that Harmer and Critchley were bowling from when we had spin in tandem for the Essex attack. Is Snater though, bounding in over the wicket to Denley. Denley clips that one off the legs. It's fielded in the deep as they come through for a single. He moves on to 47. Just going to meet in the middle with Parkinson and just have a quick chat, do a bit of gardening. A few more people set up camp away to our right hand side. A few strolling around as well after lunch, taking a bit of a walk as Snater is into Parkinson, who it's this one wide of mid-on. Nick Brown is jogging after it as they come through for another single. 207 for 4.
It's been signalled a no ball as well.
He'll have to bowl.
Just had a slip taken out and put in at short mid-wicket.
It's Denley waiting for Snater. Denley on 47. In comes Snater. That one's wide of off stump and left alone by Denley. 209 for 4 with that no ball call.
And with that delivery, you can just see what we were talking about yesterday and what we've seen over the last couple of days is that did stay quite low as it went through to the gloves of Pepper, and There's a little bit of carry because we've got the new ball. It's a bit harder, it hits the surface a little bit better, but just glimpses of the slowness on this track.
In comes Snater, bowling to Joe Denley. Denley middles that one, straight to Dean Elgar though, who's quick to whip it back in to Pepper behind the stumps.
Just the slip in place for Denley. We've got a point cover, short extra cover, mid off. And someone's just blocking the vision of Joe Denley as the umpire signals behind the side screen telling someone to get out of the way.
Snater is into Denley, and he gets low for that lovely drive through the covers. That's going to go all the way to the boundary. Is the longer boundary, but he's bisected the fielders. It's a 4 for Joe Denley, and that brings up his 50 as well from 106 balls. An important partnership he's built for Kent, who move on with the score as well to 213 for 4.
Great shot there from Denley, as with the new ball it's just slightly easier off the bat as well. The harder the ball, the harder it comes off the bat, and it was well played through the covers.
He's on 51 as Snater is in. That one's wide of the off stump again, keeping Glow left alone. Joe Denley, there was times this morning Ben Watts said that Matt Parkinson had looked more comfortable. We've seen some lovely shots as well from Joe Denley, and that was a stylish one to bring up his half century.
Yeah, from all the shots in the book, I'd say a drive-through cup was probably definitely within your top 4. Top 4, top 5? Has to be.
Just very aesthetically pleasing. As Snater is into Denley, plays that one off the feet. Into the leg side, fielded by Elgar for no run, and that is the end of Shane Snater's over. Kent 213 for 4. Joe Denley brings up his half century during it.
It's extremely well fielded by Elgar, actually, that last delivery. Don't think we've given him enough credit for it. So it hit quite firmly, and it all happened so quickly. Just got low to his left, got a hand on it. Otherwise, I think that was going to be making its way down towards the boundary.
He just came across as well to give some words of encouragement to Shane Snater. Dean Elgar, senior figure within this Essex side, and obviously huge leadership abilities and experience to help what is already a vastly experienced leadership team with Tom Wesley as Essex captain.
He's gone into his position at first slip as in comes Porter now, and Parkinson's forward turns this into the onside. Fielded athletically at short mid-wicket.
Yeah, a bit more energy in the Essex field. They perhaps just before lunch were frustrated, and there's certainly a big hour now after lunch for them, but it's been a big moment for Joe Denley and Matt Parkinson alongside him.
Porter in now, Parkinson's forward and defends to mid-on. Yeah, definitely, especially after lunch, after you've had a break, just be looking to really make sure that concentration is back to where it was, and it can be a little bit distracting to get back on track. Plus, with the new ball being taken, really got to be sharp, on the money. And these two will just be making sure now that they don't really give it away. They've worked so hard, they've built this partnership. And in comes Porter now, and Parkinson turns this uppishly. Ooh, this is just short of the man at square leg, who dives to his left, but I just think it's just a little bit short on him. But they'll pick up a single in the process, but it's hands on heads. There's some teapots amongst the fielders now. That was a close call.
Yeah, Noah Thane got across to it and got down because it was with a low trajectory. He did well to stop it, but not enough that he could get hands to it and have any kind of celebration.
Some adjustments being made in the field now. Second slip's been taken out and put into another short mid-wicket. And we're ready to go again. Denley on strike. And it's forward and defends to cover. Just bowling that very straight line. And it's Porter getting the batter to play. And hopefully ending up making a mistake. It was close to a mistake in the last delivery from Parkinson. He managed to get away with it and scurry along to the other end. And as a batter, you're probably happy that you managed to get off strike. In comes Porter, Denley's forward, full face of the bat, and drives to mid-on.
Yeah, first real chance for Essex. That hasn't been an LBW shout. Managing to get the ball played in the air with an opportunity. The ones we have seen in the air have been ones that have gone all the way for 6. So perhaps just a bit of promise shown there.
Porter at the top of his mark at the Nackington Road end, runs in, sunshine beaming, and this one, that's 2 straight, and this is flicked away. And will it go all the way? It might not go all the way. It's some good work out in the deep, but they will pick up 3. It was a close one, but it was hit quite wide of mid-wicket. And that will conclude the over as well. Kent are 217 for 4 at the end of the over. Parkinson with 48, Denley 54.
Yeah, good ground covered in the deep by the teenager Noah Thane out there. Just slowed up as well in the outfield, so he was able to get around, stop it just inside the boundary and prevent the 4 runs. Essex are going to continue with Shane Snater. We had that brief shower at lunch, but that hasn't affected any play here. There's still rain around elsewhere, including in that women's one-day international between England and Pakistan. Also, Worcestershire and Nottinghamshire haven't got on yet, with rain around at New Road and in Division 2 as well. Gloucestershire against Derbyshire has been affected by rain, as Wesley and Snater just in discussion on the pitch in front of us. So we'll go through some of the other scores around the county championship as well. Keep an eye on Essex and Kent women, who are due to play T20 in Colchester today, as Snater is in to Denley. Looks to cut that one. Not timed.
Did they get started at all on the women's ODI?
Yes, they did. Pakistan 29 without loss. 6 overs played.
Yeah, I've seen some photos on social media. It doesn't look pleasant. It looks quite aggressive, the weather down in Taunton, if I'm honest with you.
You're hoping for better weather in Chelmsford on Wednesday when that series arrives in Essex. Snater is into Denley. And that one, he was coming forward to play at that, through to Pepper behind the stumps.
Are you going to make your way up to the ground?
I am. I'm going to pop down and soak up the atmosphere. Always really well attended whenever England women play in Chelmsford. Over the past few years, become a real home from them, and it was always nice to hear how much they enjoy playing at Chelmsford. So we'll pop in. No tickets are selling well. 217 for 4 here. Kent, as Snater is in, wide of off stump, through to Pepper. The hardest bit will be that on BBC Essex we have Around the Wicket, our cricket show, which is on a Wednesday between 6 and 7, so I won't be able to stay down at the county ground for the whole day because I will have work to do and a show to do, but I'll...
Oh, do you present the show?
I do, yes.
Oh,
so I will have to get back to the studio for that.
I like the name Around the Wicket.
It's not what Shane Snater's doing at the moment, though. He's over the wicket to Denley, who leaves that one through to Pepper.
And what do you guys chat about on the show then?
We talk about all things cricket in Essex, basically. We reflect on whatever's going on with the county championship team, but we also follow the Sunrisers, who are our women's elite team for the region, and Essex Women, exciting time with the announcement that we'll have a professional team in the county next year. And we check in on all the local club cricket as well, follow our local leagues in Essex, as Snater is in to Denley. Again, that one's left by Denley through to Pepper, comfortable leave.
Sounds like a lot of work required in the background to get all the information, and yeah, nice though, so everyone can be filled in with their weekly cricket dose, what's happened, one place to go.
And there's always something going on, even though with the club cricket, we've had quite a bit of disruption with the weather. Some teams have barely managed to get a game in yet because of how wet the grounds have been, but you can always find a cricket story. Snater is in, and Denley tries to whip that one away, mistimes it, and it's through to Pepper, who has to tumble away to his right-hand side to stop that going anywhere. Maiden over from Shane Snater. It remains 217 for 4.
Yeah, quite a few of these cricket shows being popping around up and down the country. It's quite nice to see, actually.
Yeah, and it's nice to keep in touch with what's going on, not just with professionally, but to be able to follow the rest of the cricket. And I always say on the programme that it's not always about the cricket itself, and it's about the people who love the game and do the things you don't see to make the game what it is. I particularly think that within club cricket you get people putting in hours and hours of work, voluntary time to make grounds playable and do all the work that needs to be done to ensure games get on, and it's a chance to celebrate some of that as well, I think.
Here's Porter now, over the wicket to Parkinson, who's forward. Well, this is kind of nip back at him, and the finger goes up. That is him done. Porter's absolutely hit the nail here with that delivery, and Parkinson is going to have to depart for 48. He's played a good knock.
That's a real shame for Matt Parkinson, because he looked so good this morning. They've built this partnership between him and Denley, a career best score for him, and it would have been really nice to see him make his half century, because I think he's really deserves it with the way he's played. 158 balls, so patient at times, and he'll be really disappointed, I'm sure, to have come in at night watchman when Kent really needed him last night to just steady things and stick around, and he's done that, and he's added to the score. He's played really nicely. So disappointing for Matt Parkinson from a Kent point of view, but from an Essex point of view, I said it was a big hour after lunch for them. That's what they needed. They needed to break this partnership. If anyone was going to be able to do it, it would be Jamie Porter. We've seen him do that a couple of times. There've been the half-hearted LBW appeals that we've seen. We're not quite in line to be able to really judge things, but that will give Essex a bit of confidence, and they'll just need to be careful that they don't get another partnership building that they then have to tire out the bowlers trying to break.
I think they set him up brilliantly there, actually. Parkinson, just over the last few overs, especially against Porter, has been really trying to access that leg side and clip it away. And I think with that shot, it is something that you have to be really careful for. Should it not exactly be the right line, you could get yourself trapped. And he unfortunately did there in that scenario. But nonetheless, we now have Harry Finch to come out in the middle. He's going to be joining Joe Denley. Kent 217 for 5. That flick off your pads it's a lovely shot, but it's always something you've got to really be controlled about in terms of you're not getting greedy. And they set him up nicely. The lines Porter was bowling, he kept at it. He got clipped away a few times, and then Parkinson hit one uppishly, and we saw that just land short of square leg. And then this time, maybe just going slightly too far across himself, and he's been sent back after scoring 48. It's going to bring Harry Finch on to strike, facing up against Porter, who's ready to go at the top of his mark, runs in from the Nackington Road end and pinches forward, defends firmly into the offside. Essex have just brought the field in a bit as well now for the new batter.
Yeah, a bit of noise, bit of encouragement. 29 wickets now for Jamie Porter this season. Puts him back level with his good mate Sam Cook.
Two short mid-wickets in place as Finch is eagerly awaiting in his stance as forward drives to mid-off. Doesn't quite time that well, gets a little bit of the toe end of the bat. They're just easing off now. Some of the fielders just giving themselves a couple of paces as I believe they'll probably try to keep bowling at Finch. That would be the aim. He's the new batter in. He hasn't faced as many deliveries as Denley, who's faced 117. In runs Porter now. Finch is forward and this one stays low and Finch does a good job, defends, watches the ball. The sun is shining here now at the Spitfire Ground in Canterbury. I feel like we had some more spectators come through as well, maybe just after lunch, joining us on their Sunday afternoon. As Porter makes his way back to the top of his mark now. And Finch is forward and defends, shuffles a little bit in his defence as it's fielded at cover.
Yeah, he does have a half century to his name already this season. Harry Finch scored 54 in that first game against Somerset. Didn't do anything when Essex and Kent met at Chelmsford though.
Well, he's on strike now to Porter, who's in, and Finch defends. Straight back to Porter, does the fielding off his own bowling and then gives the ball a flick to his teammate as it's a wicket maiden from Jamie Porter. It concludes the over, 217 for 5. Who just lost the wicket of Matt Parkinson. He's gone for 48, trapped LBW by Porter. And got a new batter, Harry Finch, at the crease, joining Joe Denley, who's on 54.
Commentary for you from BBC Essex and BBC Radio. Kent. Essex striking with the new ball after lunch, having had to struggle through a wicketless session this morning. Parkinson and Denley with the partnership. Now Harry Finch in to join Joe Denley, who's on a 54. Shane Snater to continue from the pavilion end with the sunshine around Canterbury. In comes Snater to Denley, who drives that one up to mid-on. Nick Brown does the long barrier and gives the ball a bit of a shine.
Try and shine the new ball as much as you can.
Yeah, I want to back that one up now. Snater turns on his mark and moves past the umpire into Denley. He leaves that one wide of off stump. Now 119 balls faced by Joe Denley for his 54 runs. Bring Ben Watts from BBC Radio Kent back in after this over and get his thoughts on that Matt Parkinson innings, because it's really impressive from him.
Who's swapping for the commentary box change?
I will make way, I think, probably. Sounds about right, doesn't it? Snater into Denley, plays that one with a straight bat. Again, it's back up to Nick Brown at mid-on.
Don't really have a rotor here, do we? We just kind of go with the flow. It works out all right.
And just keep moving round.
It's like musical chairs, isn't it?
I don't know how I manage it. I almost managed to acquire quite a lot of paperwork and stuff, and then take me at least a couple of minutes to get out the way. 3 dot balls so far from Shane Snater, who's in again to Joe Denley. Denley drives that one straight back past Snater, and that's going to come all the way to the boundary just in front of us for 4 runs. Nicely timed by Joe Denley. He moves on to 58.
There's a beautiful drive there from Joe Denley. Full face of the bat, straight past Snater, and beats both the fielders who even looked at it, and they tried to chase it, but the ball was just in its own mind. It went straight down towards the boundary, and it came off the bat so sweetly.
It was almost more of a jog to know that they were going to have to come and retrieve it from the other side of the boundary rather than trying to sprint to keep it in, as Snater is into Denley, who shapes to play that one, passes the outside edge of the bat and through to Pepper, and Snater's disappointed with that.
It's a better length. The last ball was a bit full. Denley managed to get right on top and play it back down the ground, and this one Snater just changed the length, just brought it back a couple of inches, and then you can see just got Joe Denley in 2 minds on whether you should play at it or not. It's probably better off just trying to keep it there.
It's just that boundary for Denley so far off this over as Snater is in. That one's left by Denley through to Pepper. 221 for 5. Denley on 58. And I will make way for Ben Watts.
Thanks so much, Victoria. We'll hear from you again very shortly. Have constant changes in the comms box, and having a change of ends at the end of the over as well here at Canterbury. It's going to be Finch on strike, still yet to get off the mark. Kent 221 for 5. Essex will be looking to try and keep bowling at Finch. He's the new batter in. They've got the new ball. Try and see if you can get him to make a slip or a mistake, because as per my discussion with Matt Cole yesterday, Ben, we were figuring out where the fielders got their names from. And Slip Fielder, if you didn't know, was named after thinking that if the batsman makes a mistake or slips up, it will be hit to slip. As
really?
In comes ball to now to Finch, who's forward and opens the face of the bat, runs us down towards third. We'll pick up a single, brings Denley back onto strike.
I genuinely never knew that.
We did a bit of searching and we found the explanation for pretty much most of the fielders. So, and of this one, which Matt and I pretty much guessed, was anyone round the bat. If you're a silly point, if you're a silly something, it was pretty much named because it's an awfully silly position to be in because it was so close to the batter.
Yeah, I mean that makes sense. But the slip one, I didn't know.
Here's Porter in now, and Denley turns this off his hips down towards deep square leg. Takes a single. Score goes to 223 for 5.
Denley, interestingly, is actually on a run of 3 consecutive half centuries now, because he got 61 and 67 against Somerset in Kent's defeat at Taunton. Currently 59 not out.
To be in the runs, eh?
They say when you're in form, you've got to do everything you can to keep hold of it.
Finch on strike now. It's forward and defends to cover off the front foot.
It's a bit of a Daniel Bell-Drummond saying that one, and actually he's pretty good at doing so, having scored a half century in every game so far this season, minimum half century in every game so far this season. So put him down for 50 in the second innings.
It's a weird one though with cricket, because you can never really find form. Like, you don't really know what, but you just got to keep trusting the process. And
where does one find?
Where do you find form? Just add to basket. As in comes Porter now, and Finch is forward and drops us softly into the offside. Looks to jet off, but it's fielded swiftly at point.
Like you would say, what's the phrase? The harder I work, the luckier I get. Sometimes it purely is just from good practice and working hard, and the runs will finally come for you if you're in a little tough spot.
Where do you find form, eh? As in runs Porter now from the Nackington Road end. Finch is forward and this time defends back towards Porter.
Harry Finch has struggled a little bit at times this season. Was only averaging 23 with that 1/2 century that Victoria mentioned. So he's probably one that has been asking himself that question. Although recently got a 48 not out in the draw here against Worcestershire.
Here's Porter in now to Finch, who turns this into the leg side. He'll get a single as deep square leg makes their way in from the extremely long side of the boundary here at Canterbury. And it does conclude the end of the over. Finch keeps strike, can at 224 for 5.
.367. The deficit. Still a long way to go.
A long, long way to go.
Just going back to that Worcestershire game here at Canterbury. The visitors made 600 for 7 declared, so pretty much what Essex did. Jack Leaning got 179 for Kent to help them make 407 all out before Kent batted it out in the second innings. So from the home side's point of view in this one, they'll hope that this match ends up playing out in a similar way, albeit not sure who's going to be the... you'd have to say it's probably going to have to be Joe Denley to get the big score if Kent are going to make 400 in this innings. As Aaron Beard comes into the attack for Essex from the pavilion end. That's a full delivery, pleasantly driven by Harry Finch. In fact, he's hit it too well because Tom Wesley's picked the ball up quick enough after Finch had timed it nicely up towards him that he's not been able to get through for a single.
Tough problem to have, right? I've hit the balls too well.
I'm timing
Keep middling the ball.
Timing the ball too well today. Just keep hitting it straight at those pesky fielders. Beard bowls. Defended away by Harry Finch. Victoria's nipped out of the commentary box. I was going to have a word with her about the weather in Colchester, because Kent were meant to be playing Surrey in a T20 or something, or Kent were playing Essex in a T20.
I think they're playing against Essex and someone else, because Surrey are playing today against Middlesex and Hertfordshire.
Okay, so yeah, Kent are playing Essex and Suffolk then at Colchester, but the weather's not very good.
Nor has it been at Mill Hill where they're due to play.
Glorious here at Canterbury at the moment. Sunshine, blue skies. Harry Finch driving back to the bowler. And a good pick up from Aaron Beard in his follow through.
Yeah, I've been sent a photo. They haven't actually got on to play at the moment at Mill Hill because this is the current situation of the ground.
Oh no.
So without any groundsman at the ground as well.
That's not the sort of damp you want on your wicket.
Yeah, it's completely soaked at a length and halfway down the wicket. There's patches and they're just having to leave it to the wind to dry it on its own.
Beard bowls and Finch from underneath his eyes just defends away into the offside.
So no cricket's been played there yet.
Yeah, that's not looking particularly ideal, is it?
No, it must be quite frustrating as well. Especially given it such an early start for the girls too.
Beard short ball, punched off the back foot by Finch. That was nicely played. Good balance at the crease, and he finds Jordan Cox in the deep. Single taken. Jordan Cox, of course, is not keeping at the moment due to a finger injury that he picked up in the 100 last year. So he's finding himself cutting a slightly lonely figure at the moment at deep cover. Aaron Beard is running in, coming wide on the crease. Back of length delivery, which Joe Denley steers off his hip. Out towards square leg for a single. Looks like a sub-fielder is coming on here. Feroz Kushi wandering on. I think it might be Cox actually, who's going to wander off, is it? Just seeing Tuanamiye come on with a drink for Joe Denley as well.
He's been out there a while, hasn't he? Good partnership with Parkinson. He's on 60 now. As batters get back to their position. Finch making his way to the non-striker's end. Just using his bat to scrape away any loose spits that may be on the pitch.
I was going to say, does any of this, none of the sort of scorecard apps, do any of them actually have the minutes that the batters are at the crease for? Like you say, Denley has been out there since late last night.
He's on strike now, taps his bat as he awaits a Porter who's through, and this one turned into the onside. Mid-wicket dives to their right, stops the ball. Slip in place, point, cover, mid-off, mid-on, 2 short mid-wickets. And a deep square leg and a long leg in place for Porter, who's at the top of his mark and is ready to go. Turns as he comes in to bowl to Joe Denley, who's forward and leans in to this defence as the ball's picked up at cover. So tell me about this game yesterday. You played a match?
Yeah, I mean... Yeah,
that doesn't sound very encouraging.
Yeah, the less said about it, the better.
I'm going to have to hear about it now, but first this delivery from Porter. And Denley's forward and turns us down towards a long leg. It just nips back at him. And he'll take a single. Kent moved to 227 for 5 and brings Finch onto strike. So what happened?
We came second.
You came second?
Yeah.
Is that a really nice way of saying we got absolutely pumped?
Yeah, but like 100 runs, yeah. Unfortunately, we didn't have loads of batting yesterday. So,
what did you do?
I blocked it for a while and then got out.
Just
and
taking
then,
inspiration from the
and then
county
so did everyone
championships.
else, yeah, pretty much.
The blocking part for sure. Playing long periods, just not long enough clearly.
No.
As in runs Porter now and Finch off the back foot, just softly defends this to mid-wicket.
Was lacking the panache of a Matt Parkinson, to be honest.
Well, there's always next week.
Yeah, the outfield was a bit longer than it is here. So there weren't lots of boundaries on offer. It was a tiring day.
Did you wear your sunscreen?
Yeah.
You sure?
That's the main thing. I missed a bit, didn't I? I clearly missed a bit.
Just a little bit.
Looking a little bit red and rosy today.
For those who haven't seen Ben, he's currently wearing a pink shirt. And
even
absolutely
pinker in the face.
blends in with his face as in comes Porter now and Finch forward, defends to cover.
Well, I think I got like the zinc stuff that I put on the lower half of my face.
You just forgot about the rest.
I thought that my cap would stop the top half from getting sunburnt. Apparently not. So there we go.
Yeah, if you do swap Ben around the ground, you might just like camouflage into one because this shirt.
That was what I was going for today. I woke up this morning and thought, maybe it's a pink shirt day.
Porter in from the Nackington Road end and Finch forward, drives through to cover. Will beat cover and mid-off comes round. They'll pick up a single in the process and it does bring up the end of the over as well. Kent 228 for 5, Finch with 4 to his name, Denley on 61.
I'm dressed a bit like someone today that would be sat at the Oval in the sunshine, just ordering pints for the day while watching the cricket.
Not even pints. You look like you're going to be ordering a gin and tonic.
Oh, okay. There you go. My shirt and
I
chinos.
just need your like straw hat now. A nice little straw hat.
Complete the look.
And then you'd be good to go. Pair of binoculars around your neck, straw hat, and a gin and tonic at hand.
Strong look. So Beard to continue. This new ball now 10 overs old. He managed to get Essex the breakthrough of Parkinson as Finch pulls and is caught. Oh, no, it's been spilt. Down at square leg. Short ball by Aaron Beard, which Harry Finch has taken on. And it went into the hands of the fielder at deep square leg, but on his way down, looked like the elbows on the turf caused it just to slip out of his grasp, and Matt Critchley is the man that's put down that chance.
News just in that the Women's County T20 match day that we were just talking about up at Mill Hill between Surrey, Hertfordshire and Middlesex has been abandoned.
After that photo you showed me of the pitch, I'm not surprised. Back goes Finch. Well,
but this is my problem, right? This is where I really don't understand.
Just for a moment, Nikki. I mean, with the amount of chances that we've seen in the day's play so far today, that feels like a bit of a blow for Essex. You can see the disappointment on the bowler's face, Aaron Beard, having successfully got the batsman to misjudge one, trying that little short ball tactic. Only for the drop chance on the boundary, so Finch defending this one away out into the offside. So
you don't want it to be too costly. That obviously is going to be extremely frustrating. His plan was working, it was executed just until that final point. And it's just moments like that as well, that for a batter, you'll be actually like really just someone's just going to knock some sense into you, thinking, actually, I've just got away with that. And then you switch gear as well, and then...
Yeah, like you say, how often do you see batters get a life like that and then...
make the most of it.
Knuckle down, driven away nicely through the covers, half stop by Elgar, I think that is, just wringing out his hand. I felt his pain from here, actually. That looks a sore one on the end of the finger. But he saves his team a boundary. Because that was nicely struck by Harry Finch. So I'm sure Aaron Beard will thank him. Aaron Beard's trousers, I think he must have been sliding around or something on those trousers, because his shirt looks white, whereas his trousers look cream. He's in and bowling. Denley's driving into the covers. There is a sweeper on the offside, so it'll be just a single. Ball to go in the over. Kent 230 for 5. Yeah, they just ticked it over on the manual scoreboard on the Les Ames stand. It's nice to see that, isn't it? The manual scoreboard. You don't really get those. Do they have many of those really anywhere around the country these days?
I absolutely love a manual scoreboard.
Most of them are electronic these days, it feels like. Beer bowls. Oh, it's flashed by Finch over the top of gully and away down to third man for a boundary. So Aaron Beard has got his hands firmly on his hips. On his hips. He's basically giving it the double teapot. He can't quite believe that not only has he not got Harry Finch out in that over, but he's then managed to hit him for a boundary as well. So Finch moves to 9, Denley to 62 in that over, and Kent at 234 for 5, still 357 runs behind. They're still miles behind, but disappointment for Essex not to take a breakthrough in that over.
Porter's going to be continuing from the Nackington Road end, and no, I completely agree with you. I absolutely love an old school style scoreboard. And when I was younger, I think when I was 8 or 9 years old, I used to actually score, and I would volunteer to score just to be in the score boxes. In comes Porter now, and Denley's forward, defends to
That's the
mid-on.
thing, that the old-fashioned literal score box where you sit in them and do the scoring and pull all the numbers.
That's
that
what
was
I used to
cool,
do it
right?
for. To pull the numbers down, and especially if it's been a 4, I would do it really quickly, like push.
Yeah.
That was the only reason I used to do it. And then I think my dad at that point just thought, actually, it's much easier. And I could actually score. I learnt to score when I was probably, 9 years old. And my dad made sure, even if I wasn't scoring, I knew how to score. In comes Water now, and Denley again drives to mid-on. It's a dot. Before I did it for actual games, he would like bring me to the game, and I would sit there, and I'd have to score an entire 40-over match at 9 years old. Can you imagine? And he used to say to me, he's like, if you're going to play cricket, you need to know to score, because that's going to build your concentration. So if you can concentrate for the entire game, it helps your batting, because you need to be able to concentrate when you bat. Extremely hard taskmaster. Can you imagine a 9-year-old, an 8-year-old trying to sit there for 80 overs in the day?
It sounds like he was trying to get you to stay sat still so he could watch the game.
He'd be working.
Oh, wow.
He's been coaching. In comes Porter now, and this time Denley opens the face of the bat, runs us down towards third, and they'll pick up more than a couple. It's gone all the way down to the boundary, crosses the rope, just out of our sight here because there's a stand to our right, but it does add a boundary to the total. Kent move on to 238 for 5. So yeah, those are my childhood memories of being made to sit at a ground, 80 overs of scoring.
Yeah, I do remember doing that as a youngster, bringing a scorebook and doing it a bit, but I don't think I stuck at it for 80 overs.
Porter in again, Denley off the back foot defends, and there's just a bit of movement off the surface, and Porter does the fielding off his own bowling. Yeah, that was his logical reason. He said, if you want to play cricket, you've got to be able to concentrate for long periods of time.
There's some logic to that.
There's logic, but I just think there's plenty of ways of going about it. And then it becomes a problem, because if you know how to score, then everyone just wants to use you. Because they're like, oh, we need a scorer. And sometimes you just want to go to the ground and watch the cricket. In runs Porter now, and this time defended by Denley to cover.
One of the lads at our game yesterday, who doesn't play very often, was saying about, the umpires as well. The way they're standing out. So we play 40 over cricket, so yeah, for 80 overs. And I was saying, well, actually, sometimes it can be really fun umpiring, because if there's a particularly good innings,
then it's
particularly good spell of batting partnership, you got the best seat in the house. Or spell of bowling, for example.
100%. In runs Porter now, and Denley again forward and on his toes. Plays this to mid-on. It brings up the end of the over. Kent 238 for 5. But I've had to then learn that I would tell people I didn't know how to score, because otherwise...
You had to tell a little fib.
I used to colour code it, and then he got me scoring for the school. So I would spend my Saturdays going to the matches and scoring. So I'm really young. And then I had to get coloured pens, and I got really into it. Then I was like, what am I actually doing?
I mean,
and then I refused to do it.
That's the sign of a real scorer, when you're doing coloured, when you're doing dot balls and colour coding.
I couldn't keep up with it though. That was too much concentration, especially when they would use the same colour and dot it for the right respective batter.
Yeah.
It just went over my head.
Beard bowls, back of length to Harry Finch, defends it back up the pitch. Yeah, that's scoring at its most extreme, isn't it, when you've got the full colour coordination going on. Whereas these days, you can score online, can't you? You can do it via an app that goes straight onto the Play Cricket website.
It does. Now, technology...
And you can get the spider diagrams, or whatever they're called, wagon wheels.
I still prefer looking at an actual scorebook, though, than compared to an online score chart.
Here's Beard. There's Finch playing slightly round this one, up towards extra cover. It's just causing him a few little problems at the moment. Here's Beard to Finch. Yeah, there's nothing quite like a actual proper scoreboard, rather than something else you got to look at on your phone or a screen.
It just doesn't give the same feel of achievement. I don't know why.
I think it's because on the online version, you don't have the tally almost. You can always tell as beer balls a short ball pulled away by Finch, this time with a bit more control down towards long leg for a single. You can always tell. So for example, on our club group chat, somebody will post the scorecard so that people that didn't play can have a look at it. And you can always tell someone's batted well when you see that their tally is, gone into a second row, or it's...
And then it has to go into the other person's row if they've got out the person after them.
That very rarely happens at our level, admittedly, but yeah, you can always tell that somebody's had a good outing. This one is defended away into the onside just by taking that very little glance to the manuals, the handwritten schoolbook.
I guess there was method to the madness of learning to do it at such a young age, but...
Slight change of the field for Essex here. Looks like Snater's going to come in at short cover. I wonder if Dean Elgar's got a sore finger from that one he stopped a moment ago.
He's put his hands in his pockets. Maybe he's just trying to keep them warm.
Clipped away by Denley into the onside for a single. He's on 67. Finch has 10. Got one ball left in the over.
But yeah, Ben, just going back to the Mill Hill game, and the game at Mill Hill has been called off without a ball being bowled. All the games have been called off, match abandoned. Between Surrey, Middlesex and Hertfordshire women. T20 match day up and down the country.
Beard goes a bit wider on the crease. Left alone outside the off stump by Finch. Kent are 240 for 5. Got 50 overs minimum remaining in the day. No, actually that's 49 now, after that one has been bowled.
But could you imagine going an entire day, getting to the ground for 8:30, not having a ball bowled, and then at 2:30 for a decision to be made that actually now we think it's not fit to play?
That's a pretty depressing waste of a day, isn't it?
That's the part of cricket I'm not very fond of.
So was the plan for there to be 3 games, presumably, is it? Yeah.
It's like when you're ready to play, and if you think that, more often than not, you can look at a pitch and you can say if there's going to be a chance to play.
Yeah.
I think everyone's seen enough cricket and seen enough wickets in their time to be able to make that to have that understanding. But yeah, it's when it's dragged out to like 3 o'clock or...
Well, I guess the theory would be that the last game would be starting at whatever time, and so therefore...
Yeah,
in theory, if you can get one of the games in, then it's better than none, but...
We've got a change in bowling from the Nackington Road end. Simon Harmer back into the attack with some spin. Round the wicket he comes to Denley, who tucks this round the corner to Elgar at 45. He looks to set off for a single, but Elgar's pretty swift in the field.
Only 13 overs old, this second new ball, so Harmer brought on pretty early. Hoping there'll be maybe some extra bounce for the spinner with the hardness of the ball.
Harmer in again round the wicket, flights this as Denley's forward, lunges into a defence. Coming round the wicket here to Denley, so just with the angle he's bowling at, just slightly cramps him up a bit more, as opposed to should he have stayed over the wicket. It just depends on his arm position as he comes in again, and Denley down the track, clips this to mid-wicket, who tumbles to their left. Good piece of work. No run.
Again, get a bit of drift through the air as well as a spinner when you...
Especially with the angle he's coming round at, and obviously depending now where he slots his arm through. If he goes slightly wider, he's in again, this time more flight and use of the feet once again. It pretty much copies the last shot, fielded at mid-wicket, diving to his left. Yeah, it's not the nicest angle. tightens him up as Elgar this time does manage to beat the fielder in the ring and has played this off the front foot down to long on. Will take a single. And now Harmer's going to come back over the wicket to Finch. Field is pretty much the same to both. Finch on the offside. We've got a backward point. We've got a cover and a mid-off and a slip in place. As Harmer on the top of his mark is ready to go as Finch taps his bat in his stance and it's off the back foot defends this delivery, although it was quite a full delivery. I think that's why you may have heard a bit of oohs and ahs from the fielders, because maybe that just decision making there was quite a fullish delivery to go back to, but nonetheless didn't create any harm and it concludes the over. 241 for 5 is the score, and I believe there's going to be a little change in the comms box, and Victoria and Ben are going to see you through.
Thanks, Nikki. $241 for 5. Then Kent, as Beard prepares to bowl to Denley. Finch has looked a bit scratchy so far for his 10. This one out towards deep cover for a single. That short ball as well from Beard. That went to hand at deep square leg, but also to the ground. Disappointingly for the bowler. And for Matt Critchley out there in the deep. Harry Finch now trying to make the most of that life as he waits for Beard, who is going to try again. Sorry, I'm making a noise with the microphone as Beard is in and bowling to Finch.
Beautiful day out there, just went a little wander around. It's quite a strong breeze though. We're a bit sheltered from it up here, but walking around the boundary, it was really quite strong at times.
Here comes Beard again. I think that was why my effects mic had gone for a little bit of a walk.
The wind has taken it with it.
Blown over by the wind. There we go, I think I got it back in a better position.
Very technical setup.
Yeah, just dangling the the effects mic out the window. But trying to make sure it's pointing at the cricket rather than towards the ground. Here comes Beard then. Bowls a full delivery to Finch, which tucks away into the onside for a single. Yeah, the trees at the Nackington Road end of the ground are swaying quite violently, actually.
Yeah, I did think if I was out there much longer, I might have needed my jacket. It was that breezy.
Yeah, probably is a light sweater or jacket kind of day, but nice in the sunshine. As Aaron Beard is in a bit wider on the crease. There's a half an appeal, mostly from behind the stumps for LBW. The bowler never joined in because it was going down the leg side. That delivery from Beard to Denley.
It's hard to believe with the sunshine we've got here, but the T20 match between Essex women and Kent women that was due to take place at Castle Park was a washout. So they'll have another inspection before the 4:30 start for the game against Suffolk.
Beard bowls a forward delivery. Denley drives without timing up towards mid-on. Yeah,
Puddles on the pitch.
It is hard to believe, isn't it, when you look out at the scene here, that elsewhere the weather is rubbish. And Nikki was saying the Surrey triple-headed T20 didn't take place either. So yeah, hopefully they get something as the day goes on.
Yeah, so we've got an hour or so for the weather to clear up there, and hopefully they can get game on at Castle Park. Simon Harmer's going to continue to bowl from the Nackington Road end. Do you know the other thing I really... don't get me wrong, Ben, I love football. You know that. We've seen each other at many football games, but one of the best things about cricket is that you can just wander around and you just bump into members of the team, the coaching staff. I've had a nice chat with the Essex head coach, Anthony McGrath, as Simon Harmer is in to Finch, who's defending that one up on his toes. Just drops in front of him, be collected by Pepper, who comes from behind the stumps. They'd been on a little supermarket run. I'm sure they're being well catered for, but you can never have too many snacks, can you?
Absolutely.
Harmer is in to Finch. He takes a couple of shuffles forward out of his crease, and the ball is quickly fielded and back into Pepper.
Yeah, different pace about a 4-day championship game compared to a 90 minutes sat in your seat.
In comes Harmer to Finch, who's lunging forward. Bails are whipped off behind by Pepper, but umpire unmoved.
I usually, around the end of the football season, start to get a bit tired of the football and think, yes, right, cricket, summer's on the cards. And then normally by August, September, I'm thinking, yeah, I'm ready for some more football.
You're ready for the drama, as Harmer is into Finch, who whips that one into the leg side and away over the square leg boundary for 4.
Yeah, it was a really nice shot from Harry Finch. Probably his most convincing stroke of this 35 ball innings. Hard sweep. Got it right out of the middle of the bat, away to the boundary. Down towards a small cluster of spectators who are sat not far from the cafe. The only thing I would say is that they're quite a long way from the action this week, with the fact that we're playing a bit higher up the square.
Harmer into Finch, who's lunging forward again and defending that one. Dot ball. Not too many people on the... There's a couple of people on the balconies today. It's always the similarities between Canterbury and Chelmsford with the built-up areas and the apartments, people watching the action as Harmer is into Finch, who steps across and leaves that one. End of the over, Kent 247 for 5. They'll have to be ready, won't they, for those big hits in the T20?
Yeah, and particularly those that live on the ground floor, to be prepared to go and do some searching for flying cricket balls that end up in their garden. Yeah, like you say, there's a few on the sort of middle tier of the Freeman House retirement apartments who are watching the game. Actually, it's surprisingly that there aren't a few more, to be honest, with the weather as it is. Of course, both Chelmsford and Canterbury, both the grounds are in the middle of the city. Chelmsford sort of that bit more central, perhaps, as this one's a shorter delivery from Beard, which really doesn't get up as you'd expect. Denley plays a pull shot, but well over the top of the ball, really.
Kept low, that one.
Beard was perhaps hoping if only that was a bit straighter and had scuttled on, but not to be. So Denley on 69, facing up to Beard. Kent at 247 for 5. As Denley manages to get bat on ball, just to stroke it away into a large gap on the leg side for a single. A couple of runs away from a batting bonus point, Kent. Essex currently with 4 points. They'll get another one when the next wicket goes down. I wonder if we're going to see a bit more of the short ball stuff here from Beard, because Cox is now being posted at deep mid wicket. There's already a deep square and a long leg. I wonder if Beard fancies he can attack Harry Finch with the short ball. 343 runs the deficit. Tom Wesley and Aaron Beard are discussing the field still.
There's a real overhaul going on.
Yeah, so Elgar's gone out to a more orthodox square leg. And there's fielders almost either side of him, over his right and left shoulder in the deep. Mid on and mid off as normal. There's a gully rather than a slip. Deep point. Extra cover, so yeah, clear tactical field set up here. As Beard bowls to Harry Finch and then has ended up bowling it pretty much on length or slightly back of length outside the off stump, and Finch just pokes it out towards a deep point for a single. Guess there was a chance that it was going to be the double bluff in that situation. Thanks to B, by the way, who emailed earlier on saying they were listening in from Kiev. So it's knocked away into the onside by Joe Denley, saying a nice reminder of home in amongst less calm things here. Yeah, I can certainly imagine that. Thoughts are with you, listening to the commentary wherever you are across the world, or Europe and the UK. Here comes Beard again to Denley then, who's on 70. Full delivery on leg stump. Despite all those leg side fielders, this is going to go for 4 because Denley has managed to tickle it really fine down towards the boundary, and the 250 comes up for Kent with that.
Yeah, pick the gap.
Joe Denley's 5th 4. Having hit those couple of 6s against Simon Harmer in the first session of the day. Matt Parkinson, the one man out so far today, the night watchman, for a new first-class career best for him, 48. Echo what you said earlier, Victoria, as Denley defends about it being unfortunate for Parkinson not to get the 50. Would have been really nice for him.
Yeah,
certainly deserving of his efforts to have got that particular landmark. Although I believe he was in the Matt Quinn school of media day preparations. There was a situation the other year where Matt Quinn didn't, or I think maybe told the media team not to worry about taking photos of him posing in case he got a 50 or 100. And I think Matt Parkinson possibly was in a...
Were you starting to get nervous about
similar position about when they're taking those photos on media day. So yeah, I think the Kent Cricket admin might have been preparing something in substitute, which he didn't end up needing.
Harmer is continuing from the Nackington Road end. His shirt billowing in the breeze as that's swept away by Finch. It will be stopped out in the deep as they come back for 2 runs. Noah Thane out patrolling the leg side boundary.
Yeah, Finch has seemingly decided that going to go with the sweep shot against Harmer. Denley has opted to use his feet and to get right forward against the South African off-spinner. Finch clearly seems like he wants to play that stroke.
In comes Harmer. Finch waits. He's down on the knee again. And that one's picked up by Thane. They come through for a single this time. 256 for 5.
It wasn't necessarily the most convincing sweep shot. Bit of bottom edge, I think, there from Harry Finch. Practicing the shot at the non-striker's end at the moment.
Couple more changes in the field for Harmer. Lancashire all out for 149 in their game against Warwickshire. Warwickshire lead by 135 runs.
Couple of close fielders being posted.
Harmer is around the wicket and Denley takes a couple of steps forward. Quickly thrown back in by Snaton. Like you say, that's the different approaches of the two at the crease for Kent. Finch is trying to sweep Harmer and Denley is attacking the ball with his feet as Harmer is in. A couple of steps forward. He doesn't get enough bat on that one though, does Denley, and it just drops back towards Harmer for no run.
I think Harmer might have stuck his boot out actually to stop the ball as it came in his direction, which is always brave because it hurts a little bit.
Harmer in again. Denley shuffling and misses Nick Brown at short leg, but it will be picked up in the field as they come back for the 2 runs this time.
Essex certainly felt like that wasn't far away from Nick Brown, who was on the move, almost trying to anticipate where the ball might go. So, although Kent have dug in pretty well today, Essex just starting to feel like maybe Harmer might have a breakthrough in his locker or around the corner.
In comes Harmer over the wicket. Denley clips that one into the leg side. They come through for a single. Move on to 259 for 5. And that is the end of the over as Simon Harmer just puts his jumper back on.
Yeah, that was good technique from Joe Denley, I thought there. The use of the feet, but then to maintain the body shape. To play the ball into the leg side, along the ground. Looks like we're going to see a change of bowling at the pavilion end. Aaron Beard is coming off. Surprised having set that very leg side field. They didn't maybe give a couple of short balls a go against Harry Finch, but it's going to be Critchley. 2 for 40 so far from his 18 overs, 3 maidens. Harmer is none for 78 from 24. So we saw these 2 spinners in tandem at the back end of the morning session. It looks like we're going to see a bit more of them here. Critchley then bowls. Denley turns this one away behind square on the onside. They thought briefly about they might have time to get their back for 2, but Porter scurried round to do the fielding. So this ball is into its 19th over. The new ball, and already we got spin from both ends, which perhaps says something about how this pitch is playing here at Canterbury. Here comes Critchley bowls, defended away by Finch. Into the offside.
Yeah, Tom Wesley obviously thinks there's enough out there that these 2 can bowl in tandem.
Driven away by Finch, that's nicely played. There's a sweeper on the offside. Staying the sub-fielder out there. So it's a single. Yeah, I don't mind actually sometimes seeing spin a little bit earlier. Might not turn as much as an older ball, but brings a bit of extra bounce into play. Driven away by Denley. Up towards a deepish mid-off, where Wesley is situated. From Essex point of view, they've got plenty of runs to play with on the board, so definitely worth trying different things to get your breakthroughs. Back goes Finch. Plays out towards point.
Yeah, Essex fans will be keeping an eye on what's going on elsewhere as well. Surrey 60 for 2 in their second innings.
Well, looped up by Critchley, and it's a low full toss in the end that Finch has drilled away for 4. Really nicely played. Sometimes not always as easy as it looks to deposit those freebies, if you will, or that error from the bowler. But Finch has played that nicely and has got 4 for it, so he moves on to 24. Denley has 79, Kent 266 for 5. Yeah, Surrey in a spot of bother in that game, still 419 runs behind. I must say, just from the highlights that I saw, Kyle Abbott bowled unbelievably well for his 5 for 25 on day 1. But there clearly wasn't anything wrong with the wicket, with the way that Hampshire batted on it. Toby Albert, Nick Gubbins making centuries, and then Ben Brown 165 not out in the end. Not often this season that a Surrey attack has been treated in such a way.
No, and Hampshire have picked out a lot of draws. Harmer will continue to bowl, just moving the field. Going to have a quick chat with his captain Tom Wesley as well.
Dan Lawrence's figures, by the way, in that innings: 33 overs, 1 for 148. So a lot of bowling, but with not much joy. And same for Cam Steele. The other's been a none for 161 from his 31 overs. And then who's got the wickets? Looks at it is the spinner Felix Organ, and then the experience of Barker. Burns and Sibley both out.
Yeah, all right to say Dan Lawrence has been bowling a lot more with Surrey than he was in his last couple of years with Essex. Denley is on strike. Harmer is coming around the wicket, and Denley on the back foot just drops that one into the offside.
Yeah, then elsewhere, Lancashire's struggles continuing. Jacob Bethel 4 for 20. Lintott 3 for 10 for Warwickshire. It's Lancashire 149 all out.
Harmer into Denley, takes a couple of steps forward and just plays that one into the leg side for no run. Breeze has died down slightly as Harmer is in to Denley, who's very far forward and struck on the pad.
Yeah, I think there was not really a shot offered there by Denley. It was more of a just got down the wicket and kicked it away, and hence the appeal. But how the umpire's meant to make some sort of educated guess about where that ball's going to end up, don't really know when Denley's so far down the track.
In comes Harmer again. Denley tries to turn that one round the corner, mistimes it, and Pepper will come forward from behind the stumps to collect. That's the other injury that Essex have got an eye on. Adam Rossington has been out with a finger injury for much of the campaign. They'll be hoping he'll be back for the T20 Blast as Harmer is in to Denley, turns it around the corner this time, does get to it, and they'll come through for a single. And it came off the bat, so 267 for 5. Partnership of 50 runs for these two. Denley on 70, Finch on 24.
Yeah, another useful stand for Kent, particularly as Harry Finch had that life early on. He's knuckled down a bit since. Denley's looked pretty calm up the other end, despite losing Parkinson. Certainly feels to me like Denley's looked more comfortable as the day's gone on, having not quite had that usual fluency in the early stages of the day. Elgar just sent out towards deep backward square.
As Harmer is into Finch on the back foot. Play to mid-wicket. Shane Snater collects. That's the end of the over. The single from it, 267 for 5.
Just looking at some of the scores in Division 2. Worcestershire, against Notts in Division 1 is no cricket so far has been played today. Currently delayed at Bristol. I think Gloucestershire 127 runs behind Derbyshire, but a monster partnership between Bracey and Van Buren still unbroken. Leicestershire 50 runs away from parity with just a couple of wickets left at Grace Road against Glamorgan in the first innings. Middlesex have lost a couple at Lords against Sussex. 355 runs the difference between the two teams. Middlesex 199 for 3. And then at Northampton, Yorkshire now 200 ahead in the second innings. 4 down as this one from Critchley is just pushed away by Joe Denley out towards backward point. Critchley the leg spinner in again. Low full toss which has been clipped straight up towards long on. Fields and then quickly gives it back to his bowler to come in again to Denley. Played up towards Elgar. Driven away this next one by Denley into the hands of short cover. I remember Matt Cole was saying on the commentary over the first couple of days about some of the pixels that had seemingly been disturbed on the electronic scoreboard over on the far side of the ground as this one's turned away into the onside. Wonder if it's been caused by flying cricket balls that have hit it on the full at all. Because the 267 is slightly blurred, and then the amount of overs remaining in the day and is also slightly malfunctioning.
They don't want us to know.
Yeah, it's keeping that information from us. It's a guessing game. To finish it away, another maiden over then from Matt Critchley. Kent at 267 for 5. But thankfully the manual scoreboard is also within sight of where we are positioned. 41 overs minimum remaining in the day. And 102 overs bowled, so just 8 more overs in terms of bonus points in the game. Kent's run rate is not particularly swift, so they may not necessarily get another batting bonus point.
No result in that England and Pakistan women second ODI, by the way. Lots of rain around.
Yeah, just 6.5 overs managed then in the whole game.
Harmer into Finch, who tries a reverse sweep. He gets it past the close fielder, and in fact, he'll get a 4 for his troubles.
He almost wrong-footed Jordan Cox there, didn't he? He was trying to anticipate the reverse sweep, which you would naturally expect to come a bit wider than it did. In the end, Finch ended up almost hitting down on the ball. It's almost like he was rowing or kayaking.
Yeah, that motion to get the ball past Cox. It's been retrieved by Critchley. A 4 from the first ball of Harmer's over. He's in again to Finch. He's going to take a shuffle down, an aggressive slap back past Harmer. And Harry Finch is taking this on. Another 4 runs, back-to-back 4s. And Kent move on to 275 for 5.
Yeah, that's much better from Harry Finch. Little skip down the pitch, and I think mid-off was quite wide. So just all along the ground, hammered it straight back past the bowler. That's nicely played. Back-to-back boundaries for him to move to 32 after a slightly scratchy start to his innings. That stroke there probably as good as the hard sweep you played earlier on, which also went for 4 off Harmer, who's now none for 87.
He's elected to come back over the wicket to Finch. He's in on the back foot, it's just dabbed and trickles to short third, no run.
Yeah, they've taken slip out, haven't they? So that's
Cox has
in
just
that
pushed
position.
back. In comes Harmer to Finch again on the back foot, just plays it back down the pitch. And 2 dot balls have followed those back-to-back 4s. $275 for 5 as Harmer is in to Finch. Defended.
Just thinking about how much Kent need to up their run rate to get to 300 within the 110 over cut-off point for bonus points.
Harry Finch has hit out in this over as Harmer is in. It's turned into the leg side. Hands on the head from Michael Pepper behind the stumps at the end of the over, 275 for 5.
But I think it's probably one of those things that actually the players, when they're out in the middle, sometimes don't pay any attention to. They almost need to look at the wider picture, the end game strategy, rather than the short-term risk of trying to up the ante, up the run rate, taking on risks that you don't need in order just to get 1 extra bonus point. So sometimes the batting side will just keep on trying to bat and not worry about it. From Essex's point of view, yeah, an extra wicket in the next 7 overs would be another point, but I mean, they're just trying to take wickets anyway, aren't they? So here's Critchley to Denley. Drives up towards long off.
Yeah, I mean, they're certainly keeping it ticking over, aren't they? So interesting to see whether or not they up things.
Critchley to Finch this time, playing with his bat out in front of the pad into the onside. Brown does the fielding. Gets it quickly back to Critchley. A little bit more loop on this one as Finch clips out towards deep square leg for a single. Critchley again to Denley. This time playing back and off the back foot out towards extra cover. I wonder if, I don't know if there's with still 300 runs to play with, I don't know if there's a way Essex could be. Oh, that's a Yorker from Critchley, which Denley defends out. In order to search for the wicket, could they be willing to lose a few more runs and kind of invite the Kent batters to try and play a few more shots, hoping that they might hit one up in the air? Here's Critchley. Denley comes down the pitch, thumps it hard along the ground, does a fantastic bit of fielding from Aaron Beard. And they come through for just a run, so good stop.
Yeah, lovely stop. Had pace on it, and he got around to it, got the outstretched hand, and prevented the boundary.
Nikki Chowdhury.
She's just enjoying the sunshine.
Fancy coming back in, changing the commentary box. She'll join Victoria Polly from BBC Essex.
Thank you very much, Ben. Had a drink bought out for Joe Denley from Jaden, so you've missed none of the action. 278 for 5. It will be Simon Harmer to resume once we're back underway. Joe Denley's just putting his gloves back on. A few spectators making their way to stretch their legs as well. You're enjoying the sunshine and the view there, Nikki, weren't you?
It's just, yeah, just relaxing. I also calculated how many miles I've driven over the weekend, but I'll tell you after this one.
Simon Harmer into Denley, who defends. How many miles have you done?
So over Saturday, Sunday and Monday, I would have done close to 600 miles.
Oof. No wonder the car alarm was going off.
No wonder. It's like, give me a break. Oh, my goodness.
Harmer is into Denley, takes a couple of steps forward, comes off the inside edge of the bat. Dot ball. It's a lot of driving.
It is a lot of driving, but at least after Monday, I'm not even going to sit in my car.
As Harmer is into Denley again, is coming forward to it, but just plays it back up the pitch.
I'm also just dreading the drive back because last time I was here, I had a terrible experience getting home.
Harmer into Denley, clips that one off the legs. They'll come through for a single. Move on to 279 for 5.
I may have mentioned it yesterday, but it was the Surrey versus Kent game, day 1. Weather wasn't great. We got called off early. And I think Ben had a birthday to get to in London. And we left at the same time. And you won't believe this. I'll tell you after this delivery.
As Harmer is into Finch, who also takes a couple of steps down the pitch, knocks out too long on, comes through for the single at the end of, I was going to say the end of Simon Harmer's over, but he's got one more.
Bearing in mind it takes us equal amount of time to get back home. Left the ground at the same time, and I'm just going to tell you after this delivery again.
Leave us in suspense as Harmer is into Denley. He's back down the pitch. Dot ball to end the over. 2 singles from it, 280 for 5.
Spin gets through the overs really quickly. So we left at the same time, and Ben had a party to get to in London. I got stuck on the M25 for what seemed like eternity, and I didn't get home to, I think, close maybe midnight. By that time, Ben had got home, got himself ready, up to London, and had already got himself to this party, I think. And yeah, I still wasn't home. And it still took me like an extra hour and a half. There was something wrong on the M25. And there was a point when I thought, do I just pull up at the services and just take a nap? Because I was really losing the will to live after a certain point. Yeah, so close to 4.5 hours to get home. It was a very long time in the car.
Ben was already tucking into some birthday cake somewhere.
Yeah. Which isn't fair, as Critchley's in, and this one is down the leg side, as Finch looks to play it down into the onside, but he misses it. It's into the gloves of Pepper.
I do wonder tomorrow, depending on what time we finish here, how busy things will be on the road, because, well, I know it's half term for some, but others who might be heading back from a long bank holiday weekend could mean the...
Oh, you don't have a good way to go tomorrow. You don't. Critchley in over the wicket, full of delivery, driven straight towards mid-on. Good piece of work, but they'll pick up a single, as mid-on was quite wide, so they've had to run to their left, but that's enough time to scamper a run. Yeah, the direction you're going towards Dartford Tunnel is not envious at all. In comes Critchley. Shorter one pulled back through to mid-wicket, and it's not gone all the way. It has gone all the way.
On the boundary.
There's a misfield. And umpire signals 4 to the scorer. That adds 4 to the total, and Kent move on to 285 for 5. Denley on 87, 13 runs shy.
Jamie Porter got round there, but whether he was just short or had somehow helped it over.
Critchley in, and this time Denley forward, defends to point.
slightly obscure view with the stand to our right-hand side. So just saw him make his way around and then just the jeers of the crowd.
You can still see more than me, so I'm going to rely on you for the next one. In comes Critchley now, and this time used to the feet. He tries to go big, but this time doesn't get it, and he's hit this straight into the hands of mid-on. Joe Denley, what have you done? You've been batting so well. Used his feet, didn't quite get enough on it, and he's been hit straight to mid-on. You couldn't have asked for a more simple catch, in all honesty, and he's going to have to depart. Kent, they lose their 6th wicket, 285 for 6.
Yeah, pretty standard catch for Aaron Beard, and you could tell the frustration there of Joe Denley. Just slammed his bat down as that was caught. But 87 important innings for Kent from Joe Denley, 179 balls. We've seen him play some lovely sixes this morning. He just didn't quite catch that one right, and it just dropped for Aaron Beard to take a regulation catch. And once again, Matt Critchley with the ball for Essex, his 3rd wicket of the innings.
Yeah, he's played a brilliant inning so far. Was that really necessary? You just had a boundary. Literally 2 deliveries before that. Maybe he's just been a little greedy, didn't quite get there, and unfortunately that was straight to the fielder. You couldn't have asked for a better placed fielder, really.
Well, we were just discussing with Ben Watts about whether Kent would hit out and try and reach that 300 mark for the batting bonus point before the cut-off of the 110 overs. So whether Joe Denley was looking like that, whether he just thought it was an inviting ball that he could hit back over the head of Matt Critchley, but he's lost his wicket. Kent 285 for 6.
New batter at the crease. Joey Everson makes his way in. He'll be giving Harry Finch some company, hopefully what Kent will hope for a longish period of time. 285 for 6. Essex posted 591 in their first innings. And it's going to be Everton to face up against Critchley. He's bowling some good leg spin. And now you can just sense and hear, actually, that wicket has really lifted the spirits of the Essex players. That was a big wicket. They finally got their man. And now they're going to be tight and up close in the field for Joey Everson. 2 slips in place. Point, cover.
Yeah, gamble for Essex to go slightly early with the spinners for the new ball, but clearly Tom Wesley thought there was value in it, and Matt Critchley has showed him why.
In comes Critchley now, and this time Everson's forward and defends to mid-on. It will also conclude the over. So Kent are 285 for 6. We just lost the wicket of Joe Denley. He's gone for 83. Harry Finch at the crease, 35 or 56 for him, and the new batter Joey Everson yet to get off the mark.
Yeah, so Critchley's 3rd wicket of the innings. Last night he got Ben Compton LBW for 41 and O'Riordan also LBW for 30. Joe Denley going for 87, caught by Aaron Beard. The other 2 wickets coming for Jamie Porter, getting Matt Parkinson LBW for 48 just after lunch today on day 3. Aaron Beard with one of the wickets last night, and Sam Cook as well, who, don't forget, isn't on the pitch for Essex at the moment, having picked up an injury yesterday. It will be Simon Harmer to continue bowling for Essex here at Canterbury. You're listening to BBC Essex and BBC Radio Kent. Harmer in discussion with Tom Wesley. Important timing, I think, as well for Essex to pick up that wicket, considering they'd got one not too long after to lunch. I think they might have been frustrated had they not managed to follow that up before we get to the tea interval.
News just in as well that the ODI between England and Pakistan down in Taunton has been abandoned due to the awful weather. The photo that they've posted on social media looks quite scary.
Oh, it's quite the cloud.
Couldn't get darker clouds if you tried.
Luckily, we've got blue skies with a bit of cloud here as Harmer is in on the back foot. It's pushed away up to mid-on by Harry Finch. They scurry through for a single, 286.46. Just think that wind here has died down slightly as well, but yeah, it's hard to believe how bad the weather is elsewhere, and even not that far, just over the bridge and the tunnels, the Dartford crossing in Essex.
Yeah,
wait to see if Essex women actually get a game on today.
So that match has been abandoned, and they'll go again on Wednesday in Chelmsford, which Victoria said she's going to be attending.
Check the weather forecast for that one. As Harmer is in over the wicket to Everson on the back foot. Just defending into the offside. Encouragement and cheers from around the Essex field, like what they're seeing from Simon Harmer, who unusually is yet to take a wicket in this innings. In he is to Everson. That's edged into the onside safely. A bit more pressure in the field. Everson yet to get off the mark as Harmer is in. Defending again into the onside. Elgar collects for Essex. A few more people out on their balconies now. The great view of this county championship match as Harmer is into Everson, who decides to go for the sweep, and successfully so, because he's got it away for 4 runs. And we've seen Harry Finch do that a couple of times off the bowling of Simon Harmer, so Joe Everson's decided that's the way he's going to play as well, and Kent move on to 290 for 6.
Slipping a short leg in place.
Harmer into Everson, again getting low to it, hits it into the offside, straight to the fielder this time. Jamie Porter doing the work, and that's the end of Simon Harmer's over, 290 for 6.
And just thought I'd have a quick look over at what's happening in the world with the IPL. It's finals day, and Sunrisers Hyderabad won the toss, decided they'd have a bat first, but they're 21 for 3.
Ouch.
Not ideal, but I believe Mitchell Stark, who's been paid the big bucks, is really proving why that he's been paid the big bucks. He's already taken 2 for 12. He's into his 3rd over now. And into their 23rd over of the innings is Critchley. And he comes from the pavilion end, and this time slightly back the length, with worked off the back foot by Finch down towards deep cover. They'll take a single. Yeah, may have to change who I'm supporting at this point in that game.
It's too late now.
It's true. It's all right. Cricket's the winner. As in comes Critchley now, and this time leaves this off the back foot, does Everson. Slip in place, a very short catching extra cover as well. Those are your close catches in. Critchley's in. This is a bit more flight, and it's driven to mid-on. Just had one of the players interesting line to say on the pitch. There's Critchley's in and defended by Everson, and I just heard one of the players say, "Give him a bacon sandwich," unless I've really misheard
I think
that.
he said, "Think of the bacon sandwich." So whether that's what they're having for tea.
Critchley in again, and this time off the back foot, pushed to cover. No run.
Slightly unconventional choice for tea.
It's a bit of a random sentence. There must be something like a story behind the bacon sandwich. As Critchley in again, and this time use of the feet, comes down the track, does beat the fielder at the short extra cover, and they will get a single as Longoff has to do the work running to their left. It does conclude the over as well. Kent are 292 for 6. Finch on 37, Everson on 5.
Yeah, 2 overs now till that cut-off point. They have kept the scoreboard ticking over despite that wicket of Joe Denley. Caught off the bowling of Matt Critchley. And also continue to see spin with T fast approaching.
Am I right in thinking that when there's 32 overs left? I feel like
yes, where I keep looking over at this scoreboard to see how many
it says
overs we've got, but I need to look over at the manual scoreboard as Simon Harmer just makes some adjustments to the field. He's sending Noah Thane further round on the leg side boundary.
Adjustments still being made. They're really thinking about this. There's a plan they want to execute.
Considering that sweep shot from both of these batters, just trying to limit the gaps. There he's now bringing Noah Thane in off the boundary.
I think we're nearly there.
Dean Elgar is the man that's been left in the deep as Harmer is in over the wicket to Everson, who gets down on his knee to sweep, and it's straight to Noah Thane on the leg side, who'd been brought in by bowler Simon Harmer. Second ball of the Harmer over, he's into Everson, comes off the edge of the bat, retrieved by mid-on with Aaron Beard. Another dot ball. Harmer is in again to Everson, knocks that one into the leg side. They'll come through for the single with Dean Elgar doing the fielding. 293 for 6.
Residents of the apartment block to our left are enjoying themselves on the balcony as well. A few of them gathered on their balconies, enjoying the sunshine and the cricket.
Yeah, we just see the verandas on the balconies though being taken by the wind, so that has picked up again, that breeze. You can usually tell by the trees, but actually if you look round to the left hand side, they really are quite violently billowing. As Harmer is into Finch, who plays that one nicely through the offside. He's going to get 4 runs. There was no chance of that being stopped by Jamie Porter, who was chasing after it. And Kent move themselves on to 297 for 6. And they're on for that final bonus point.
It's a lovely shot there from Finch. Used the crease nicely, was very quick with his feet.
Harry Finch on 41 as Harmer is in. It's played and they've decided to come through for the quick single. 298 for 6. So I think Finch was ready to run that whatever the case. Gets himself off strike on 42 as Harmer is into Everson, who's forward and defending. Off the final ball of Harmer's over, 298 for 6. 109 overs.
Close to approaching tea. Gonna have to go get myself some caffeine.
Sounds like a good idea. Play's been abandoned for the day at New Road, by the way. Worcestershire and Nottinghamshire haven't been able to get on, as they suffered the same fate on day one as well. Always an issue with the weather there, but particularly been harmed by the rain this time out.
Some adjustments being made on the field. That's why there's been a little bit of brief interruption. Critchley is making last minute tweaks as Finch is ready to go on 42. Quite a close field in at the moment. We've only got, I believe, the one man out on the leg side. Oh, and this one, he's gone to drive. Did he get an edge on it? I think he did. And it's gone beat and slip. They'll pick up a single. Oh, no, they didn't get an edge on it. That means that was quite a bit of turn on that one.
Yeah, it caught them by surprise behind the stumps, didn't it?
The way it deflected, you'd have thought that must have been something on it. In comes Critchley once again, flighted, and this time goes to drive, but he does get an edge on it. I'll pick up a single, and
there's the final bonus point.
The score moves on to 300, as you can hear the applause round the ground. Now the field spreads out again. Cover goes back to the boundary. Square leg does the same. Critchley's in, and this time Finch forward, drives, this time slicing it down towards third. They'll pick up a single. Point does the chase. And score moves to 301 for 6. Just a few overs away from tee. Essex would really like a wicket just round about now. As in comes Critchley, it's a full ball and it's defended by Everson. Slip in place. And he's ready to go again. Everson forward, defends, lunges into a deep defence. They get through their overs so quickly. Once more, passes the umpire. A bit of flight, slightly slower as well, and this is defended to point. It will end the over. 301 for 6. Finch on 43. Everson with 6.
In Southampton, Surrey on 91 for 4, trailing Hampshire by 390 runs. And Dan Lawrence is at the crease alongside Ben Folkes. Lawrence 14 not out, Folkes 10. Surrey in trouble. Essex so far not able to capitalise on that here at Canterbury, because Kent are digging in with the bat. Simon Harmer. It's bowled 29 overs. It's gone for 100 runs. He hasn't picked up a wicket in this match. He's got his trademark sunglasses on. Having a chat again with Tom Wesley. Plenty of communication going on around the Essex field. And Harry Finch, who's on 43, is on strike as Harmer is in over the wickets, and Finch takes a step back, plays it through the covers, and it will just be stopped inside the boundary by Matt Critchley, who's making his way around and come back. We'll just go for the 1 run in the end. .302 for 6. Joey Everson, who has 7 runs on strike to Harmer, just pushes that one into the leg side for no run. Must be quite annoying having Jordan Cox in that close. I'm sure he's had some things to say to his former Kent teammates, and he's good friends as Harmer is into Everson on the back foot, just plays that one into the offside.
I'm sure that's probably one of the plus points. You know the opposition just that little better, so if it comes to trying to get in their head, you should be better than the rest of them.
As Harmer is in the breeze to Everson, who's lunging forward again, pushes that one into the offside. And from what I've gathered from chatting to Jordan Cox so far, he wouldn't be shy in trying to wind up his former teammates. That wind really picking up now. Hear it around the ground as sun just goes behind the clouds as Harmer is into Everson, who's again just pushing forward, happy to play that one back down the pitch to Harmer. Harmer into Everson, just defending again, so one from the Harmer over, and that is 302 for 6, and the players will make their way off for tea. Essex with 2 wickets in the afternoon session. One for Jamie Porter getting the breakthrough, picking up the wicket of Matt Parkinson, LBW, and Matt Critchley getting the important wicket as well of Joe Denley for 87, caught by Aaron Beard at mid-on. So a couple of wickets for Essex, but Kent continuing to dig in with the bat. They've picked up their 3rd bonus point as well, finishing the afternoon session 302 for 6. We'll be back with you for the evening session as well, see which way this one swings as we approach the end of day 3. Be back with you after tea.
with cricket being the leading sport in Afghanistan, the first change program brings asylum seekers and unaccompanied people together through cricket.
Cricket چې دی ډېر مهم دی د کمیونټیز یو ځای سره راولي او هیله کوو چې کینټ کرکټ ټرست دا چا مدد وکړي چې بېکوره سوي او د سپورټس د وجې سره یو ځای خلک سره راولي.
Playing cricket has a positive impact on mental well-being. It heals and brings people together.
We're first in the UK for graduates in employment, and your university experience will be full of firsts too. Whatever they are, at Canterbury Christ Church University, you'll be perfectly placed for success. Join us at the beating heart of opportunity.
The 50 Overs Project runs some events that allow people to get active, get out of their homes and to meet new people and come down and watch the cricket. Kent Cricket Community Trust captains Phil Gallagher and Ben Roddy joined a walking cricket session to learn more about walking cricket. It's cricket at a slow pace and it's fun, and it's for people who are looking to get active and to enjoy some time and to make some new friends and to get out the house.
We all want to leave a lasting impression, so we pile on the pressure. Our primary mission is for you to fulfill your ambition, work towards your true purpose. See, a lasting impression can be easy to achieve. All it takes is to reimagine what it means to succeed. And with a little support and the guidance you need, we can work towards a brighter future together.
If you're enjoying a spectacular Spitfire display at Canterbury, then do remember that tickets are available for the T20 Plus, which starts the first home game, June the 7th against Somerset. Tickets.kencricket.co.uk. Before the start of the final session today, King Cricket would like to acknowledge our partners. Black Oak Travel Group, major sponsor of our men's first class team. W.W. Martin, major sponsor of our men's one-day cup team. Chef Nee, our official beer supplier, major sponsor of our men's vitality glass team and the Spitfire Ground products. Barrett's Motor Group, our official trading kit partner. Castor, our official kit supplier. Baylis Executive Travel Limited, our official travel partner, and our official charity partner for the 2024 season, Porchlight. At Kent Cricket, we stand against all forms of discrimination, and there is no place for it in our sport. We will embrace and celebrate differences everywhere, knowing that with diversity, we're stronger. We're dedicated to praising the game. If you witness it, challenge it, call it out. Here at Kent Cricket, you can report an issue or concern by letting Steward or via our text or report system on 88440. Please welcome back to the field for the evening session. Your umpire Tom Lundy and Mark Yule. Tom Westwood leads out his Essex side. And the returning combatants are Joe Ellison and Harry Lynch.
Afternoon and welcome back to Canterbury, where the players have made their way back on to the field post-tea. 302 for 6 at the moment for Kent. Just lost the wicket of Joe Denley, just a few overs before tea. when Kent were 285 on the board. Got out, trying to loft it over mid-on, but didn't quite get enough on it. That was quite a comfortable catch in the end. I'm going to have Critchley continue from the pavilion end. It's going to be Finch on strike. And by the looks of it, we're ready to go. All fielders are where they're meant to be. Here comes Critchley now. And this one played off the back foot by Finch. He'll pick up a single. They'll take on the inner ring, and they do well. They put the pressure on. There's actually a misfield as cover fails to pick it up cleanly. That brings Everson on strike. And I think we're ready to go now again as Critchley's in. This one's flighted a bit. Everson's forward and lunges in defence. And Ben Watts has finally made his way back into the commentary box.
Got her held up chatting to some of the members.
It's all right, I forgive you, as in comes Critchley now, and this one defended again.
It's that feeling when you're by the cafe and then you see the umpires and the players emerging. You think, oh, better go.
Yeah, there was a point I was like, maybe he'll make it back in time, and then I was like, nah, it's not going to happen. Critchley in for lofted, looks to go big, doesn't quite get enough on it, and it just lands short of Elgar at cover.
It's the sort of shot that sometimes a tea break or an interval brings about a wicket. Didn't get what he was looking for there, Everson.
Critchley in again, this one defended off the back foot by Everson.
But probably not the mistake he would make if he's been seeing a few and timing a few off the middle of the bat, just miscued it out towards extra cover.
They always say you've got to be careful after breaks, and this one cut away off the back foot down to deep cover. We'll pick up a single, which means Everson will keep strike as we conclude the over. 304 for 6.
It is blowy out there.
It's blowy out there, isn't it?
Yeah. Having gone for a little walk round, wind is really whipping up, actually.
Searches blowy. Kent, 304 for 6. Finch with 45. Everson with 7. And yeah, there is a fair breeze.
So Beard's going to bowl from the Nackington Road end.
Interesting conversations with the members?
It was along the lines of kind of the pitches that we've seen here at Canterbury. I was saying about how flat it's been and how difficult it's teams have found it to win here, really, with the lack of pace in the wicket. I was suggesting that, I don't know, maybe they need to start leaving a little bit more grass on it just to get a bit more pace. I'd imagine that this week the thinking would have been that they don't want to give the Essex seamers any extra help.
It's a very golden looking
wicket,
isn't it?
I think the idea is they want to get Matt Parkinson in the game as the days go on, but here comes Beard on the leg side. And we have seen Matt Critchley take 3 for 60, but Simon Harmer hasn't taken any wickets so far, and just think possibly the lack of pace in the wicket makes the turn easier to play if it's slow turn. Matt Parkinson isn't necessarily a quick spinner either. He's someone that tosses the ball up. He's a little bit more old-fashioned in that sense. But here comes Beard, defended away by Everson. So yeah, we were just generally discussing the pitches, but also the fact that it's been a good effort from Kent so far and scrambling to get the bonus point. They were saying that everyone was probably happy really prior to that 110 over mark, the fact that Essex had managed to get Denley out, so they got their extra wicket for another point, and then Kent managed to scramble past 300, so got their extra point. So 304 for 6 with Finch 45 at the non-striker's end. Everson flicks this away aerially out towards the sweeper. Deep square, but will pick up a single. These two, arguably the last out-and-out batting partnership for Kent before you get into the likes of Grant Stewart to come, who's an all-rounder. Where's Agar going to bat? We don't know because of the...
Any updates on that injury, by the way?
Apparently he went to try and have a net to see how much pain he was in with the shoulder, as that was an outside edge from Finch, and it goes down towards third man all the way to the boundary. Another frustrating one for Aaron Beard, who arguably should have had Harry Finch out before he even got to 10. That short ball that picked out Critchley on the boundary, and he dropped it as he had it in his hands and dropped it as he hit the ground. So Aaron Beard, with his hands on his hips, probably still thinking, cool, I could have had him a lot earlier on in the day. But Finch now goes to 49 with that boundary down towards third man. So frustration for the Essex seamer, who has 1 for 45. Kent 319 for 6 as Beard a bit wider on the crease. Finch just drives out towards extra cover. Whether it's a slip, I think it is Critchley, isn't it? It's currently having a bit of a lie down. It's a bit of an afternoon siesta time, to be fair, out in the sunshine. A little bit of a snooze.
I really rate the siesta. I love the concept.
So in fact it's Simon Harmer actually, yeah, who's down on his back. As Finch tickles this one down towards fine leg, it might go for 4, it will, and Finch will get his 50 as well. So we were saying about Harry Finch, who was dropped on 9 with 8 fours off 67 balls. He really has been able to make the most of being given that life and knuckling down to take his chance and get just a second half century of the season. So credit to Finch for the way he's batted and the mentality he's shown after being dropped early in his innings. He was looking a bit scratchy earlier on, but he's been positive. A couple of shots off Simon Harmer, the sweep for 4, and then used his feet and smacked it along the ground back past him. Some of the highlights. But yeah, he now has a half century. I guess at the moment you'd look down the Kent card and go, well, there's been a few batters that have made some pretty good starts. Matt Parkinson's 48, I think, goes beyond a start from his general standard, with it being a first-class best, but...
In comes Critchley now, and this one's looking to sweep, but Everson doesn't get any bat on it, and straight into the gloves of Pepper, sliding down a leg a little bit.
Obviously Denley missing out on the century, having got himself in a great position to get one.
Yeah, it was so close. Critchley in again once more, and this time pushes off the back foot and just drives back to Critchley. Does Everson.
Yeah, Everson looking to show a bit of positive intent at least.
And again, a bit more fly, and this time drives to Elgar at cover.
But yes, I think for those of us, or particularly in your case, Nikki, who've been up since 5 AM, an afternoon siesta would go down well.
Critchley in, and this time defended off the back foot to Elgar at cover once again. Yeah, it's...
When I used to do early shifts and do the sport bulletins on BBC Kent, I would get home afterwards.
Critchley in this one, just shorter and down the leg side, and Everson gets off the back foot, tickles us down towards fine, and they'll pick up a couple because the closest field is down in deep square leg, but in front of square, so a little bit of a trek. They'll pick up a couple, score moves to 325 for 6.
So this will be about 3 o'clock in the afternoon. I'd stick a bit of TV on and just have a snooze on the beanbag.
Coach Lee in, and this time cut away off the back foot down to deep cover will be a single.
So what time was the morning show then?
6 till 10.
6 till 10.
But then I was on shift till about 2.
That brings up the end of the over. 326 for 6. Finch 53 to his name. Everson on 11. So 6 till 2. And then you'd get home and... But it really mucks up your entire schedule, doesn't it? Because even at the weekend, then you'll wake up at like, what, 4:30 maybe? Just naturally. Because I'm now more traumatized, I think, because I'm just scared I'm going to miss the alarm. And if I miss the alarm and I'm late,
True.
or I oversleep and don't make it in, the whole studio stays locked. And because I do a weekend show, if I don't unlock it, no one else can get in. Because only 2 people have the key.
Okay.
So, yeah, we'd be in a bit of an issue. And then I always just suddenly sometimes like wake up like in pure panic around 3 o'clock, 4 o'clock in the morning thinking I've overslept. And then, you know, when you really scare yourself, then you can't get back to sleep again.
Here comes Finch. Bowling to Everson. That one didn't particularly bounce much. It's defended away by Joey Everson. I generally was pretty good at catching up on sleep on my days off, actually. I wasn't one that had the body clock waking me up.
That's false. I learnt this the other day. You cannot actually catch up on sleep. I thought I would be able to do the same. You cannot actually catch up on sleep.
Okay, well, whatever the science behind it is, I didn't wake up at 5. I just kept sleeping.
You just...
If I didn't have an alarm to wake me up, I wouldn't wake up at that time.
Oh no, I wish I could do that.
Beer comes a bit wider on the crease. Everson defends up towards mid-on.
I wish I could do that. It'll be like a normal Tuesday, and then I've just woken up and I can see hear the birds chirping. It's already like light outside, and I'm like, why am I up at this time? There's no need for me to be awake.
Why is it light at this hour?
Don't mind the light. I like the light. I'm grateful for the light.
Back goes Everson, flicks it away into the onside. I do sometimes wonder what the sort of sleeping schedule of a county cricketer's like when they'll still be playing at 7 o'clock. Then they've got to do their sort of day debrief, head off home or whatever, or back to the hotel. And then they're here again by 9 the next day, or they're out training warming up by 10 o'clock.
Probably not enough sleep, if you ask me.
Fended away by Everson. Back up the pitch. And that goes back to the PCA story from earlier on in the year that Joe Root was backing about the schedule and talking about the health and safety stuff around some of the travelling as well after the T20 games. You know, if you've got a T20 game away in Taunton or something, you're not going to get back to Canterbury till 3 a.m, 4 a.m. This one's let go outside the off stump, and then you might be playing another game on the Sunday. So yeah, I think there's definitely some things to be worked out around the schedule, but I think most teams want to play games on Friday nights or over the weekend. And
I think if you think about it, because the season's only a certain part of the year, if it's just a matter of those days that you're giving away to accommodate what will just make cricket more accessible to a lot of people.
Be it bowls, and Everson just nudging this one away into the leg side for a single.
I think then at that point, I feel like you'll have to give in a little bit. Obviously to a point that if it really becomes concerning and health's deteriorating and it gets really serious on those levels, then I understand. But when the season's short enough as it is, weather's also an issue. Towards the back end of the season, light becomes an issue. So trying to squeeze in enough cricket that makes it worthwhile as well for all the off-season training that one does. Sometimes I think you're going to have to give in a little bit. And if you'd really compare it to the schedule, look at the players from 20, 30 years ago who played county cricket. Well, they'll tell you stories about how it's
been really challenging as in comes Critchley now, and Everson forward, defends, straight back to Critchley. We had stories that they've played a game, they've finished the game at like, what, maybe 7 o'clock. They've got in the car, driven down from like Manchester or Durham, as this one's played to mid-on by Everson, no run. Maybe driven from Durham down to Surrey, Sussex, played a game, played 2 days and then gone back again, and they start, and I can't remember exactly what the schedule used to be like. But there were some stories when you thought, wow, that is really grueling.
Because I think these days they don't want players driving themselves to games to avoid situations like that.
For sure, definitely. But just in terms of looking at from a scheduling point of view, as in comes Critchley, and this one's tossed, and Everson looks to go big, but doesn't get any bat on it.
Yeah, looped it up.
Looped it up, really tempted him just above his eye line, and Everson, you could say, maybe got a bit carried away, wanted to hit that back over Critchley's head. Critchley in again, slightly flatter. And Everson forward, defends to Elgar at cover. Yeah, it's a difficult one to really strike the right balance.
Yeah, and that's the whole thing, isn't it? That it needs to be a balance.
Critchley in, and again Everson defends in to the offside.
In terms of playing enough cricket and there being...
And of course, when you're playing the cricket, you want people to come and watch you play.
Yeah, exactly.
Play cricket. You're a professional cricketer. That's your job at the end of the day. As Critchley's in and Everson's forward, defends, and it concludes the end of the over as well. It's going to be a maiden over from Critchley. Kent 317 for 6. So obviously you'd like to be performing in front of crowds and making sure that crowds can actually access it. Playing on a, let's say, I don't know, Thursday afternoon, not very accessible, especially kids if you want to get them involved as well and increase kids' participation and attraction towards the game. There's a lot of things to obviously consider. And then when you're trying to squeeze it in over a Friday, Saturday, Sunday, when people play cricket themselves, it's...
Yeah, I sometimes don't think we necessarily get any better crowds in a 4-day game over weekends. We've had a couple of really busy Fridays here recently, actually, at Canterbury. I don't know, some people don't have the stats overall, but obviously, yeah, the counties themselves are trying to get bums on seats as much as possible. And give their members value for their season ticket or whatever. As Finch is waiting for this next one from Beard. It's defended away into the onside. If you'd like to have a view, you can get in touch with us on Twitter at BBC Kent Sport or at Ben Watt Sport, and then at Victoria Polly from BBC Essex who's with us, and at Nikki Chowdhury, clinkcricket@gmail.com, BBC Essex cricket@gmail.com, I think, as well. If you want to get in touch via that method. So yeah, loads of ways that you can get in touch with us and get your opinions across. I'm waiting for Beard. Who bowled to Finch, just the one slip. There's a bit of a discussion going on about something. In fact, Harmer's being moved to leg gully. The umpire's wandering out the way. He's decided he wants to go and stand on the other side. So yeah, there's a short mid-wicket and now a leg slip. Beard bowls to Finch and he clips it wide of that leg slip fielder down towards long leg for a single. Don't mind it as a tactic. Don't know whether leg gully might be a better option. Going to try and bowl that leg stump line to Harry Finch, who's now moved on to 54. Joey Everson's there on 12. Finch's strike rate and his proactive approach, 69 balls for his 54. And considering he was a little bit scratchy early on. Meanwhile, Everson is seemingly tried to play a few shots, but this one's let go outside the off stump. Through it goes to the wicketkeeper. He hasn't really been able to be quite so effective. Nikki, that IPL final was not going according to plan for one of the teams.
It really isn't, is it? Oh my gosh, didn't expect to see that. Sunrisers Hyderabad 8 down, which is only 90 on the board.
If they had to use their super sub yet, get an extra batter in after a bad start. This one's clubbed away by Everson out towards the sweeper on the offside. It'll be a single. Yeah, I think they did. Just looking at it, possibly. But even if they did, the super sub didn't get any runs either. So here comes Beard. Back goes Finch. That one is over on 5 Live Sports Extra at the moment. Commentary of that, if you do want to listen to it. But yeah, you were talking up Pat Cummins and the luck he seems to bring.
Actually, maybe it'll be good in a way, actually. They won't peak too soon and they take the momentum towards the World Cup.
Beard, short ball, which Finch pulls for 4. Really nicely played. Got on top of the bounce, controlled the shot. Deep square leg, long leg. It manages to bisect the 2 and it's away for 4 runs. Yeah, it's actually Pat Cummins' international teammate who's had the better of it. Mitch Stark, 3 overs, 2 for 14.
He'll be very happy as captain to be seeing that, though. But I must admit, I am a total convert and absolutely have changed loyalties after watching the test. I am an Australian cricket fan through and through now.
It's a good watch, isn't it?
It is so good. And season 3 just came out the other day. I've watched the first 3 episodes they've released on that, and I'm converted. I am an Australian cricket fan now. Only it would change if Australia play against India, but otherwise.
Yeah, I was going to say you were never much of an England fan, were you, to be fair?
In comes Critchley. This one's tossed up, and Everson's forward defends. Not saying I wasn't a fan, but now after that documentary,
I feel like I've given you stick for this before.
You're really just putting words in my mouth now, then. In comes Critchley again, and this time defended by Everson to short extra cover.
They come across well, don't they? I've not seen the most recent series.
You need to watch it. You need to watch
I've seen the famous, Justin Langer kicking the bin stuff.
In comes Critchley once more, and once again it's defended straight to short extra cover. It's quite funny, that episode, he kicks the bin, and then he immediately picks everything up.
Yeah, he's sort of...
It's like you realise what he's done.
Realise what he just did on camera, yeah.
Critchley. This one outside the off stump. It's left alone by Everson into the gloves of Pepper.
Or he just doesn't like untidiness. He strikes me as that sort of bloke.
Yeah, I agree. And this one again, left alone outside the off stump by Everson. A bit of turn. Leaves this off the front foot. Critchley back at the top of his mark. Sunglasses on, towel poking out. And this time gets a inside edge as it gets run down towards square leg, looking for 2. They won't take the 2, but they'll take the single, and it will conclude the over, which means Everson keeps strike. Kent 324 for 6. Finch on 58, Everson with 14. But it's a show that I feel it's so powerful, and it's really well made. And I think the passions and the highs and the lows, and they show everything. They're very candid on it. And
do you think we need a behind-the-scenes county cricket docu-series? Sort of F1 Drive to Survive style, do you think?
You know what? I'm all for cricket content. Long-form cricket content. I don't think you can beat it. I really enjoy it. Everyone's individual stories, their backgrounds, and then also, like in the test, they get their families involved, and it really just it hits the spot. If you're going to be looking at a sports documentary, and they really like take everything into account, right? They've gone through this World Test Championships. They talk about really difficult series when they've come back from the 2019 incidents from the first season, and then recently the Ashes series in England last year. And I think the next few episodes that will be released will be on the Cricket World Cup in India. So you get all the highs and lows, different formats, different mindsets, different struggles, different highs. I might just wear a T-shirt that says "Watch the Test."
If those don't exist, somebody start making them, because Nikki will buy it. See, if you haven't seen it already, there's
go watch it.
There's Nikki's recommendation.
Must watch. If you're a cricket fan, it's something you should watch.
Which one assumes you will be? If the listeners are tuning into us waffle on, then they probably
no
like
one's
cricket.
forcing you to listen.
Exactly. Here comes Aaron Beard then. Oh, there's a bottom edge from Joey Everson. It was banged into the deck. And Everson has gone for the pull shot. And bottom edged it through to the wicketkeeper. That could have so easily been dragged onto his stumps. So a little bit fortunate there for Joey Everson.
I think you should go watch it when you get some time as well.
I'll write it on my notes on my phone.
And you can get yourself a T-shirt as well.
Here comes Beard. Short ball. Another attempted pull shot. Somebody has appealed very loudly for a glove behind the wicketkeeper. Said somebody was not the wicketkeeper or the bowler. So whoever it was, I think possibly Deep Point is the guilty party. From here it looked like he might have gloved it.
Would have helped if the keeper had a bit of a reaction to it.
Yeah, if the keeper doesn't appeal, then Deep Point's got no chance of getting the wicket. This one's turned away into the onside.
But I think what it is just the whole tough love sort of attitude.
Oh, okay. So that's what you love the most about the Australian culture.
And the accountability, and I like that.
Okay. Here's Beard, a little bit wider on the crease. Back goes Everson, pushing it out toward extra cover. Because of course that's what the whole first series is about a lot, isn't it? Because of they're having to change their attitude, seemingly, after the
it's tough love,
sandpaper gate.
But within reason, right? So I think in that first season, it's when Justin Langer's very much puts a lot of emphasis on being a good bloke and them someone being in the side, but they better be a good bloke.
Pulled away by Everson in the air, but safely over the head of the fielder at mid-wicket, and it will go away eventually on the ground for 4 runs. For a boundary, so he moves on to 18. Kent to 328 for 6. The All Blacks have a policy along those lines, don't they? You know, team players only type thing. I can't say the actual phrase because it's not broadcastable, but you know what I mean. No dodgy geezers allowed in the team. Here comes another short ball, and this time Everson has gone for the hook shot. Kind of gloved it down towards long leg for a single. So the Aaron Beard short ball tactic. And fair play to him, because he's really been bending his back and putting the effort and the energy into it. Perhaps unfortunate not to have brought himself a wicket via that method so far in this game. But Finch there on 58, having been dropped early in his innings. Joey Everson just scrapping away a little bit there for 19. Normally a more aesthetically pleasing player on the eye to watch, possibly.
It's going to be Critchley to continue from the pavilion end. One more over from me, and then I'll make way for Victoria as Critchley is in.
And this time pushed off the back foot down to deep cover for a single. Finch comes on to strike. 329 is the score. Critchley in one more time, and this time Finch leans into a solid defence as the ball trickles into the offside. Critchley ready to go again, runs away from us, or skips away from us as this one's defended by Finch. Back down the wicket. Yeah, definitely a skip. As he's in past the umpire now, and this one's left alone by Finch. This one's slightly wider from Critchley. We've got a slip in place. He's got his sunglasses on, he's ready to go. Gets through his overs ever so quickly, and this one's slightly slower delivery, and it's beaten him. It's a play and a miss from Finch. He looks to defend, but rather wearily. And just good variation of pace there from Critchley, and just drag the length a little bit as well as he's in again. This one's faster. Played off the back foot down to deep cover. Will be a single. And it will also conclude the over. Just one off the over.
He really does get through his overs so quick, doesn't he?
Absolutely rapid. 330 for 6, Finch on 59, Everson on 20. And I'll make way for Victoria.
Thanks, Nikki Chowdhury, alongside Ben Watts of BBC Radio Kent and Victoria Polly from BBC Essex. I was actually watching back the dismissal of Joe Denley, and part of me thought that the speed in between deliveries from Critchley actually probably contributed to the wicket in a way. He was just racking up the balls, and Denley was determined not to just settle and sit there and block it and be rushed.
So quick, isn't it? Even that over there, when Nikki said one more from her, I feel like I'd glanced down and then all of a sudden the over was over.
Exactly. I think that intensity that he shows by getting through the deliveries actually can create a little bit of mini pressure on the batter. Just before you know it, whole over's gone by and you barely laid a bat on the ball, etc. 331 for 6. With Everson on 20 and 59 for Harry Finch is on strike, facing up to full delivery outside the off stump from Aaron Beard. Simon Harmer maybe doing a bit of a stretch at leg gully. His fielder's out at long leg at deep square at deep mid wicket.
Good news, the weather has brightened up in Essex, so the women will get on in their T20 against Suffolk.
Short ball incoming. Pulled away. Oh, and it's gone through the hands, has it, of Harmer, who's in that leg gully position. That would have come at him quick. It was off a attempted pull shot from Finch and a bit of an under edge. But Simon Harmer is still ruefully sat on the floor, bemoaning his own lack of fast reactions, perhaps.
Well, I was wondering if it had carried to him, but the way he sat in disappointment suggests that it did.
Yeah, I think it did. Not sure if he'll be straight enough on for us to see him on the replay necessarily, for those that are watching via the stream. Finch has now moved to 60-20 for Everson. As the sun just dips behind a cloud for a moment. And Beard bowls. Short to Everson, he pulls it away. Fielder at mid-wicket is now sprawled on his back. going to say, is that Elgar down there? But I think it might actually be Jordan Cox.
Yeah, Jordan Cox, Elgar. It's interesting just walking around and watching from elsewhere. You can just hear a bit more of the field, and Elgar very encouraging with Michael Pepper behind the stumps. He's obviously got that leadership capability anyway, but just nice to hear how vocal he is in the field, encouraging the rest of the team.
Beard bowls, another short ball. Finch pulls it more convincingly this time because he's even beaten the two fielders in the deep and got 4 more runs. 50 partnership comes up between this pair, so Kent so far today have consistently strung partnerships together. 50 partnership between these two, following on from Denley and Finch, and Denley and Parkinson as well. So Essex have been unable to take any wickets in clusters. And Kent are 337 for 6. 64 now for Harry Finch. Yeah, I was just looking at the replay a moment ago of that chance for Simon Harmer, and he's just out of shot slightly for the camera from behind the bowler's arm that's on top of the sight screen. But yeah, to me it looked like it went through his hands. Finch pulls hard out towards the deep square leg fielder. That was hit like an absolute rocket. Decent stop from Noah Thane in the deep, considering it's travelled such a long way.
I know we've had 3 singles and a boundary, but compared to the Critchley over, it feels very long, doesn't it? Aaron Beard bowling.
Critchley's over. He's done in a flash. Whereas they're tweaking the field a bit. Beard has to get back to his mark. Whereas Critchley is just bowls, ball into the keeper's hands. Back it goes to him. In he comes again. Maybe a little block. Another little change in the field. Another leg side fielder coming in. And the short ball. Everson this time just jumps on the back of his heels and defends. Beard frustratedly kicks the ball away to a teammate. End of another over. So we've got, in theory, a minimum of 22 to go in the day. But with the amount of overs of spin we've had, it's possible that Essex might even manage more than that. Although, in fairness, 6 o'clock being the cut-off point, might be that they're just pretty much bang on with the over rate. But as we've been saying, Critchley's bowling is over so quick, you never quite know.
If they're all Critchley overs, we'd be over by now. I think the frustration for Essex is not only that they have watched another Kent partnership build here at Canterbury, but Surrey are 5 down, facing defeat against Hampshire. They could really do with capitalising on that. I mean, a draw keeps things nice and tight going into the break for the T20 Blast, but you don't often get a Surrey defeat to be able to capitalise on, as Critchley is in. That one's just pushed back down the pitch by Finch.
Yeah, Sam Cook being off the field all day has certainly not helped Essex cause.
Critchley in, and that's slapped back at him by Finch. Critchley doing the fielding. And he comes again, Critchley, driven to mid-off, Aaron Beard.
It's the little drives up to mid-on and mid-off, or short mid-wicket, extra cover, that seem to speed up the over, because it means the fielder doesn't have to lob it too far to Critchley before he's in again.
Gets it back to Critchley. And that one doesn't quite
I think it was kicked away by Finch, actually. That's why it didn't go very far. Our view is slightly obscured by Joey Everson.
Yeah, so Joey Everson standing right in my eye line as Critchley is into Finch. Pushes back down the pitch once more to the bowler. We've got more stretches going on in the field. Tom Wesley just limbering up. I don't know that that's for bowling, as Critchley is in, and that one is hit towards the boundary. Just took a step back, did Finch. It's collected by Thane, who's out by the rope. They come back for 2, 340 for 6.
I think the frustration as well for Essex would be that you break this partnership, Grant Stewart comes to the crease, who's a handy all-rounder. Is Wes Agar going to bat? Arafat's then the number 11, so they'll know that if they could just get a breakthrough or two, that they might be able to bowl Kent out tonight. And then anything you'd take in the second innings would be a bonus. So, yeah, at the moment, it's been a good day for Kent, 340 for 6. And it does look indeed as if Tom Wesley is going to have another bowl here. So I wonder if this is going to be a little bit of a case of what we saw earlier on. Wesley bowling an over to swap the ends around for the 2 spinners possibly. Whether it's a legitimate tactic to try and upset the rhythm of the batters. I think the fact that Beard had kicked the ball away after that previous delivery of the last over at the Nackington Road end was probably a sign that he might have been told he was going to have to come off in a minute. He has got through 24 overs in this innings. Aaron Beard, which is the most of any seamer, quite comfortably. Harmer and Critchley bowled 30 each.
Yeah, picking up that work that they're missing through Sam Cook, and again they elected to go with that extra seamer, but they do miss that middle order sort of Paul Walter all-rounder.
So Wesley then from the Nackington Road end, just turned away into the onside by Joey Everson. Elgar does the fielding, because quite often Essex would only go with 3 seamers and Harmer, and then obviously Critchley plays as a batter and your 5th bowler. Pushed away back up the pitch by Everson. Like you say, if you bring Walter into the team, suddenly the balance looks really nice with a couple of all-rounders in there.
Yeah, it's
Here comes Wesley, defended away by Everson.
looking at the team selection on Friday, reading some of the comments as you do on social media, maybe a few Essex supporters felt the batting was a bit light, but actually, as it's turned out, it's the bowling that they've needed.
Slightly dragged down by Wesley and flicked away into the onside by Joey Everson out towards deep mid wicket. Noah Thane in the deep, the subfielder. Yeah, I must admit, I looked at that and did wonder about, say, Feroz Cushy being left out. Pepper batting at 6 rather than, say, 7 in red ball cricket, but it worked out fine. He batted very nicely. As Finch defends this one away. So just the one to come now in the over from Wesley.
Well, as it has been, Noah Thane has found himself in the county championship team with the absence of Paul Walter, not included for this one, the all-rounder, but he's ended up on the pitch for most of it.
Oh, that one drops away behind square on the offside, whether Finch was trying to flick it away or if it came off some glove. Evaded short leg though. Finch is just giving the pitch a little bit of a prod. Now the wicketkeeper Michael Pepper's having a look. They're all examining a particular spot on the pitch that might have caused that.
Interesting though that Matt Critchley has taken his hat off, so it won't be a change at this end.
It's not going to be the switch around then. So maybe Tom Wesley is going to give himself a little bit of a go. Simon Harmer's figures, by the way, a none for 101 from his 30 overs. So the fact that Harmer's wicketless maybe is the reason he's not bowling at the moment.
Critchley to continue from the pavilion end then. Joey Everson on strike. He's on 22. In comes Critchley. Everson on the back foot, just turns that one into the leg sides. Fielded by that man Harmer. In comes Critchley to Everson. Turns that one towards square leg. They come through for the single. 342 for 6. Jeff has been in touch on the email, bbcessexcricket@gmail.com. Says, I wonder if Essex are resting Cook in the hope he can bowl in the second innings. I think it's telling, isn't it, that we haven't seen him at all today.
Yeah, I think if they were resting him with that in mind, he'd be on the pitch.
Just not bowling as Critchley is in. Thud on the pad.
Yeah, I think there was inside edge into the pad.
It's quite a big noise.
Which is why there were the sort of moans, exasperated noise from Matt Critchley.
In he comes around the wicket. There's bad on that one from Finch, who comes through for the single. Moves on to 68, dropped on 9, don't forget.
Yeah, I think I'll be surprised if Wes Agar or Sam Cook end up bowling again in this game, to be honest. Wes Agar match situation, obviously, as well. But I don't know whether he's going to bat due to that shoulder injury that he picked up in the first innings. And then, yeah, Sam Cook hasn't been on the field all day. So it seems unlikely that he'd make an appearance again tomorrow.
Critchley into Everson, who's down on his knee and gets that one away nicely for 4 runs.
Yeah, a little bit of a drag down from Critchley, that one. And Everson got himself in a nice stable position to swing the bat away. And play that down towards the Les Ames stand for a boundary.
347 for 6. I think the bigger concern as well is there's not a huge turnaround time for T20 Blast, depending on the seriousness of those injuries. As Critchley is into Everson, who's defending that one with a straight bat. And the final ball of the over, 347 for 6.
Yeah, absolutely. That certainly is a factor. I think that competition is very much high up the priority list for most counties. Doing well in that. Want to have your best players available for it. Bizarrely, Kent begin on Friday at Chelmsford. But
Against
not
Middlesex.
But not against Essex, indeed.
I did really confuse myself when I was going through the fixtures last week, because Essex are at Gloucestershire on Thursday and then Somerset on Friday. But I quickly glanced at the fixture list on the website and I saw Chelmsford on Friday and I panicked and thought, have I got the fixtures wrong? And then I realised I needed to look and realise it was a Middlesex home match.
Very strange, though, that that's the case, as Wesley bowls all to Finch. Everson tries to get out of the way before he gets clobbered. Thankfully, from Kent's point of view, he does, because it's gone for 4 and the 350 comes up with that blow from Harry Finch. Don't know whether there was any contact from Everson, but he did well to get out of the way at the non-striker's end. Finch moves to 72.
I think he would have known about it if
Yeah,
there
true.
was some contact. There was a hell of a whack.
3-5-1 for 6 as this next one is defended away by Harry Finch. I'd like to, well, I need to look this up before Friday, what Middlesex record is like at Chelmsford. Because as this one's defended away by Finch, sometimes it's considered a tough place to go, isn't it? With the Essex crowd, but there's not going to be any sort of fear factor for a Middlesex crowd.
No,
There'll probably be a mix of Kent and Middlesex fans, I'd have thought.
Yeah, I did see Middlesex beat Essex there last season, I think.
Okay. Down the pitch comes Finch. Pushed away out into the covers.
In fact, I think my record was bad because I saw Middlesex beat Essex and Hampshire absolutely thump Essex, yet still there we were on finals day.
I'm trying to think if... I feel like Kent have won a few games recently at Chelmsford. Certainly there was the massive Bell Drummond Denley partnership one Friday night. What's that one? maybe even turned to touch and got through to Pepper, who whips the bails off.
It's always a good atmosphere on a Friday night at Chelmsford, though.
Yeah.
Whoever's playing.
It'll be interesting to see if any Essex fans just fancy getting involved and go for a little wander down. Get involved as a neutral, just heckle everybody. Just flicked away down towards deep square leg for a single.
Certainly a shorter journey than going to Taunton.
Yeah, that's a bit of a trek on a Friday night, that's for sure. Right, I'm going to try and find this scorecard from last year, because Essex won here because that was Sam Cook hat-trick.
Yes, yeah.
Yeah, Kent won last year at Chelmsford.
I think I don't have a very good record at all. I think I did that one.
I think you possibly did. Bell Drummond and Denley got runs again that day, yeah.
Tom Wesley in discussion with Simon Harmer and Matt Critchley. It will be Critchley to continue to bowl, but it's a meeting of the spinners. Just setting their field.
You always know that your summer has properly arrived when the blast turns up.
Critchley's ready. He's had his conversations and he is into Everson. And he's caught! Although the umpire thinks that was grounded. It's a fuller ball, hit straight to Dean Elgar.
I think it was maybe a bump ball, yeah.
This time he's worked that one away along the ground to Dean Elgar. Critchley over the wicket to Everson. Wide of off stump. Dot ball.
Just realised I had a tweet from James 20 minutes ago, which Nikki will find interesting. Apparently there was a 90s documentary.
As Critchley is into Everson, who's pushed that one away, and across comes Aaron Beard from mid-off to field the ball. They come through for the single.
Said apparently there was a 90s documentary called Looking for the Summer, which followed former Kent captain Matthew Fleming and former Middlesex spinner, Hampshire, Sean Udell, around for a season.
Critchley into Finch, stopped in the covers once more.
He's called it A-star Badger content, which I think is a good description of such a documentary. That is niche. But there we go. Maybe it needs to make a return.
As Critchley is in to Finch. And that one will go all the way for 4. Found the gap this time. It's a boundary from the final ball of Matt Critchley's over, 358 for 6. Yeah, I was listening with interest. I think I need to catch up as well. I haven't watched any. So I'll find some time for that maybe.
I think that was a slight misfeel from Elgar. Possibly he was hit pretty firmly by Finch out towards extra cover. I think he slightly misjudged the bounce of it possibly. But
well,
yeah.
I was looking at Elgar and then I suddenly realised that Thane was chasing around the boundary.
Next thing, it was the ball had gone past Elgar, and yeah.
He was certainly kept busy in that over.
So Wesley carrying on from the Nackington Road end. Oh, another chance. Well, I say chance. For those watching on the live stream, that was a very tough one for the fielder at short leg, whether or not he actually got hands to it on the fall as it was flicked away by Everson. It's been one of those kind of days, really, though, that Essex haven't really had a lot of luck. As Wesley bowls, Everson taps it back up the pitch. You know, on another day, something like that might go to hand or flick up off a boot for somebody to catch.
Yeah, it came at Nick Brown so quickly.
Wesley again. Defended away. One bounce out towards mid-wicket. Yeah, that Matt Critchley drop of Harry Finch's one that certainly helped Kent, with Finch having moved on to 77 not out now, as Everson defends this one away. We made the most of that life. .358 for 6. Joey Everson on 29. Man back at long on and mid-wicket. Short leg and a slip, the two closer catchers. Oh, and he's got him. Joey Everson's gone for the sweep and completely missed it. Tom Wesley gets him out bowled, and the part-time off-spin gets the breakthrough. So Essex, just with a little bit of a sniff at bowling Kent out on day 3, having broken through the Everson and Finch partnership. He's out for 29, Joey Everson. Wesley in just his 4th over has managed to get the wicket. And Kent at 358 for 7.
Yeah, the Kent batters have been navigating the Essex spin well, but Wesley, having had us confused about whether he was just coming on to tactically help with the change of ends for Critchley and Harmer, his gamble of bringing himself on, which we don't see too often these days, has paid off. And there might just be a late swing in momentum on day 3 for Essex.
Certainly just slightly opens the door.
But, as you say, Grant Stewart is next in.
Yeah, Grant Stewart is by no means a slouch with the bat, and actually just looking at his numbers for this season, missed a few of the games. How many of them has he played? This one just his 3rd or 4th, averaging 27 with the bat. 45 is top score, so yeah, certainly more than capable. Grant Stewart, it's the sort of batter you want to get out quite early on in his innings, because if he gets in and gets going, hits the ball very hard. So if Essex can get him out with a minimum of 16 overs remaining in the day, so typically that would take an hour, but with spin from both ends you could get more through than that. So an hour to try and bowl Kent out before stumps on day 3, the task for Essex. Still have plenty of runs to play with, 233 run lead.
There's another game of cricket going on the boundary across from us.
Is it father and son in action? Young lad in the green top. So first ball for Stewart is on the front foot, defending away, out towards deep point for a single. And Essex were almost happy to let him have it, to make sure Finch is off strike. So it'll be Stewart, the new man, into the crease to come up against Matt Critchley, presumably, who looks like he's going to carry on. Wesley coming over to have a bit of a discussion with him.
Yeah, Nick Brown getting involved as well. I think it's unlikely we'll see him with the ball. I think it was probably this time last year when Ireland played the tour match at Essex. Nick Brown was captaining and he did bring himself on as we got towards the end of the game.
He's got the shin pads on at the moment, doesn't he? So he'd do well with those to turn his arm over. So it will be Critchley to continue.
And he's got the new man in, Grant Stewart, on strike. Got off the mark with his first ball. Critchley is into Stewart. Given a bit of air, just pushes that one into the leg side. So the queue of bowlers lining up for the game going on the boundary. As Critchley comes into Stewart, just pushes that one back to the bowler. .359 for 7. As Critchley is into Stewart, who is forward and defending. Felix Organ has picked up a 5-foot for Hampshire as Critchley is into Stewart, who takes a step wide and sends Jordan Cox chasing away to the boundary to haul the ball back in. They come back for 2 runs.
So yeah, bottom edge from Stewart. He's slightly wrong-footed the keeper there. Don't know if it nutmegged him, but like you say, Hampshire in pole position to get that win over Surrey thanks to Felix Organ's efforts.
134 for 8. As Critchley here at Canterbury is into Stewart, who just pushes back to the bowler. And the leaders are set for defeat as Critchley is into Stewart, who is reaching wide for that one. It's collected for the single.
He surely could have left that. Well, they don't often give wides, admittedly, in county cricket, but that was very wide.
It was very wide. He was reaching away for it. 362 for 7 at the end of that. Critchley over. Grant Stewart on 4. Harry Finch on 77.
Yeah, I think that I've just seen looking back at the Stewart shot, which did go for a couple of runs. I think he might well have even nutmegged the wicketkeeper with a little under edge on the attempted cut shot.
You've heard of the commentator's curse. How about the curse of the BBC Sport Live page? When Tom Wesley brought himself on, said bowling his occasional twirlies is a sign of how things are going for the Essex captain.
Well, there you go. Here he comes again. Stewart goes back and plays up towards long on for a single. Almost had one of those in our village game yesterday, that somebody was saying how well someone was batting and the next ball almost got out. It wasn't me, it was someone else, but old habits die hard. Here comes Wesley then. Driven off the back foot by Finch. Up towards long on for another single.
You were making me feel nostalgic earlier when you were talking about scoring with Nicky. That was my way into club cricket too. The coloured pens, the pretty patterns.
So you went full coloured pens, did you?
Oh yeah, every ball.
Every ball, dot balls on the batters as well?
Absolutely.
Oh yes. That one defended away up the pitch. I mean, you know you've reached the pinnacle of scoring when you...
I don't know how I'd get on with all the technology of it these days.
Yeah, that's the thing. These days you've got electronic scoreboards and uploading it to play cricket. So this one's clipped back to the bowler by Stewart.
Although that is handy if you're watching along on play cricket, deciding when to go over, when's the right opportunity to go and watch.
Yeah, you can follow the scores throughout the day, can't you, as well? As Wesley is pushed away into the covers. I mean, so many clubs have live streams these days. There was the video that's been going viral over the weekend was Newcastle United midfielder Sean Longstaff getting a wicket for his club side. So some of his teammates went on a tour to Australia, whereas he said, "No, I got a club cricket game of the weekend that I want to play." And honestly, I was quite surprised that Premier League footballers are allowed to play club cricket during their off season. Maybe they're just allowed to do what they want. But fair play to him. And he got Phil Mustard's son out, didn't he?
He did, Hayden Mustard did. It's, like you say, not something you see so often these days, but Essex certainly back in the day, well, some people may remember, had some rather famous footballers doubling up for them. Jeff Hurst probably being the most famous of them, a handy cricketer.
That final ball at the over was played off the back foot
up the pitch for a single, so 365 for 7 the Kent score. Stewart has 6, Finch has 78.
Critchley will bowl from the pavilion end to Grant Stewart. It's forward, plays into the offside. I wonder if Sean Langstaff had that written into his contract, that he was allowed to play club cricket.
Can play some club cricket in his off-season.
Critchley is in to Stewart, who again takes just a step to the side and hits that one into the offside for a single.
I think Joe Hart, former England goalkeeper, did play a bit. Used to play a bit of cricket, didn't he? And
I think he had to make a decision, didn't he, at one point between which sport to pursue.
Yeah, quite possibly.
As Critchley is in to Finch, who hits that one back at Critchley, just manages to stop it with his shin. 366 for 7. Ben's going to make way for Nicky to come back in as Critchley is into Finch, who's forward and defending. Not sure about the reverse in terms of cricketers and football, as Critchley is into Finch, who's down on his knee and pushing into the offside for no run. I guess there is sometimes, if you're a natural sports person, you can just be good at it all, as Critchley is into Finch, who misses, and Pepper is quick to whip the bails off, but Finch is safely in his crease at the end of another quick Critchley over, 366 for 7. Did you have a nice break?
I did. It went very quickly.
It's all going very quickly with Matt Critchley bowling.
It is, isn't it? You look up and it's like already been 5 overs.
It's felt even quicker with Tom Wesley, the captain, bringing himself on. So we've got spin at both ends. We did see that earlier with Harmer, but when it was Aaron Beard and Matt Critchley bowling, the Beard overs felt even longer compared to the spin of Critchley. But
we're going to absolutely fly through these 13 overs. What's left for today's play is here's Wesley from the Nackington Road end now, and this one is played to mid-off the front foot by Stewart. Slipping a short leg in place. Some breeze here in Canterbury across the playing field, and this one just delicately pushed back off the back foot by Stewart.
Talking of football, Southampton are back in the Premier League. They've beaten Leeds 1-0 in the Championship playoff final.
In again is Wesley, and this time Stewart looks to sweep as this goes down the leg side. Doesn't get any bat on it. What's your favourite sport then, Victoria?
Oh, that's a difficult question.
Here's Wesley in again once more, and this time softly played to mid-wicket by Stewart. Finch is on 78, Stewart's on 7. Finch would probably be like wishing to get to those 3 digits before close of play today, as next delivery by Wesley is defended off the back foot.
Hard choice for watching between football and cricket, but my sport to play is netball.
Sport to play is netball, but if there was a favourite sport overall, that would mean you put everything down. This one defended into the offside by Stewart, and it concludes the over. It's a maiden over there from Wesley. 366 for 7. That is a sport that if I says, this is happening, it's being played, you drop everything. And you are.
Oh, that's hard. It is hard. I mean, I think from a professional point of view, obviously the most that I do is football and cricket, but I think you probably know this from when, because I play so much netball, I've played a bit of cricket, but not to any kind of standard. as most people will attest to. I think it's just, you get more into watching the sport that you play and you can understand the tactics and the technicalities of it. Whereas
as opposed to just being like a general sport fan.
Yeah, like I think that's probably, going back to our early conversation about scoring, I think that's why I've always enjoyed scoring cricket so much, is it gives you a role, it gives you a purpose in the game where you're not a player, but you're involved in, you can understand the story that's playing out for you in front of on the paper in front of you.
Yeah, I get what you say, and especially if it's a sport that you play, then being able to explain tactics or understand them, it's so much easier to break down and comprehend, as opposed to maybe if you haven't played the sport, you're still a fan of it, but maybe like the fluidity and how easy it is to absorb the information may not be as compared to someone who has played the sport.
I think it's always really interesting. You know, I watch a lot of football, I commentate on a lot of football for BBC Essex, but we always have a co-commentator, a summariser who might be a former player or a coach. And while you're commentating on what you're seeing in front of you, they're seeing things that no one else sees. They're seeing it from a point of view, and they'll say something about perhaps a change of formation or something that's happening off the ball that they've spotted in terms of tactics that you wouldn't necessarily get from someone who hasn't been at that standard. So I always think it's really interesting, and we're lucky with the same in cricket really, when we are lucky to have players join us or coaches come up and do a stint on commentary as well, as the players finish their drinks and move back to their positions. It just gives you that insight to the way they want to play.
And I think that's why it's so nice to have a caller and a summariser, because you get different perspectives and just a different way at looking at the game, should you not be as well versed with the tactics of the game and how different situations could play out. So having an ex-player, someone who's walked the walk, really like give their thoughts on a situation, is always nice to really open up like conversations, asking more questions as well.
It's also especially with football, when it's so fast-paced, as a commentator, you're just so focused on calling each movement and being able to commentate as the action plays out. So you kind of need that summariser to step in with the explanations of things. With cricket, with the slightly slower pace, there's more to talk about between each delivery, as we're about to get back underway with Critchley bowling to Finch. Harmer does the fielding.
And I think summarisers, because of their experience in the game themselves as professionals, but more often than not, they're so good at breaking down the information.
As Critchley is in to Finch, who's forward to play it. It's collected by Pepper behind the stumps, who again whips off the bails quickly, but no danger there for Kent.
So to be able to like take the information and like more digestible chunks, they just see it in a different way that is very different to the average layman.
Critchley in to Finch, just turns it into the offside. 3-dot balls so far in this over. I feel like you learn something as well, just being able to tap into their knowledge and their sporting brain, as Critchley is in, and that's played straight back down the pitch by Finch, who's on 78. It was earlier Matt Critchley who dropped Harry Finch on 9. Now he's bowling to him and he's defending.
Yeah, really be regretting that drop now, wouldn't they? We did say this could be costly.
As Critchley is in to Finch, who takes a step away from the stumps, hits it into the offside, takes a single off the final ball of the over to keep the strike, 367 for 7.
Getting through these overs so quickly, just because we've got spinners on. It's going to be Wesley to continue, and I'm pretty sure it's going to be these two to see it through till the end of the day, I assume. As Finch is on strike.
On 79, Wesley coming in to bowl his 7th over. So far figures of 6 overs, 1 maiden, 12 runs, and has picked up the 1 wicket as well as he's ready to go now. Trundles in and an attempted reverse sweep from Finch. Has he got bat on it? I'm not sure, but it's running down fine. He'll come back for 2, and it will only be 2. He's looked to get the 3rd. He's been sent back, and it has got something on it. I'm not sure if it's bat or it might have come off glove.
I don't think he planned it, but he worked it well to find the gap.
Did. He's moved on to 81, Kent, 369 for 7s. Now he comes down the track, uses his feet, and this one's gone down the leg side. He's done a good job to actually play this. And it's gone down as a dot. Wesley ready to go again. This is pushed off the back foot, softly played into the offside. They'll pick up a single, as long as it takes for mid-off to come round and collect the ball. 370 for 7. And that means Stewart is on strike. Wesley decided he's going to go round the wicket now. Slip and a short leg in place for Wesley, for Stewart as well, who's going to be facing Wesley, who's round the wicket. And this time this is defended to mid-off. Just 3 off the over so far. And the sun is shining here at Canterbury. All those horrible looking clouds have disappeared as Wesley's in one more time, and Stewart lunges forward. I believe this just comes back and hits him on the thigh pad as he attempts to defend. Wesley already ready to go again at the top of his mark for what should be the last ball of the over. And he comes now, and again defended to mid-off, and this concludes the over. 370 for 7 here, and we've got roughly 10 overs remaining in the day's play.
And how Essex would like to be able to take at least 1 wicket, and who knows if they got 2. That might be enough anyway if Wes Agar is still struggling with that shoulder injury and wouldn't bat. And it looks like they're going to continue with the spinners to try and find that breakthrough. The wickets on day 3 having come 2 in the afternoon session, 1 for Jamie Porter and 1 for Matt Critchley, and in this evening session it is the captain Tom Wesley who got the breakthrough. Matt Critchley on bowling from the pavilion end into Harry Finch, who's proving to be a thorn in Essex's side. 82 not out for him from 112 balls. In comes Critchley to Finch along the ground to mid-on. In comes Critchley to Finch, who's down on his knee, and it was a great stop by Dean Elgar in the covers. He's done that a couple of times this afternoon. The ball has come with him at pace, and he's managed to get down on the stop, and then he just shakes off the hand as Critchley is in, and that's defended by Finch.
He really is getting battered today, isn't he, Dean Elgar? It seems to be the same right hand every single time.
I wonder if he's volunteering himself there. He's agile in the field as Critchley is into Finch. He plays that one with the wrists into the leg side. They'll come through for the single and move on to 371 for 7, trailing by 220 runs. Good old bit of a shine on the ball from Tom Wesley, the captain.
How are the rest of the games looking up and down the country? Is rain affected most? We can have a look after this over, actually.
As Critchley is into Stewart. He just turns that one into the offside for the final ball of the over. One from it, 371-47. Yeah, Surrey still facing that innings defeat at Southampton. They are 149-8. Trailing by 332, having followed on. Lancashire against Warwickshire. Rain has stopped play there with Warwickshire 96-3. No play possible at New Road. Worcestershire against Nottinghamshire on day 3 elsewhere in Division 1. They have closed in the Division 2 games between Gloucestershire and Derbyshire. Gloucestershire 399-4, trailing by 127 runs. Leicestershire against Glamorgan, also problems with rain there. Glamorgan 14-1 at stumps. And Northamptonshire against Yorkshire. Yorkshire 156-5 at close. Then the only game still going on is Middlesex against Sussex.
Here's Wesley, and this time Finch just defends off the back foot.
Middlesex 321-4 in that one, trailing Sussex by 233 runs. I say that as Hampshire take another wicket.
Wesley in, and Finch uses his feet down the track and plays it straight to mid-wicket along the ground.
149-9 now. Dawson getting the wicket of Atkinson.
It's not many times you see Surrey perform like this, is it?
No, and that's the frustration for Essex, that they're chasing Surrey but not getting what they want here.
Here's Wesley, this time pushed off the back foot by Finch into the offside. He'll pick a single as it's fielded down at deep cover. Continues to stay round the wicket for Stewart. Last over he was going back over. This time he decided to stay put. A little hold up. We're good to go again. In comes Wesley around the wicket, and it's a fuller delivery, which Stewart has managed to play off the back foot. He's watched it well, and it's fielded by Point. And now he's deciding to go back over the wicket. I spoke too soon. Spoke too soon. Still got 2 deliveries left in this over. And he's thought, actually, no, we're going to go over the wicket to Stewart, who taps his bat and is in his stance, ready to go. Awaits Wesley to reach the crease. He's now reached the crease. And this one swept away straight to 45, where Dean Elgar seems to be getting absolutely peppered today. He's everywhere.
He's certainly been very active, hasn't he?
Got good connection on the sweep, but unfortunately he was just straight to the fielder. And in comes Wesley one more time from the Nackington Road end. And this is defended straight back. And he fields off his own bowling. It concludes the over. 9 overs to go in today's play. 372-7 on the board. Finch on 84, Stewart on 7.
Yeah, certainly an interesting final round of county championship action before the break for the T20 Blast. The aim for Essex going into that switch to the white ball would be to keep in touching distance of the top of Division 1. Especially after that disappointing defeat at Somerset a couple of weeks ago. Critchley in discussion with Wesley once more. $372-7 on the board for Kent. At least 8 overs remaining on day 3. Harry Finch is on strike as Critchley is in over the wicket. missed by Finch through to Pepper, who was keeping a close eye on Finch remaining in his crease. He's the man Essex will be targeting as Critchley is in. His leg side, which Finch looks to try and turn away. It's through to the keeper. 2 dot balls so far for Matt Critchley. Still a scattering of the crowd over to our right hand side. A few children playing games as Critchley is in to Finch, who gets an edge, and Snater feels in the deep as they come through for a single. Various ball games and chasing going on around the boundary.
Oh, to be a kid again. Remember how carefree one used to be?
Yeah, I remember not really paying as much attention to the cricket, but being more interested in the whatever games we were making up in the sidelines, as Critchley is in to Stewart. Pushes it back down the pitch to the sub-fielder Feroz Kushi, who is also on the pitch at the moment for Essex, in addition to Noah Thane, who's been on all day for Sam Cook, as Critchley is in. And Stewart just takes that wide step once again and hits that into the offside.
Straight to Elgar again.
Straight to Dean Elgar, who says to Feroz Kushi, "Can you not get that one?" Critchley to Stewart. And this time it does go straight to Feroz Kushi in the offside. Final ball of the over, 373 for 7.
7 overs remaining as the manual scoreboard has just been ticked over. 373 for 7. I'm pretty sure Finch would like to get to his century before end of day's play. I really couldn't think of anything, not worse, but it's just a bit of a relief as well,
It's
right?
not something you want hanging over you overnight,
exactly.
is it?
You go to bed and I'm 99 not out. Well, you'd probably sleep much better if you're 100 not out, right?
I'd imagine quite a deal better.
As Wesley to continue from the Nackington Road end, as he's at the top of his mark, has a quick exchange with the umpire and are ready to go. Finch on strike, who's forward and defends as the ball trickles back down towards Wesley.
I think when he does get, if he gets closer, we'll bring Ben Watts back on commentary.
We will when we find where he's gone, as Wesley's in again and Finch goes to play this off the back foot and his finger's gone up. There's an appeal and he has gone trapped by Wesley, and Finch will have to depart for 85 from 124 deliveries. The second batter in the lineup for Kent to get dismissed in the 80s today. Joe Denley earlier on this afternoon. And now it's going to be Harry Finch. He's played a remarkable innings after being dropped early on. He made it count. And he's just given it away here. 85. He's going to have to make his way back. Kent, 8 down, 373 on the board.
Sorry, I do feel like that was a massive case of commentator's curse there.
I didn't want to say it.
Because Harry Finch had looked so comfortable in his batting, and having been dropped early on 9, he'd looked to really disrupt and frustrate the Essex bowlers, and looked good for getting a century this afternoon. But that, on a positive note for Essex, is what they will have wanted in the final stages of day 3, to get rid of the man that had scored well for Kent this afternoon. Harry Finch, 85. Narafat comes out, so we won't see Wes Agar. So for Essex, they will be boosted by the fact they've got Harry Finch. Now if they can get one more wicket, that should be that. And having been toiling away and having a wicketless first session on day 3, it just suddenly looks a little bit brighter for Essex.
This all happened very quickly. As Arafat makes his way to the crease. He's going to be facing up against the Essex skipper, Wesley. Some drinks being run on quickly.
Yeah, I was a bit premature there, wasn't I? Talking about
that was
100 for Harry Finch, and then
Victoria.
Sorry, it wasn't. Sorry, Ben.
Ben, Victoria was like, "Oh, we might need to bring Ben back on just as he approaches his 100. Next ball, boom."
I won't be invited back tomorrow, will I?
Oh, you will. Well, the Essex fans would love you for it.
I think they'll love Tom Wesley, the captain, bringing himself on to bowl and taking 2 wickets.
He's in again now, and this one down the leg side, and it's clipped off Arafat's pad, and it's going to run down, but it's no shot attempted. So I'm waiting for the umpires to react.
That man Dean Elgar again, who was sent after it and just slowed up and stopped in the outfield.
Here's Wesley in one more time, and Arafat's forward, defends, and actually gets more for that, his money's worth. There's that beats point, just runs, opens the face of the bat on that, and he'll get a single. Gets off the mark. Kent 374 for 8.
And I think I've I think I've done enough to call for Ben Watts to come back on commentary after this one.
Wesley in, and Stewart drives down into the covers off the front foot. He'll take a single. Kent 375 for 8. So in theory, Essex just need one more wicket because Wes Agar will not be batting. Wesley, top of his mark, Nackington Road end, in he comes over the wicket now to Arafat, who's forward and defends into the offside. It's a dot, and it also is the end of the over. 375 for 8. Kent, currently both batters at the crease are fairly fresh. Arafat's just come to the crease, and Stewart's only just faced 30 deliveries. Tom Wesley, the captain's brought himself on. He's bowled 9 overs with 1 maiden, 18 runs and 2 wickets. And he's bowled well. Got 2 important wickets. And it's going to be Critchley to continue as well from the pavilion end. And it's finalising the fielding positions. At the moment, Critchley's waving his right arm around as a traffic conductor. But nearly got everybody sorted. The field hasn't actually changed too much apart from just the positioning of deep square leg on the boundary, who's in front of square, and Critchley's in. And Stewart defends straight back to Critchley. He doesn't really have to take an extra stride either to retrieve the ball. Critchley, glasses on through his action, and this time slightly more lower delivery from the side. It's got a bit like slightly more lower arm delivery as it's defended to Dean Elgar at cover. And this one back of a length, and it's defended by Stewart. And welcome back, Ben Watts. Afternoon.
Afternoon. Yeah, interesting to see Arafat Bhuyan come out at number 10, so does indicate that Agar's not good to bat. Haven't had it confirmed to me that that's the case.
Critchley in, and again Stewart defends into the offside. This one pushed off the back foot and hit straight to short extra cover.
I think, to be honest, I think as much as Victoria's put the commentator's curse on Harry Finch, that ball just kept a bit low, didn't it? Just skidded on a bit.
It did.
Who just thought it would be Tom Westley getting the 2 big breakthroughs in this final session on day 3 for Essex, especially with Hampshire on the verge of victory against Surrey. Need one more wicket.
Critchley, and this one's a shorter one, and it's cut away down to deep cover. They'll pick up a single, and importantly, Stewart keeps strike. Kent 376 for 8. 5 overs remaining. You back here tomorrow then, Ben?
Yeah, indeed. It'll probably be maybe more than 5 overs. In theory, it probably will be. Before stumps. Just the speed at which Critchley gets through his overs, but yeah. Whether on, well, you would, if Agar doesn't come out to bat, then presumably Essex will round off this innings this evening, and then Kent have to bat for the day tomorrow. Essex have to take 10 wickets to win the game, or 9 wickets. If Agar's not going to bat. Westley then to continue from the Nackington Road end. Stewart just pushing this out towards long off, showing no interest in taking any singles at the moment. Which I think is exactly the right plan, really. He's got to be the one to take the strike at the moment. Westley to him. Defends away into the off side. Essex have got fielders out on the boundary, and typically Grant Stewart would want to try and play forcefully, but there's no reason to at the moment. He's just trying to bat time. He's trying to see things out till the end of the day, ideally. As much as there's still 215 runs to play with. I guess if Kent avoid the follow-on, then that would be something, but they're still a fair way off that. Still 65 runs away from that, so this one flicked away into the onside, fielded by short mid wicket. Westley. Oh, Stewart coming down the pitch and then running this up towards long on, so he takes the single on that 5th ball of the over. Says to Arafat, you take this one.
Just play this one out.
Just play this one ball and then we go again the next over. Wesley to complete his 10th over, 1 maiden, 2 for 19. Arafat forward and defending him into the offside. So end of another over. Kent 8 down, but possibly effectively 9 down if Agar is not going to come out. 377 on the board.
It's going to be Critchley to continue. I say as though I'm surprised. I'm not. I'm pretty sure he's going to keep bowling from this end until everyone goes home.
That's true. That is true. He's going to see how many overs he can squeeze in before 6 o'clock. Should he be required to?
I'll be hoping he can get a breakthrough before that, as in he comes now and this is tossed up and...
Well, that was neat work from Pepper.
It was.
I think Stewart's effectively clipped it into his pad and it's dropped away on the offside. Pepper's grabbed it and flicked it onto the stumps.
Extremely quick reactions from Pepper. Critchley in again. This is flighted and played down to long off, and they will not take a run. Stewart will make sure he keeps strike for as long as he can. Men around the bat and again defends straight to Elgar at cover.
Yeah, it wasn't far away from pushing it into the hands of Silly Point, albeit there's been a few where Nick Brown under the lid has not been far away, but hasn't been quite able to react quick enough.
This one tossed up and driven down the ground, as actually I think it's hit Arafat on the shoe and it's lost a bit of its speed. It's a dot in the book nonetheless as Long On comes in to do the fielding. And there's some quick discussions being going on about the field, and rightly so. Essex are going to bring the men on the boundary in to...
Surprised they didn't take a single there, actually. That delivery. Normally they've been taking a single on that, well, 4th or 5th ball of the over.
Critchley to Stewart now. He's off the back foot, cuts away, and straight through to point. No run. Fielders in and out. They're going to try and make it difficult for them to get the single. Essex will want to bowl at Arafat.
These are the dangerous balls because they got the field in, so potentially there's a boundary option there, but they want a single ideally.
This one works off the back foot. The take on mid-wicket. Will it be a run?
Oh, just.
Ooh.
Good running from Arafat in the end. It was a
tight one, wasn't it?
A fizz throw. Smart work from the keeper. But that ball suddenly becomes an event, doesn't it? Because the field's tight, so if it's a loosener, you could get a boundary. If it's a scenario like that, you know, obviously they're trying to look to run the single and get Stewart back on strike. So the batters are likely to be, you know, trying to force it a little bit. Or take on a risky single like we just saw, so... Yeah, thankfully for Kent, they made a pretty early call on it. And Arafat is young enough and quick enough to have made his ground.
He's going to be at the non-strikers and Arafat and Stewart to face.
Yeah, he's been out there for 47 balls now, Grant Stewart, for his 11, which is very much not the typical sort of Grant Stewart innings you'd expect. Forces this one off the back foot out towards Jordan Cox at mid-wicket.
Round the wicket here. Wesley.
A little bit of a different angle to Grant Stewart as he defends away. He's got a slip and a short leg and a short mid-wicket, and then long off and long on and deep mid-wicket, deep cover. Point and a man at short, fine leg, if you will. But Stewart at the moment taking no real interest in scoring too many runs. It's just about blocking the ball, and again it's hit Arafat at the non-striker's end. Somebody talking about a strike rate.
I heard that.
50 balls he's been out there for Grant Stewart for his 11. Bit of a drag down from Wesley, but Stewart just pushes it into the onside, just a little nudge out to Jordan Cox. Now the field just closing in. This is the right tactic from an Essex point of view. Grant Stewart might have to start taking a single on the 4th ball, and trusting Arafat with a couple. Oh, he smacked that though. That's gone into the leg side and possibly big, and all the way. Yeah, that was very big from Grant Stewart. A little bit of a drag down from Wesley, and Stewart on the back foot has just walloped it.
Or he could decide to do just that.
Well, yeah, there you go.
Ideally now he would like to take the single.
But that's what I mean. Sometimes when the field comes in,
you have opportunities to do this.
There's opportunities for the boundary. So do you take that on, or do you look to run the single as they did, which was a bit risky on the last ball of the previous over? The last thing you want to do is the innings end with a run out, or to sky one up in the air, etc. So Wesley to Stewart, flicks it into the leg side, but unable to run the single. The sub-fielder is in quickly. So Essex will have a chance to bowl at Arafat in the next over. Grant Stewart has moved to 17, and the Kent score on to 384 for 8 with the maximum. But where will that leave us with these, well, minimum couple of overs to go? It's going to be more than that because of the amount of spin that we've seen from Essex and the speed at which Critchley gets through his overs.
Critchley ready to go at the top of his mark. He's awaiting his fellow teammates to get into position. And they're all going to be pretty close. A little suffocating, actually. More so if you're Arafat out there. You could just hear some words being passed around on the one.
Yeah, that's what they don't want Arafat to nerdle his way off strike.
I haven't heard that word in such a long time, a nerdle.
Nerdle.
Good old nerdlers. Slip and short leg in place. Critchley ball in hand. Comes in from the pavilion end. Arafat's forward and it's he's bowled him! Arafat leans into it. He really tries to play that outside his body reach. And Critchley's gone in there, bailed her off. And that is going to be the end of Kent's innings.
Or is it? Grant Stewart's looking to the dressing room to find out, basically. Is he slowly walking off, or is he waiting for Wes Agar? Well, a towel is being brought out to Grant Stewart, so that presumably means that Agar is going to come out and try. Just looking at the replay, I wondered if it was the googly from Matt Critchley. Yeah, it's just gone through the gate, and he's wheeled away with the aeroplane celebration. Arafat out for one. So yeah, seemingly Wes Agar walking wounded, the Australian, but is going to come out and bat at number 11.
Guessing it's just an Australian thing then, coming in batting wounded. Still fresh off watching the test.
Well, here's the reception for Agar. This crowd know that he's putting on a brave face by heading out to come in this situation and join his fellow Australian-born teammate, Grant Stewart. So in theory, Agar is a much better bat than Arafat. Would normally bat above Parkinson as well, who was the night watchman. So normally Agar would bat 8-9. But how much can he really hold the bat with that shoulder injury?
Well, we should just find out right now.
We are about to find out, but he's going to give it a go.
He's going to be on strike to face up against Critchley. He's got 4 wickets. If he gets another one, it'll be a 5-er for Critchley. Wes Agar making his way to the striker's end. Takes his guard.
I put on the Kent Cricket Media chat, is Wes going to bat a few minutes ago? And then Alex Hode's just messaged me going, yeah, he is. A stunning hindsight from Alex Hode, who's on the Tannoy today.
Just in case you missed it.
Just in case I hadn't seen him walk out to the middle.
You never know.
So he's actually currently doing some quite elaborate stretching exercises, Wes Agar. Down on his knees. So Matt Critchley is now on a 4-fer and hunting a 5th. 4 for 88 for him, so they're just arranging this field now for Agar. Elgar has gone in at silly point. There's a short leg, slip, ring field as well to try and stop the single.
Here's Critchley now to Agar, who's forward and defends.
So a slightly tentative prod from Agar into the covers.
At least he's out there, is giving it a go. Doesn't look the most comfortable.
Jordan Cox is wandering over. I think he might be about to stand at second slip.
Oh, what's he doing?
Oh, he's not standing, he's kneeling at second slip.
In comes Critchley, that's defended by Agar, and I've never seen anyone do that before on a cricket pitch. Jordan Cox has gone into second slip, but he's on his knees.
He's just gone in there to cause a nuisance.
Critchley in again, and Agar forward defends along the ground to cover.
You know what these wicket keepers are like. Get them close to the batter and they just can't stop talking, being annoying.
Critchley in, shorter ball, played off the back foot, defended by Agar.
I love how every defensive shot Agar is playing here is being applauded. Like he isn't a more than competent batsman normally. They're giving him the single now. I suspect he won't be that keen to take it. Well, Grant Stewart certainly won't be.
Critchley in, and Agar forward, defends, and
Stuck through. Good over from Critchley, wicket maiden. I think he went for the googly again possibly, and inside edge from Agar into the leg side.
384 for 9.
So yeah, nice little bit of drama to close out day 3 here on BBC Sport Online, BBC Radio Kent, BBC Essex. We, in theory, have a minimum of 1 over to go, but that over is not going to take 10 minutes to be bowled. So Simon Harmer looks like he's being reintroduced. He's currently wicketless. None for 101. Can't believe he's had those kind of figures in county cricket all too often, so he's surely going to bounce back, even if he doesn't take a wicket in this innings. He's got a day 4 pitch to have a look at tomorrow. So long on. Long off. Deep mid-wicket, deep square, deep cover. As Harmer bowls to Grant Stewart, back he goes and plays it up towards the bowler. It's a little bit of a Nathan Lyon-esque field. We saw this a little bit when Kent played Lancashire at Old Trafford. He would have 2 or 3 close catches, but he'd also have men on the boundary, so felt like he was always keeping pressure on because he didn't concede 4s at all. Stewart cuts hard into the offside. Agar was seemingly prepared to run there. But Grant Stewart continuing his tactic of trying to maintain the strike. Typically he wouldn't look to protect Agar. Obviously worried about his injury. It's that one, a little bit of slow turn. Way that Stewart shaped to cut and then had to adjust on the shot. Certainly showed that Harmer managed to get a little bit of something out of the pitch there. He's in again. Stewart cuts hard. That might go for 4. There's a fielder in the deep, but Porter... Oh, has he stopped it?
He has.
Oh, wow. Fantastic fielding. There you go. Whoever that is in the stand has just echoed my thought, because it looked for all money that was going for 4. Porter has made up ground to his right. He got a hand on it. I still thought it was going for 4 because the ball was rolling towards the rope. Then he stretched out the other hand and pulled it back in. So he literally has saved his team 4 runs there because they didn't even run a single.
Brilliant piece of work out there.
The fielders now being encouraged to come in. Well, certain fielders are. I think deep mid-wicket stayed. Long on is slightly deep. But point cover, mid-wicket, fine leg coming up. In fact, mid-ons now come up a bit more as well. So Harmer bowls. Stewart has smashed this down the ground, and that is surely going for 6. That is an absolute whopper of a hit from Grant Stewart. And Kent moved to 390 for 9. See that it's a little bit of a slightly different cat and mouse to usual, in the sense that, you know, Arafat is a number 11, so Stewart was really trying to protect him from the strike. But with Wes Agar, I doubt he knows he's capable. It's just that injury. So Stewart, has, rather than go for the single, has absolutely walloped that 5th ball of the over. Here comes Harmer again. This one's going to be 4 more. It was a low full toss, and Stewart has just flat battered it through mid-off. So he ends the over by taking 10 runs off it. Harmer's now 31 overs, none for 111. And Kent are on 394 for 9, with Stewart jumping up to 27 with those 2 boundaries. Although he's seemingly trying to protect Agar from the strike where he can, doesn't seem desperate to try and take on any risks to stop that from being the case. And actually, with the field up, he's more than willing to chance his arm on the basis that Grant Stewart is such a powerful stroke player that, well, the 6 that he hit, he's absolutely got it out of the screws anyway.
That was massive.
It went
I thought it was
miles.
going towards the cars.
It probably wasn't far away from your car, in truth.
I don't need any car problems today, please.
After you, as you said the other day, where you were stuck on the M25 all evening trying to get home, while in the meantime I drove from Canterbury to Tunbridge Wells, got on a train to London and got to the curry house and was eating
I can't
before you got home.
Here's Critchley in now, and you can hear it, the finger goes up. They've trapped Wes Agar. And Critchley, well, he gets his 5th. He's going to walk back with a fifer. Bowled 40 over, 6 maidens, 88 runs and 5 wickets.
Super stuff from Matt Critchley. Essex get the job done then. Kent bowled out for 394 in the late stages of day 3. Normally we would lose a couple of overs for the end of the day, and so I think this is going to be stumps.
Well, the stumps have disappeared from the
Yeah, the umpires have flattened the stumps, so I think that's it done for the day. So the final action of day 3 then is the dismissal of Wes Agar, who very bravely went out there to join Grant Stewart, who clubbed a couple of boundaries before having to walk off not out. Essex have bowled Kent out, taking 6 wickets today, but actually from a Kent point of view, for them the day was largely theirs until some late wickets coming Essex way. Critchley gets the applause as he walks off the field with ball in hand. The scenario tomorrow pretty simple. Kent bat out the day they draw, Essex take 10 wickets and they win it. Should be a good one. Thank you to Nikki Chowdhury for your presence here at Canterbury over the last couple of days. Myself, Ben Watts, BBC Radio Kent, and Victoria Polly of BBC Essex will be back tomorrow to see how this plays out. Thanks for tuning in. We'll be back at 11 o'clock tomorrow.